Hello, everybody. I am Fiona Bruce.
And I am Lawrence Fox.
Obviously. And you are watching the 2023 Music Sounds Better with EU2 live streamed music festival, the second one that we put together. And as promised on social media, this one is going to be bigger, better, and brillianter than last year's. We've got over 20 acts coming your way over the next 6-7 hours. Now, we need to issue an apology, don't we?
Yes, we do.
We do. We were a little bit late coming on air. We were a little bit late coming on air today due to technical difficulties.
We've got producer Pete sweating in the corner.
We've got producer Pete sweating away in the corner. We've had entries coming in this morning. So we've had stuff to compile, or rather Peter has had work to do this morning. He has put his heart and soul into this over the past few days, and it is going to be a mega show. I'm not going to spoil any of the surprises, but unlike last year, we're bringing comedy and political commentary into the mix, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
Those of you who watch the SMR show, which I present weekly as audio on the podcast platform of your choice and Alexa, will know that Max Robespiere, Phil Moorhouse, Femi, and others they frequent my show. We love them on our show.
We do.
They're going to be here with us this evening, as well as a heap of music acts. Last year, you may remember Teegarden B, Rachel Ashley, Graham Paul Kendrick, they're back. We've got some new acts this year. We've got them right here in front of us. We've got Claudia Kate coming along shortly. She's actually the first act we'll be getting to very soon. We've got the Rodeo Terrorists. Apologies for referring to them as the Radio Terrorists in a lot of the promotional material. That is producer Pete's fault, 100%. Just thought I'd get that out there. We've also got the wonderful, let's have a look, Rosemary Schonfeld. She's back again. We've got the Marsh Family coming up. Those of you who know them, a wonderful family. They do tremendous sort of skits and parody songs with the whole family in their living room. They are brilliant. We've got a headline act to die for. We've also got Jessie Grace, who was voted the #1 singer-songwriter on SMR last year with her song King of the Villains Part 2. She'll be along producing a live set shortly. Lee,
hi.
Are you excited?
I am really excited.
Are you really? You look it. You look great. And do you know what? The other reason we had to delay coming on air was because Lee was doing my fingers. And I have to say, she's done a pretty good job.
Yeah.
She has done her own, but they're not in EU colours. I've never had my fingernails painted before. And I'm not quite sure about this gender fluidity thing that I've got going on now, but, you know, we'll run with it. If you are watching via the website, marchforrejoin.co.uk, and you want to get involved with the live chat, you can do, but you can't do it on that website. So what you're going to do, look underneath the live feed stream, which you can also watch on YouTube. Click on one of the social media links. Now, you can click on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and TikTok. If you watch from those locations, you can also chat to us. We'll see what you have to say on our screen. If you are a troll, if you are a bona fide 100% Brexit-loving gammon, you are more than welcome to take part. We love what you have to say. Your arguments for Brexit are always 100% hilarious, and we will respond to them. And not only that, we've got some giveaways, haven't we?
We do. We do have
What are we going to give prizes away for, Lee?
you comment of the evening. That's
And
what we're going to give
five of
prizes
them.
away for.
Five of them.
Comments of
So
the evening.
we're going to pick 5 comments from the live chat over the course of this afternoon and this evening. If we think you said something tremendously genius,
Absolutely.
or really clever, or really simple,
Or funny.
or just like funny, or whatever it is, or downright hilariously ridiculous, we will award you a prize.
Too.
Those prizes will be anything you like from the March for Rejoin merch shop. Yeah, we're not even joking. And to claim your prize, nice and easy, all you need to do is if we pick you out as a winner, we'll mention your handle on the show, and you send your email address to info@marchforrejoin.co.uk. Now, a couple of other things we need to mention before we get cracking. I don't know if it's just got a bit brighter in here, but do you like our background, by the way? What do you think, Lee? We are live at a Blur festival. Do you see what I did there?
I saw it.
Having a quick look over there, we're live at Blur Festival. It's great, isn't it? If you are watching from any of those locations, you can comment on the chat. You don't have to. You can dip in and out of it. You can just watch. It's entirely up to you. The entire event, if you have to miss any because you need to go to the loo or you need to go and do something else, put the kids to bed, whatever it is, will remain on YouTube forever and ever and ever. Restream. Hi, Graham and Lee. Great to have you along. Is that what you were pointing to just there, Producer Pete? I can see Graham Paul Kendrick saying, let's reclaim our star, PDQ. Yeah. I can see Graham Paul Kendrick saying, hi, everybody. That's 2 from you, Graham. That's all your words used up for tonight.
Lee Chapman, time to rejoin the EU.
And so the chat's working. It's working much better than last year.
And we
it's
can
bigger.
see it.
We can actually see it.
We can.
Okay. So this event is in aid of the March for Rejoin, which is taking place when, Lee?
March for Rejoin 2.
March for Rejoin 2 taking place
23rd of September
in London. I watched your video with Lee, with Femi.
Femi,
and it was fantastic. Your walkthrough video.
Yeah,
that was so well produced. Who shot that?
Producer Pete.
He's good with a camera, isn't he?
He really, really is. And to be fair, we did a lot of bloopers, so he was actually incredibly patient. And on several occasions, we had to do a few retakes, and I got burnt.
You got burnt?
Yeah, the sun was raging. As we were walking through London, every chance we got, we dipped into a side alleyway just to cool down for a few minutes.
Well, it's a great video, and actually you can go and catch that on the March for Rejoin YouTube channel. It's on the website as well. Get to know the route, because of course we expect you all to be there.
It's on Twitter too.
Pete, Farrugia, guitar teacher, who's got snacks? I've got popcorn. Producer Pete, you don't need to point out every single comment that appears in the chat. We'll do our best to pick out as many as we can.
I have snacks.
We're hoping we get so many, they whiz through so quickly we can't even keep up. But we will be giving out prizes, so don't worry about that. If you're new, if you've just dropped in, we do apologise for being an hour late. This is going to be an all-nighter, so get your popcorn in, get your beers in, get the wine out, get yourselves ready. Runner, we need some more drinks here, I think.
You can't see my glass.
You can't see the runner.
I love it.
It's great. Okay.
I picked a blue glass for a reason.
Anyway, we need to mention the reason we're doing this.
Yes.
The number one reason we're doing this, of course, is to promote the 2nd National March for Rejoin, which will be taking place in London, September the 23rd.
Yes.
All you need to know right now is that you need to be there, at noon on that day. It's the 23rd of September, a whole month earlier than last year's.
A whole month earlier, yes.
So we're expecting good weather.
Well, hopefully no royalty die this year.
Hopefully no royalty die this year. That was the reason we had to put it back last year. So we're hoping to see you all there with your placards, your banner, get your merch from the shop. The Stay European shop has some terrific merch as well. Search for Still Disgusted on Etsy, and the wonderful Louise Taylor will equip you with the most amazing pro-EU berets, hats, banners, bunting, some great stuff. And she donates all her funds. I think 80% of the profits go to pro-European anti-Brexit causes like ours. So that's what we're doing this for. We're doing it to raise awareness of that march. Now, what can you do as in between the acts, while you're watching, while you're listening to some of the music? You can get on your phone and you can head to this address, which should be popping up on the screen periodically throughout the evening. It's DON 8, the number 8, you see what we did there, EU.com. Is it .com or .uk now? It is .com now. Is that right? Right. So it's donateeu.com. That will take you straight to the GoFundMe page for the March for Rejoin. Now, if every person that's planning on coming just dips in a fiver, wow, we're going to get there. At the moment, we've raised around £8,500 of the £22,000 we need to put the event on. Every penny is accounted for.
Absolutely.
The stage is going to be bigger. The music's going to be louder. Well, the speakers will be bigger, and therefore everything will be louder. We've got more speakers. We've got more commentators. We're going to have a bigger crowd. We've got some real surprises as well. We've got Wayne Allen, one of the acts tonight, flying over from France to premiere his brand new version, crowd-sourced and crowd-sung version of the national March for Rejoin anthem, Song for Rejoin.
Ooh,
and he's had it specially produced and recorded in multiple studios in France. It's going to be incredible. He's going to be along later on this evening as well. What else do you think we should get out there early doors? Well, donating. That's the thing. So if you go to that link we just gave you, which was, what was it again, Lee? The
Which
link.
one?
The donate link.
DonateEU.com.
DonateEU.com.
Donate the number 8.
Go to that website if you haven't already done so. And if you enjoy the event this evening, if you enjoy any of the acts, any of the music, the comedy, the political commentary from all the guests we've got coming along, some real surprises too, and some celebrities. We've actually got some actual celebrities coming. Yeah,
nice.
Actual celebrities.
Everybody's a celebrity, okay?
They are. Please stick in a £5, stick in 10 quid, stick in 20 if you can, because it all goes towards providing the funds for that event.
Yes.
666 Izzy says, snacks. I've got a sandwich and coffee. They're not much use, Izzy. I know where Izzy is a radio DJ herself in Ipswich.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not quite sure what she's doing with, if she's got them for herself, that's great. Christine Nobb says, hi everyone, don't forget to bring flags from EU countries and regions to the march on the 23rd of September. Yeah.
Yeah, Restream. Want to fill London with all European flags? Yes, we do. Bring as many flags. Is that you?
Yeah, we've just been told.
Pete is Restream.
Producer Pete is Restream.
Anything that
We're going to ignore Restream from now on. He's going to have to give himself a pseudonym like Dan Wootton. Absolutely, Christine. Want to fill London with all European flags. That's National Rejoin March. Is that you as well, Producer Pete?
It's done it twice, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Wayne Allen's with us. Hello, Lee and Ben. I finally got into the chat this year.
Hey.
Looking forward to the show. Hey.
Hey.
Who's that? What have we
Wayne
got there?
Allen. We became friends. So.
You become friends with Wayne Allen.
Today.
Wayne Allen is an actual real musician with an actual band.
I know.
He's proper rock star. He's like a cross between, he's like a French Bono. That's
really?
right. He lives in France. He's not French, I don't think. But he's just so cool. We love this guy.
Excellent.
What have we got above that one there? I can't pronounce that.
Chicken and chips in the south of Spain. Looking forward to the day we get our star back. Afternoon, everyone. Spread the word.
It is. Fortunate. Oh, hang on.
That is Sodets and more.
This morning runner is back with your drink.
Thank you very much.
I will require a new one shortly. A Coke would be great. That'd be great. A Coke would be lovely.
We're just going to order
off you go.
snacks while we're waiting.
Okay, so for those of you who don't know, I'm Ben. I present 16 Million Rising SMR, which is the UK's first, only, longest running radio show and podcast, especially for you rejoiners. Everybody who thinks that the solution to our current crisis, obviously, is to rejoin the EU. There is no other solution. That's our objective. We have a website. You can listen to the show. The previous 10 episodes are available on Mixcloud right now. This week's episode is this. This is episode 221 of SMR. And we're going live for the next 6-7 hours with some absolutely incredible material. You're probably thinking
some toilet breaks.
And hopefully some toilet breaks. We have got over 20 acts coming your way.
Do you mind if I introduce myself?
You can introduce yourself all you like.
I'm Lee Rudd, co-founder of the National Rejoin March, and I'm Ben's sidekick.
I'm Lee's sidekick. She's my co-host. Actually, no, we've just destroyed the illusion. I thought I was Fiona Bruce and you were Lawrence Fox.
Well,
do you think that was given away quite early doors?
Yeah, probably.
I think it probably was.
Who would actually own up to being Lawrence Fox?
Lawrence Fox weirdly does. It's a funny one, that, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm expecting a tweet to
Lee,
tell me he's going to
for those of you who don't know Lee, she presented. Well, if you turned up last year to the March for Rejoin, Lee presented. She was the hostess with the mostest on the stage with the microphone, fumbling all over those difficult to pronounce names from across the continent.
Yeah.
No, she was brilliant. She was, and you know what? She's doing it again.
Hopefully, I won't try and break my neck this year tripping over Leeds.
Tripping over Leeds.
I am clumsy.
Oh, sorry, I just suddenly had the idea. Leeds, the city. You know, I biked down from Durham to get here, and I sort of tripped over Leeds on the way.
Microphone Leeds.
It was an amazing day last year.
It was absolutely.
It was
brilliant.
bigger and better than anything we could have hoped for. And this year's event is going to be even bigger and even better than that. Please do not assume that the money is going to take care of itself, that it will be self-funding, because it really isn't. What made
every little count?
What made this March special was that it was funded by ordinary people like you and I from up and down the country. No big organisation is going to come up with the money and just say, here you are, we'll bail you out, do it again, but do it bigger.
Yep.
It doesn't work like that. It's us ordinary people that are affected by Brexit most harshly who have contributed that money.
That want to make that change.
£5, £10, £20, sometimes more, anything you can spare. will go into that kitty. And as I say, it's all costed on the website as well. So there's full
Everything
transparency.
is accounted for.
And we're not asking for more than we need.
Nope.
We need £22,000 to make this event fantastic.
Yep.
That's it. That's all we need. And actually, I think last year, what producer Pete did, was when we reached the target amount, he turned the crowdfunder off.
Yep. That's how it works.
And it happened. That's what will happen this year. But we need to get there. We've got 4.5 weeks to get to 22k. I know we're going to do it. But please, at some point this evening, we won't be reminding you between every act.
No.
Get on your phone. Go to donate.eu, DON8, the number 8, EU.com. That will take you to the GoFundMe page.
It will.
Stick in a £5, stick in a £10 if you can.
Anything.
More if you're able to. We do understand the cost of living crisis is hitting everybody. So it's not for everybody.
Caused by Brexit.
Yeah, absolutely. A third of, just to get this out there, a third of the increase in your shopping bill is directly because of Brexit and nothing else. A third of the inflation that we're experiencing right now is Brexit related. People will tell you it's not. The government will try to.
Oh, yeah.
That's a lie.
Anybody want to talk about Spanish tomatoes? Spanish
tomatoes, yeah. I've even seen pictures of supermarkets in Kiev. Is it Kiev or Kiev? Kiev. It's not Kiev. That sounds like some kind of influenza-y cough. Kiev. It's Kiev.
Do I look like I'm from Ukraine?
No, but anyway, I've seen pictures of their supermarkets brimming with fresh produce.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Brimming.
All
this is
Europe,
a war-torn country that has more fresh food on its supermarket shelves than we do.
It's not just fresh food.
Go figure. It's not just fresh food.
I mean, if you go into any supermarkets, you can go down the aisles and they're half empty. It's ridiculous.
Wayne Allen says, I've lost my sunglasses. I'm not a real rock star anymore.
Oh,
Wayne,
no.
don't destroy the illusion.
No, don't do that.
You're my personal Bono. Seriously.
Vampire.
Wayne says, the world is too bright. It certainly is too bright. We are going to kick off very, very soon with our first act. We'll tell you a little bit about our first act, actually. Our first act, and we're going to be really mixing it up this evening. You're going to see singer-songwriters with just their guitar or just their piano. You're going to see whole bands, the whole, kit and caboodle out there playing live, either indoors in the studio or outdoors, rocking it like that. You're going to see some hilarious comedy. And what I will say about some of the acts this evening that have produced new material like comedy, it's exclusive. So we have got Larry and Paul on tonight's show. Those of you who love Larry and Paul that frequent their YouTube channel, you won't see the content that you're going to see here tonight on their channel. It's exclusive. The same goes for the Holy Mole Show. They will be joining us tonight as well. I know Ian Gilson from the Holy Mole Show, Chrissy Gretsch, they are fantastic. Really looking forward to having their sketches. They're going to be dotted around throughout the evening. Nice. We've got, do you remember from the 90s, The Word?
Vaguely.
Vaguely. It was a TV show, I think it was Channel 4, presented by Mancunian legend Terry Christian. He's here.
Excellent.
Terry Christian has recorded a special VT just for us. We are absolutely blessed.
We do like a bit of celebrity.
We've got a whole bunch of people that you'll know, some that you won't. And our first act, are we ready to go with our first act shortly, Pete? We are almost ready to go.
Oh.
This is Claudia Kate. Now, Claudia Kate is the only act you're going to see tonight who has not yet featured on SMR Pro-European Radio. 16millionrising.co.uk, that's the place to go for everything SMR Radio. You can listen to previous shows, you can subscribe, you can donate, you can buy from our shop. She's the only artist. So far, we haven't featured. So Claudia, I'm assuming you're listening right now. Please send me some of your material in 16 Million Rising, all in one big long word, with 16 as a word, .co.uk. No, that's the address. 60millionrising@outlook.com. That's the email address. Send me your back catalogue and I would gladly play it on the show because I've heard this set and it's really good.
Is it?
It's
I'm
really
excited.
Good. She's a singer-songwriter.
Really
she plays the guitar and I think we'll let her fill in all the details.
Excellent.
You are going to love it. Are we ready to go with that one, Pete? So need I say more? This is Claudia Kate.
Hey, my name's Claudia Kate. I'm an indie artist from Cambridge and I'm super passionate about us rejoining the EU because I was 17 when the vote went through and I don't think it's very fair that young people didn't get a say on their futures. This is a song, my first song would be called Big Talk Little Girl, and I wrote it a year ago about sort of everything that was bothering me at the time, and it's just one massive list. A massive list of things. I'll put the lyrics on the screen as well, but yeah, this is Big Talk Little Girl. I hope you like it. I'm living paycheck to paycheck, but I'm not free tonight, yeah, you bet. Got round it, 7 pounds of pine. Walk home with my keys between my fingers. Headphones out, girls, be careful out there, you don't know who's about. My boss don't care about my feelings, guess I'll pile up to the ceiling. Got that Gen Z, millennial, 99, it don't fit in a car when you call me a snowflake. I'm watching while the world burns, boomers what I boom, I guess. And I was 17 in 2016, you know what that means. Now I get a blue passport and I can't work overseas, and now I'm 23, paying rent and taxes, and I didn't get to vote on the thing that's now affecting the masses. And yeah, I know I'll be fine, but don't you feel like you've been lied to? Yeah, no, I'm not gonna die, but hey, no one should have to. And great Britain, but hey, what do I know? Big talk, little girl. I cried in joy when Biden won, popped a cork, booked a flight to New York. Now this girl's getting forced to have babies while white kids with guns get let off the hook. Another country divided by a book. Hey, look, London's burning again. This fire didn't start with some bread. Oh God, it's 40 degrees. Mum, would you look at the trees? Might get better with Greta, but no one listens to girls. You can say what you want, but it's still a man's world. My job is here in the city, but I can't find a flat. There's all these rich kids jumping off their parents' backs. And yeah, I know I got privilege and this is the first world, but I'm always feeling helpless and I can't help anybody if I'm always broke. And yeah, I know I'll be fine, but don't you feel like you've been lied to? And yeah, no, I'm not gonna die, but hey, no one should have to. In great Britain, but hey, what do I know? Big talk, little girl. 20 people dying while I'm sitting at home, while Boris wears his party hat, pours beer down his throat. My best friend Holly, she moved out, lived on her own, so she could care for sick children who were in the ICU all alone. So yeah, I'm pretty angry at a girl went missing by my house. And when we went to lay our flowers, the police pushed us to the ground. I'm sick of being body shamed, slut shamed, told to sit down. My teachers wouldn't teach me politics, and my mom taught me to shout. And you might say that I'm sensitive and your generation had it worse, but don't you wish your parents had put their young people first? And yeah, I know I'll be fine, but don't you feel like you've been lied to? And yeah, I know I'm not gonna die, but hey, no one should have to. In great Britain, but hey, what do I know? Big talk, little girl, and I'm so young. How dare I kick up a fuss? Better turn off the news, put my trust in trust, but hey, what do I know? Big talk, little girl. Thank you. Just gonna play a couple more songs for you guys. Not as political, that I feel like I got everything out in that one song. This is a song I wrote about sort of having a bit of anxiety, but bossing it, and it's called Fizzy. I wake up feeling fizzy, my eyes stuck like glue, craving Coca-Cola, but water will do. Looking in the mirror, it's like Shaun of the Dead, going to work with a lack of the head, and there's this feeling of dread. I don't know what to do, And juggling all of these balls without a clown costume. Is this what London does to you, or is this just 22? Yeah, I'm emotional, a bit of a mess. But why is this feeling always in my chest? Like nobody likes me, nobody cares. Nothing really matters, life isn't fair. And I could just wallow in my despair. But maybe I should get up, get out, let down my hair. I'm feeling silly and lonely and uncool. I wanna see my friends, but I hate getting the tube. And I should just suck it up, get on with it, grow up a bit. But right now I just want my mom feeling sick. Yeah, I'm emotional, a bit of a mess. But why is this feeling always there? Like nobody likes me, nobody cares. Nothing really matters, life isn't fair. And I could just wallow in my despair. Maybe I should get up, get out, let down my hair. Nobody likes me, nobody cares. Nothing really matters, life isn't fair. And I could just wallow in my despair. Maybe I should get up, get out, let down my hair. And everybody feels like this sometimes. Like everything sucks, but you gotta get up. And everybody feels like this sometimes. Everyone feels like nobody likes me, nobody cares. Nothing really matters, life is unfair. And I could just wallow my despair. Maybe I should get up, get out, let down my hat. Nobody likes me, nobody cares. Nothing really matters, life is unfair. And I could just wallow my despair. Maybe I should get up, get out, let down my hat. 'Cause everybody feels like this sometimes. Thank you. I was gonna play you one more song. Yeah. Cannot reiterate enough how much we should rejoin the EU. I've been Claudia Kate. Have a great day. Sometimes the song is so good that I have to dance, and the rain smells like a summer romance. I'm sad most of the time, but there's something about the sky at 4 a.m. I get this feeling of infinity when I'm with my friends. Oh, I dancing around the living room, drinking as the sun sets, and there's nothing like waking up in a tent with a headache and glitter in your head. Guess what I'm trying to say is nothing will ever seem as bad as yesterday, and I should smile more. 'Cause everything's always gonna be okay. I feel like I'm an optimist without every heart of a dream of it. I still say I can't. I have this overwhelming fear that I'll never be enough. So I buy all these books that tell me not to give a fuck. And oh my gosh, I love my mom so much. Can't believe I'm living, can't believe my luck. Guess what I'm trying to say? Nothing will ever seem as bad as yesterday, and I should smile more. 'Cause everything's always gonna I guess what I'm trying to say, life is really messy, but we just get on with it. I'm gonna smile more. I just noticed I played all 3 songs that I just happened to mention my mum in. Big up my mum. She's the biggest EU supporter I know. Yeah, thank you so much.
That was Claudia Kate. That was great, wasn't it?
It was. It was
first
lovely.
act of, I say the evening because it is officially the evening now. Claudia Kate, check out some of her material on her Spotify page. Not only does she do a lot of sort of acoustic sets as well, she does fully in the studio, professionally produced material too. A number of those songs I've listened to, studio versions, they are absolutely banging. So Claudia, if you are listening, please send your material in to me, Ben Chambers, at 60 Million Rising at outlook.com, and I'll stick it on the next show. Because you're the only artist I've never featured. Everybody else is a regular. So brilliant that you started this year's event. What are we doing now, Lee? I think we're going to go to a message from one of our sponsors. No, we've got someone along to speak a little bit about how Brexit has affected them personally. As you know, Brexit affects every aspect of our life: political, social, cultural, businesses, young people, middle-aged people like us, and old people. This next guest is called Kevin, and he's a musician, and he's going to be telling us a little bit about how Brexit has impacted his industry, the music industry, but even more importantly, how it's impacted the lives and careers of fledgling bands, artists, and musicians trying to break into Europe. So are we ready for that, Pete? This is Kevin Moore.
Hi, I'm Kevin Moore, and as a bass player and vocalist, I've toured the world performing with major artists on TV shows, festivals and more. For Music Sounds Better with EU2, I'm going to tell you how Brexit has impacted our industry, just one section of a raft of cultural industries that was worth £111 billion to the UK economy. The UK leads the world in arts and music, and that position was placed in terrible jeopardy by Brexit. The level playing field of Europe now beset by peaks and troughs that make the already logistical nightmare of planning financially viable tours almost impossible. But I'll come to that later. The long-term damage is being done to the upcoming and mid-level bands who simply don't have the financial heft to underwrite forays into a now troublesome European market. New rules and red tape are creating huge costs to the future of live music tours on the continent, and there's a danger of creating a glass ceiling which may prevent rising and developing talent to be able to do so. Yes, there's a personal agreement in place for the carriage of personal equipment, but if you're taking your backline and rig, you're filling in a carnet form, a throwback to the old days, which will set you back over £500. Friends of mine in an upcoming band with 2 albums under their belt are now reduced to touring abroad on a hobby basis, borrowing gear on the other side and hoping for the best. They're taking merch in a rucksack because if you take more than around 20 items, you'll get stung for higher export duty, and if you don't sell them all, you'll be stung for exporting them back. Upcoming bands like that used to rely on merch sales to make trips viable, perhaps sleeping backstage to save money too. It was tough, but somehow they would make it work as they built their following. Brexit was a kick in the teeth to them. My own band, Witchcross, is a Danish band. I'm the only Brit, but I have Spanish residencia, so we're somewhat insulated from the problem. We see slots in the underground metal festivals appearing all the time, because British bands can't make the numbers work in order to appear, or the tour logistics fall apart because they can't get a visa in time for a crucial country on the itinerary. At the time of recording, I believe we only have a proper visa scheme in place with Spain. What used to be a straightforward visit to the rest of the EU, unencumbered by bureaucracy, is now a mind-boggling mess of agreements, paperwork and costs with 27 different countries. It's unworkable. Our Danish guitarist is based in London, and we used to hold a huge amount of our merch there. Now it's been relocated to Denmark to avoid the extra costs. Selling merch, t-shirts, CDs and vinyl at our shows is vital. It's what puts our tours into profit. Conversely, our German label isn't shipping much to the UK because of the inflated levels of duty. Further up the chain, you begin to have problems with cabotage rules. That is to say, trucks travelling from the UK are bound by these rules where they're only allowed to make one stop in an EU state before having just 7 days to make a maximum of 2 more before returning home. This of course plays havoc with tour itineraries and is leading to a loss of ancillary jobs for sound men, crew and drivers, and as often the only option is to hire abroad. As a result, jobs and taxable income are draining to the EU. The spiralling costs of visas, carnet, equipment hire and import-export duty are creating the perfect storm. Don't let British music get lost in the storm. Fight to rejoin the EU now.
Ooh, baby, I feel right. The music sounds better with you. Love might bring us back together.
And that was Kevin Moore from Spain. Fantastic stuff there. And as I said, if you're just tuning in, the entire show will remain on YouTube for perpetuity, forever, like last year's. That's still there to view if you didn't catch up with last year's event. This year's event will stay on YouTube too. Just a couple of things to say before we move on. Our next act is coming very shortly. A couple of people in the chat have said, what's the running order? We're not giving away the running order, are we?
No, we're not. You can
And
wait.
there's a lot of reasons why. Partly because it's nice to have a surprise.
Yes.
Partly because people then tend to wait for the act that they're looking for, like the act that they are, and then they disappear. We're not having any of that
Exactly.
nonsense.
You can stay.
And also because
the
we
whole
haven't got a
night.
clue what the running order is. We're literally making this up as we go along. Now, a couple of things to say. Lee, as a huge football fan, just wants to put a couple of words out there to the Lionesses.
I would just like to say, ladies, well played. You
Yeah,
did
they
really,
didn't win.
really well.
They came second.
You don't have to win to do really, really well. Okay? They're us. They did good.
They did brilliantly.
They're better than the boys.
That's what Gareth Southgate said. You've beaten us already by getting to the bloody final. So
Exactly.
well done, Lionesses.
Well done.
I will just say this. It is a disgrace that the president of the Football Association, Prince William, couldn't be bothered to get on his private jet, as neither could Rishi Sunak, and fly out to Australia and celebrate the event with them. So the fact that they lost, I think, is in part due to the fact they weren't supported by their
Exactly.
head of state, or probably he's
Yeah.
one of them, and Rishi Sunak. Actually, maybe not. Who
It's not
knows?
like they get supported by FIFA either.
We
is
also
it?
need to mention those young people out there who I hope are watching with us, who have just got their A-level results. There's some good news here, even if you didn't make the grade, from Rejoin Europe. They say, please don't worry if you don't get the A-level results you were hoping for. Suella Braverman is proof that you can still achieve high office even if you have the brains of a haddock. Now, I think that is insulting to haddocks, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
Any haddocks out there, I do apologise. Suella Braverman hasn't risen to the height she's risen to, regardless of A-level results. God knows how she got where she is.
Evil.
But yeah, there is that. A couple more things I wanted to just bring your way. I do like this one. Again, from Rejoin Europe. They have been tweeting me and Instagramming me relentlessly these past few weeks. This is a little boy talking to his father. Dad, when I grow up, I want to be a Conservative. The father's response, son, you can't be both. Yeah, you knew that one, didn't you? Or are you looking over my shoulder? Or
No,
did you know
I
that?
knew it anyway.
I think that's a good one. For those of you who don't get it, I'm very sorry that you're you. Right, Chrissy Gretsch. I think Chrissy Gretsch said it's just nipped off the chat, but she said fantastic act. I assume she's referring to Claudia Kate, our first act. If you're just joining us, you've missed Claudia Kate, a wonderful singer-songwriter whose material is on Spotify. Do go check it out. You can join us on the chat really
Feel free.
easily.
Everybody else is having a nice conversation with each
We'll
other.
go through. Do you want to go through a few chats, Lee?
Stardust Moore, good luck with your songs. Wayne Allen, well done, Kevin. Sunak said the whole nation was behind the Lionesses, apparently not realising England isn't the whole nation.
Yeah.
What a prize.
This is the Little England mentality again, isn't it? Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, who cares? We've got Chrissy Gretsch again. She was amazing. Yeah, reiterating this, she was amazing, wasn't she?
She was great.
And that's just the first act. We've got 20 plus acts coming your way over the next 6-7 hours. We're going to be here and possibly until the small hours of the morning. I know it's a Sunday and some people have to go to work, but if you're not in work, you don't have to. So you can stay with us all night. A couple of things we need to reiterate for people who have just joined us. The reason we're doing this is to raise awareness and funds for the March for Rejoin 2, taking place in London. When, Lee?
23rd of September. At some point in this evening, he's going to ask me that question. I completely forget.
She knows the day. She was our host last year on the stage, introducing the acts.
Yes.
This year's event is going to be bigger, better, and even more well attended than last year's.
And I will be wearing my star leggings.
You may have
everybody loved last year.
You may have seen. Well, these flyers are being distributed at universities, colleges, sixth form centres. Bus stations, railway stations, shopping centres all around the country. If you can get hold of one of these, once you've read it, don't just put it in your waste paper basket or recycling. Give it to somebody else who wasn't lucky enough to get one.
Share.
The date's there. On the back is the website with everything that you need to know. There's even a QR code link to take you to the website.
Technical.
What can you do on that website? You can check the route. And actually, the best way to check the route is watch Lee's video with Femi. Brilliant. Does the job. Check the times, check the speakers. There's going to be some amazing speakers. We have given out details of the speakers on social media. So, yes, we've got a whole bunch of them this year. The regulars, Femi, the wonderful Femi, Mike Galsworthy. Amazing. Liz Webster is a new speaker this year, the CEO, director, if that's the right word, of Save British Farming. She's fantastic. She was a guest on the SMR show just a few weeks ago. Nobody speaks with more intelligence and well-researched insight into the disaster that Brexit has wreaked on the farming industry in this country. She'll be speaking at the march alongside Gina Miller from the Fair. Is it True and Fair or Fair and True Party? I'm not quite sure. It's the True and Fair or Fair and True Party. Gina Miller will be there as well. So will Guy Verhofstadt after his appearance last year. Actual Guy Verhofstadt. Yeah, only because I just said it.
And it took me a whole year of practice.
But the most important reason that you need to get across to this website, which is marchforrejoin.co.uk, is to donate. There's now an even easier and quicker way to donate. Just go to your phone's browser now and pop in donateeu.com. That's DON, the number 8, EU for European Union.com. That will take you to the GoFundMe site, and there you can pop in a £5, a tenner, 20 quid, more if you can, less if you can't. If you're coming, please do pop something in.
We've got Pete Farrugia, guitar teacher.
He's one of our guests.
Did I say that
He's
right?
one of our acts.
He's one of our acts.
Acts.
I think the march on the 23rd of September is going to be the biggest ever.
It should be.
It should be, and you should be there.
Another reason for that is that all the polls at the moment are suggesting that the swing, not just against Brexit, this is the most important thing.
Yep.
It's now for returning to the EU. It's between 62 and 64% on all polls conducted by all polling systems like Osmosis or something like that, YouGov, etc. The whole lot of them are saying that around 60 to 64% of those asked think the solution to the problem that we have, Keir Starmer, if you're listening, is to rejoin the EU. When we're talking about under 25-year-olds, it's something around 85, 86%, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's huge.
Absolutely massive.
They get it. Now,
they're the ones losing out more than the rest of us at the end of the day.
If you missed our first act, Claudia Kate, she mentioned at the beginning of her set that she was too young. She was 17 in 2016. She's obviously 23, 24 now. She couldn't vote. Now, this is someone who's already got a career as a musician that had no say in the most important constitutional change this country has ever experienced. No say whatsoever. She is one of the many, many, many millions of young people out there that just think there's only one solution. We need to rejoin the EU. That's the purpose of the march. Yep. So get onto that website, don8, D-O-N, the number 8, EU.com. Donate what you can.
Yes.
We have got a whole bunch of acts coming up. Just give people a flavour of what's coming up, but not in the order that they're in, Lee.
And the flavour. Well, apparently we're going to bite some cherries later on.
Yeah, that's a reference to 3 Bites of the Cherry. That is Tim Wells' band. They are brilliant. They are absolutely brilliant. I think theirs was one of the first sets that was sent in. As soon as Pete got it, he gave me a call and said, Ben, 3 Bites of the Cherry is absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I've only had a quick look. I've not actually seen any of these acts apart from very, very short previews, just to give me a flavour of what's to come. And to say this is going to be even better than last year's is an understatement. It's going to be a really amazing evening. So if you are just intending to drop in for an hour or two, don't stay with us. You're going to miss some amazing stuff if you do that. We've got Phil Moorhouse coming up.
Yeah.
Those of you who follow Phil, you'll know that he's one of the most educated and well-researched political commentators out there. He likes to talk about politics, and he's doing it tonight for us for free. All the acts are appearing tonight for free. We're here for free. Everyone's doing this for free. No one's being... Well, actually, I say no one's being paid. Weirdly, my co-host Lee got a £5. I've got nothing. How's that? Women's rights. Yeah, they're all appearing for free.
High quality here.
If you watch Phil Moorhouse's channel on YouTube, you'll know what he's like. He has a huge following, deservedly so. So does Max Robespiere. Max lives in Italy, but he's Irish by nature and by birth. He is terrific. His videos and Phil's videos, they are my go-to stops for compiling the SMR show every single week. So they're doing both of them exclusives for this show. Yes, we will be heading towards the next act. That symbol, that's the symbol we need. That's all we need. That means start to that. So next time, just do that.
Let's do that.
No one wants to hear you, mate.
All we can see is these little eyeballs peering underneath.
Just a couple more comments. Lisa Burton says, replying to National Rejoin March, yes, but well done the Lionesses too. A great day for women's sport.
Absolutely.
It absolutely was.
Yes, it is.
Seriously was.
It really is.
And she says, sorry I'm a bit late. I was off celebrating the women's win. I'm not quite sure they won, Lisa.
She's in Spain, you Nana.
The women's win. So you're a Spanish supporter.
She lives in Spain.
You live in Spain. Okay, that's fine. Obviously, I didn't see that.
She said, well done to both.
Well done to both. Okay, it's a great day for women's sport.
One-team
great day for. We're going to move on now to our next act. And our next act, who is it, Lee? It's written there underneath It's just underneath the previous act.
It is written there, but I was making sure I said
it's not written in 6-foot crayon. I'm sorry about that, but you know.
Rodeo Terrorists.
Yeah, and apologies for calling them the Radio Terrorists, but our next act in all the promotional literature.
I was trying to make sure I pronounced it correctly.
This is, I think this is a great act. This is the Rodeo Terrorists. You're going to love them. Enjoy.
Hello, we're the Rodeo Terrorists. Thank you for letting us play our music in support of Music Sounds Better with EU.
Land on my Philly spot. We soldier on, we know not when. A prairie song is in the air. A bird upon the breeze does glide. My Winchester is at my side. A gecko basking on a stone. The grass is bowed and thoughts of home. Big sky, I see you. hexagon, a bargain with a Mexican, and nothing's really as it seems. Don't amount to a hill of beans. Big sky, I see you. Big sky into the blue. Last night I had the strangest dream. The night some man came over, bottles full of cures and rags to fill with all my saddlebags. My father, he once said to me, go west, my son, and you'll be free. The plains are wild, the dogs declare, the prairie song is in the air. Big sky, I see you. Big sky into the blue. Big sky, I see you. Big sky into the blue.
I'm the supermassive robot dancer. Making supermassive robot moves. Cut up the floor with turbo power. Until you feel the robot groove. Supermassive. 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 Are you a supermassive robot dancer? With supermassive blaze rise. Light the night with your mega searchlight. Supermassive. Supermassive. Do you feel the supermassive love tonight? Do you want the beat to go on and on? Building bigger and stronger. The supermassive robot dancer. Supermassive. 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 Robot dancer.
Hi, I'm Lee.
And I'm Femi, and we're here to tell you about
the National Rejoin March 2. We're going to meet behind the Achilles statue at Hyde Park from 12 noon.
And just before the march starts at 1 p.m, cross over the road and fan out across the pavement in front of the Park Lane Hilton Hotel.
Walk down Park Lane
and turn left on Piccadilly.
all the way down Piccadilly.
And then we turn off Piccadilly onto St James's Street. Then we walk down St James's Walk
and left on Pall Mall. For those with accessibility needs and anybody who wants to take a shorter route, we will meet here at the Crimean War Memorial. Down Pall Mall,
past Trafalgar Square and down to Big Ben.
Down Whitehall, past Brexit.
Past Downing Street. From Whitehall onto Parliament Square, where we'll be holding a rally, and this year we'll be going bigger.
Bigger stage, bigger screen and a bigger sound system, where this legend is hosting again. Join us in London, Saturday the 23rd of September 2023.
National Rejoin March.
We want our star back.
Welcome back. If you've just joined us, you are watching Music Sounds Better with EU2 with me, Gloria Hunniford.
And me, 30p Lee.
And we're well into this year's event now. That was, of course, if you've just joined us, Lee and Femi in that there London, talking you through the route of this year's march, which I'm sure you're planning on coming to. If you're not, though, get yourself over to marchforrejoin.co.uk right now, where you can plan your route, get the times for the day, hear about the speakers, sort your transport out. I believe at the time of recording this, we have 14 coaches coming from different parts of the country. That number will only go up. So there's going to be discounted and subsidised travel from all over the UK. However you get there, as someone once famously said, get there if you can.
Yep.
We want to speak about some of the comments now that people are leaving. A couple of things to say. Well, Pete Farrugia has just added, if anyone hasn't seen or hasn't been on one of these marches yet, I can't overstate just how life-affirming the experience is. Well done, NRM, and see you there. Chrissy Gretsch says, I second that.
Wicked.
I want to say just actually very quickly about the last act, the brilliant Rodeo Terrorists. It's always a compliment when you're likened to somebody else. But this act, over the course of the chat, I've noted down some of the acts that people were likening them to. Voodoo Ray, I remember Voodoo Ray. Kraftwerk, absolutely, German masters. A guy called Gerald, that rings a bell, but not a big one. Pocket Calculator, I've never heard of Pocket Calculator. Who the hell are they? Is your phone buzzing again? Just check it, please.
Crap,
I
sorry.
do apologise, can't get the stuff. And the KLF, I think that is the Holy Mole crew, and is it someone strange of the Holy Mole crew? I love the Justified Entrance of Moo Moo. Bill Drummond, Jimmy Corti, KLF, greatest band ever. Absolutely. Little fact for you, they won the Greatest British Band 1992 alongside Simply Red. Simply Red, one of the current legends along with Carol Vorderman, speaking out, calling out the absolute shit show that is Brexit. So well done to you guys. So listen, if you want to win a prize this evening, all you got to do is say something funny, intelligent, life-affirming, eye-catching, ridiculously common sense and straightforward on the chat. How do you access the chat? Lee, do you know?
You can do it on our website, National March Rejoin.
Marchforrejoin.co.uk. There are links there.
There are.
And all you got to do is click on the link of your social media platform of choice. So if you
Yes.
prefer to comment and chat and engage with this wonderful marathon of music, comedy, and political commentary, do it via. We do have a list here. We've got Facebook. Here we are. YouTube, Twitter, and TikTok. Pete Farrugia says Pocket Calculator is a Kraftwerk track, Ben. They're not a band. Pocket Calculator would be a good name for a band. I think someone's missed a trick there. I like that. Not as good as Clitoris All Sorts, my all-time favourite name for a band that never existed. If I was going to set up a band, that's what they'd be called. I'm sorry, that's a bit post-Watershed. I will rein it in. Pre-Watershed.
I was told to behave until
I think that's not a rude word. That's just a female body part. Now, if you do want to comment on the chat, please do. And the best time to comment and say something witty, ridiculously sensible, anti-Brexit, pro-European, pro-EU, is when we're talking, because that's when we can refer to it.
Yes.
For those of you who don't know how it works, we've got a screen in front of us with all the chats on. If you comment while an act's on, it whizzes up past the bottom of the screen and we have to write it down, and since neither of us can write or spell.
Christina's booked her rail ticket from London to Sheffield. And she can volunteer to help if you need to. You need to go to our marchrejoin.co.uk/volunteers. Am I right?
Absolutely. And you can volunteer there to be a marshal, which means you're telling people where to go. If you like telling people where to go.
Do you have a first aid certificate?
Yeah, that was a joke. You can do that. First aid certificates if you want to be a first aider as well. And of course, to donate and nothing else. If you know everything there is to know about the march and you just want to donate, go to donate, that's DON8 EU, get it? DonateEU.com. That'll take you straight to the GoFundMe page where you can slip a £5, a tenner, 20 quid, more if you can, less if you can't. Right now, if you're enjoying this event, which we're putting on for free for you, all the acts you're seeing tonight, this afternoon tonight, are putting on an exclusive set for you for free. You won't see this anywhere else, because one of the rules we put out when we set up this event was that the acts that were sent in had to be exclusive. They had to be totally unseen, unheard of anywhere else before today. We've got loads coming up, and in a moment we've got one of my favourite bands, one of the first acts to get involved with the SMR show. I'll tell you a bit more about that in the next interlude. Those of you who don't listen to SMR, what have you been doing? They're called 3 Bites of the Cherry. They're Tim Wells's act, and they are brilliant. Those of you who like a bluesy vibe, a kind of a jazzy, bluesy, laid-back, chilled-out vibe, you are going to love 3 Bites of the Cherry. Also, those of you who've not been to marchforrejoin.co.uk, please do as soon. I don't know why the production team are laughing, but it really is off-putting. You know what it's like working at GB News here? It really is. Not that I've ever experienced that, but I'd imagine that must be what it's like for those poor souls duped into working for GB News. Apparently there's a typo on the screen. Has it been corrected, Peter? Good, well done. Peter is our producer, Peter Core. Those of you who know or are in the know, he is the co-director of the National Rejoin March, March for Rejoin. He has produced this entire event on his own from scratch.
So when it goes wrong, it's his fault?
Yeah, that's not why I was saying to be honest, yeah, when it goes wrong, it is his fault. We were a little bit late coming on this evening. We were hoping to be starting at 4, but we had acts sent in today. Talk about procrastinators, you latecomers, you. We've accommodated everybody, including some celebrities who you may or may not already know. Special messages recorded for us today by Femi.
Yes.
Who you saw just then taking a tour around London with the wonderful Lee. We've got a specially recorded message from Phil Moorhouse. We know he's got lots of fans. So if you're a Phil Moorhouse fan, you'll want to stay tuned for that.
He's awesome.
You will not see it on his channel. That's the rule. Same with Max Robespiere, special message from him. And if you're a fan of the 90s Channel 4 music show The Word, Terry Christian has recorded something for us as well. That is all to come later. If you're a comedy fan, and why wouldn't you be, sprinkled liberally throughout this show, one might be coming up very soon, are some excerpts from the wonderful Strange Mole show. They've been reminding me that the Strange Mole show isn't just one person. I think it's Steve Strange, Holy Mole, Chrissy Gretsch. There's a whole bunch of people. They did actually put a list on the screen, and it's gone. I should have written it down.
Way down there somewhere.
666 Izzy, that's Izzy Lane from Ipswich, says, yeah, last March was fantastic. Looking forward to the next one. Obviously, Christine Nobbs says, thank you. I'm not quite sure what you're thanking her for, Christine. Because of the link.
Oh, volunteer.
A volunteer link, yeah.
Brilliant. Sign up.
Please do. We still need quite a few volunteers to marshal and to first aid.
Yes.
So Pete's saying, we don't.
Oh.
We've got nearly enough. Hey, how good is that?
We can never have enough.
We can never have enough.
We can never have enough.
But the most important thing you can do if you want to connect and you don't know anything at all about the march is, of course, plan your route, plan your times, plan your transport, and donate.
Someone's cutting grass.
I will say this again. There is an assumption that the march is just going to fund itself by magic. It won't do.
It won't.
And the reason this march is so special, the reason this march is getting so much support from the grassroots is because it's grassroots. There is no big organisation that's going to float in at the last minute and say, here you are, here's 10 grand, make it happen. That didn't happen last year and it will not be happening this year. Every penny from last year's march was sourced and funded by you good people out there, ordinary people up and down this country and from overseas. We've noted a few comments about the Spanish women's football team winning. I didn't understand at first when a couple of our friends abroad were commenting there. If you're living in Spain and you consider yourself to be acclimatized into that wonderful country now, you're celebrating the Spanish women's team winning.
To be fair, though,
I get it.
Celebrate the women as well.
Absolutely.
England.
It's a celebration of both teams. I mean, we did so well. So to the England ladies, to the Lionesses, and all their supporters out there, everybody watching, well done. You smashed it again. You beat the boys again. I mean, we've got a Euro title now, and we're runners up. That's the silver medal, basically, for this year's World Cup. Yep. That's pretty damn good going.
It
really
absolutely is.
Over to you, Gareth Southgate. That's all I can say. Holy Mole, chez moi, this is what we've been looking for. The Strange Mole Show, who you will be seeing a lot of tonight, are Chris Doc Strange. I'm pretty certain that's not his real name. Chrissy Gretsch, Augusta Lees, and I believe Ian Gilson, who is Holy Mole. So there's 4 of them. And they're involved in some of the comedy coming up tonight, as are Larry and Paul. Are you a Larry and Paul fan? If not, we did an interview with the guys from Leeds a couple of weeks ago on the 16 Million Rising show. They were fantastic. Lovely lads. They do a series called Broken News on their YouTube channel. They have produced a special version of Broken News for us tonight that you won't see on their channel. Stay tuned for that. My favourite from them, of course, is their brilliant daily briefings that they did, imagining they were sort of Chris Van Tam, Chris Whitty, Rishi Sunak, Matt Hancock, delivering the sort of the COVID era briefings. They did a brilliant job of that. They are 100% behind the event, as are all the acts appearing today. They are all anti-Brexit, pro-EU, and quite a few of them don't like the Tories much.
No.
I wonder why that is.
I don't know.
I wonder why that is. Producer Pete is signaling that we are moving into the next phase of the evening. It's 6:20-ish. This is just like being a proper news presenter. It's great, isn't it? If you have just tuned in, I am Gloria Hunniford, and this is my co-host,
30p Lee.
30p Lee stuff. You're supposed to change your name every time I say that. Now, we're going to go to the next act now. Now, in a moment, you're going to see a wonderful set from 3 Bites of the Cherry, good friend of the SMR show, the brilliant Tim Wells. Before that, though, a little bit of comedy from our friends at the Strange Mole Show. Enjoy.
Here at the Strange Mole Show, we believe the children are our future.
You're my gorgeous boy, aren't you? Yes, you are. You are. What? Yes, that's right. Say it again. You're a clever boy. Yes, do it. Yeah, go on, that's me, I'm Dada. Fuck the Tories. Fuck the Tories. What? Fuck the Tories. Well, I can't argue with that, really.
I feel right. The music sounds better with you. Love might bring us back together.
Back is turned, right tide to race when a lesson's learned. One night is all that you need to burn. Burn down the tower of strong men. Burn down the tower. One fire, passion of collective soul. We fight to get back the thing they stole. Our right to be part of one. lies and malice when you choose to break down the right way spin. The news carves out the world we're in. Burn down the tower of strong men. Burn down the tower. Right might win when your back is turned. White tide to race when a lesson's learned. One night is all that you need to burn. Burn down the tower of strong men. Burn down the tower. Burn down the tower. Take back our power. Burn down the tower. Take back our power. Burn down the tower of strong men.
Hello, Rejoiners. Well done, and thank you for marching, for being there. I'm honoured to be able to just to send a couple of ditties along to add to the mix. Our band, 3 Bites of the Cherry, unfortunately doesn't have too many live recordings. Well, those live recordings that exist are really from people's iPhones, so the quality isn't brilliant. But there is the little video that Stu and I put together during lockdown, which you've just seen, called Burn Down the Tower, which speaks to the right-wing spin that we've dealt with, that built up to Brexit and Trump, and that we must continue fighting that as reasonable, decent people in a wider community. And this next one is a song I wrote about Brexit specifically, and it asks the question, can we come back from this? And I know that Ben, you said in one of your shows, you've answered that question, and you said most definitely, and I agree, we can come back from this. So let's do it.
They took us way down below into the dark abyss. How low can you go? We're out of time and everything else. Covering lies with more lies beyond belief. Still all the acolytes cheer, refuse to see. We're out of time and everything else. Can we come back from this? From the abyss? Is there a place for us still on the boat we have missed? So we go cap in hand, knock on the door. Surely a better plan, the light on the floor. We're out of time and everything else. Can we come back from this? got abyss. How low can you go? We're out of time and everything else. Can we come back from this, from the abyss? Is there a place for us still on the boat we have missed?
This song, You Cut Deep to the Bone, was written as a direct result of Brexit. And it has to do with the very personal feelings of injury and hurt that I believe the whole process of the Brexit debacle brought down upon us as a community, because of the way it divided households, families, friendships, and many of us with families who hold different passports, British and European, how it made certainly my wife feel that she was unwelcome here. So a very personal look at just how damaging this has been and continues to be, which is why I feel it's so vital that we fight to get back into the EU.
Something that was once whole now lies dead in the road. Something that was once free and now under lock and a key. Did you know when you chose you would bleed? You got deep to the bone. You cut deep to the bone. You cut deep to the bone, and you know. An angry mob scream and shout. What were they angry about? They had all their cake on a plate, but all they pursued was their hate. Did they know when they chose we would bleed? You cut deep to the bone. You cut deep to the bone. You cut deep to the bone. And you know, and you know. Something that was once whole now lies dead in the road. Something that was once free is now under lock and a key. Did you know? When you chose, you would bleed. You cut deep to the bone. You cut deep to the bone. You cut deep to the bone, and you know. You cut deep to the bone. You cut deep to the bone. You cut deep to the bone, and you know, you know. Ooh, baby, I feel right. The music
Hello and welcome back to Music Sounds Better with EU2. I'm Talk TV's Mike Graham.
And I'm Cerise Coffey, and I'm younger than Kylie Minogue.
Yeah, and that's not a joke. You can look it up on Wikipedia and everything. You put that away because it looks awful. It really does. What a state. Before we move on, you've just been listening to the brilliant Tim Wells and 3 Bites of the Cherry. One of my favourite bands, and they were sending music to SMR, the Pro EU radio show, which I'm sure you all listened to from the very beginning. Tim is also actually a bit of a closet comedian, and he's got a little comedy sketch coming up a little later this evening that you will not want to miss. So well done to 3 Bites of the Cherry. Great name as well. I'm not quite sure what it refers to, but Pete Farrugia is our first winner of a prize. Pete, if you are listening right now, which I hope you are, your comment that has now disappeared from my screen about the unresolved chord at the end of one of the songs in 3 Bites of the Cherry's set being a perfect metaphor for Brexit was both intelligent, thought-provoking, and made me scratch and stroke my chin in a very philosophical way. So well done to you. Pete, to claim your prize, all you have to do is email info@marchforrejoin.co.uk and let Pete know at that address which of the items from the merch shop on the website, marchforrejoin.co.uk, you would like to claim. Make sure it's something you can wear to the march, because the more the merrier. And if you're thinking of coming to the march, which of course you are, and you haven't yet got your merch, that is one of the places you can go to get it. Flags, t-shirts, caps, visors, tote bags, the lot. Also, I might suggest the brilliant Stay European shop run by a friend of ours called Tom, who's also on the committee for the National Rejoin March with us, Lee, myself, Peter and everybody else
He's
here.
my stage producer.
He's your stage producer. Tom's great.
Legend.
He is a legend, and his shop is brilliant. And I also want to put a heads up to you for the Etsy shop of the brilliant Louise Taylor, who goes by this sort of the pseudonym Still Disgusted. If you just go to Etsy,
Aren't we all?
and you just put it, Still Disgusted, you'll find her hand-stitched, handmade berets, bags, bunting, all sorts of stuff. And the big bestseller at the moment are these berets with the EU stars on there. Absolutely brilliant.
Really cool.
Big shout out to our little production team. We've got Pete on his bank of monitors. He literally looks like Tom Cruise behind the controls of an F1 fighter jet. I think that's right. He's got about 4 screens in front of him. We've got Dave, Lee's other half, and Claire, Pete's other half, providing, there are runners basically, and one of them isn't doing any running at all. At the moment, it's Dave getting all the drinks, and he's doing a very good job of it, and I'll have a new Coke shortly, please,
Hey,
Dave.
Claire got me
That's
cake.
okay. Claire did get you some cake, but you were in your alter ego as
women have got to
Therese
stick
Coffey.
together.
Pete Farrugia says, blimey, I'm a winner. Don't get too carried away, mate. Seriously, this isn't Glasgow or Leeds Festival. Or it will be, but it is Glasgow. This is the Leeds Festival. As you can see behind us, Blur are literally about to go on stage. Do you see what I did there? Do you see what I did there? Again, yeah. No, but the thing is, we've got to remember, people will be tuning in and out of this event because it's going to be a long marathon evening. If you've seen the Red Nose Day show and, of course, every other telethon like Children in Need, they go on a bit, don't they? But what they don't do that we do is provide you with the very best pro-EU, anti-Brexit, anti-Tory bands, artists, singers and songwriters, providing exclusive content you will not see anywhere else.
No.
You've already seen tonight Claudia Kate on the guitar, the Rodeo Terrorists, whose set was likened to about 50 different bands.
And they had Jesus on the video.
And who had
too.
Jesus on
That
their
was
video.
cool.
I'm not sure what that was all about. And you've seen 3 Bites of the Cherry, Tim Wells. We've got another act coming up for you a little later. We've got Pete Farrugia. I'll tell you now, he's coming up next after a couple more promos and some political commentary that will precede it. Pete Farrugia is wonderful. He's a guitar teacher by trade, but of course he's also a pro-EU, anti-Brexit musician or magician, and some of the stuff he's producing at the moment is top banana, including a remix for the theme tune to SMR. David Gerardo says hi again.
Hi.
You're gonna do better. You're gonna have to do better than that, David.
Bit more
You're
than
gonna,
that.
you're gonna have to tell us where you are if you want to win a prize.
What are you doing? What are you
You've got to
wearing?
yeah, absolutely. Well, okay, maybe. Please get involved in the chat. If you are watching on the website, you can't do that. So you're free to just watch along, and you don't have to comment. But if you want to let us know what you think of our acts, if you want to say a big shout out and a heads up to them and a well done to them, we'll pass it on right now via the chat. any of the acts you've seen tonight. If you want to provide us with a comment on Brexit, the state of the nation, what you hate most about the shit show that we're living through, what you'd like to see in terms of pathways to rejoin, because this isn't something we all agree on. Some people think we can just straight back into the EU. That's the best way to go about it. Others want to go sort of incremental baby steps, maybe join the single market first. Pete's shaking his head. I'm with him. We have a problem, Brexit. The solution is to rejoin the EU. I mean, it's that simple. And the sooner Labour get that, the sooner Ed Davey gets that, the sooner the Greens, who's in charge of the Greens at the moment? Is it Sean Berry now?
No idea. Ed Davey needs to answer.
No, Ed Davey's a Lib Dem. He does, yeah.
He does. He needs to answer his people.
But no, it's Labour that have got to wake up quickest. And, you know, as a Labour supporter, I'll be voting Labour at the next election, but they have got to wake up. They have got to wake up.
Starmer's just got to...
He's got to grow a pair. It's as simple as that. I mean,
Absolutely
if he wants to be a Prime Minister of integrity, which Rishi Sunak, remember, jokingly, I think it must have been a joke, promised on the steps of Downing Street. Integrity, professionalism, accountability, yeah.
Is that a Tory way?
That's actually what he promised on the steps of Downing Street. If Starmer, if you're listening here, wants to do that, he's going to have to tell the truth about Brexit.
Yeah.
It isn't working.
It's shit.
It's rubbish. You can't make something this crap work. Keir, you really can't. Dave Gerardo says, Spain. I told you. Oh, all right. Sorry, David. Good luck and keep fighting to rejoin the EU. That's what this is all about.
Brexit is hell. You are absolutely
He's
correct.
right. Oh, he's giving it live now. Don't give up, guys.
Graham is in his garden washing his dishes.
Is that a euphemism,
Why are you in
Graham?
your garden?
You're in the garden washing your dishes.
I want to know more about being in the garden washing your dishes.
I think that might be a euphemism
camping?
for something. I'm not quite. He's not camp. I've seen him. I've worked with him. He's a lovely guy. Chrissy says we shouldn't pussyfoot around. This is what I want to hear. If we can rejoin ASAP, we should. No silly baby steps, please. Hey, look, hang on. When I mentioned baby steps, that wasn't my opinion. Some people think that's the way to go. No. I mean, I don't think we should baby step either. I think we should go headlong straight back into the EU ASAP. Because if we look, just for those of you who aren't aware, if we join the single market and that's it, we've got no say in the rules.
Nothing.
What's the point? It's mental. We need to have a say. We need to be at the head of the table where we used to be.
Where we were before.
And you know what? I'm asked a lot on Twitter. You maybe come across this. A lot of the people that troll us now are saying, okay, so you want to rejoin the EU. On what terms? That seems to be their new question du jour.
What terms?
I think what they're hinting at is, if you rejoin the EU as a third country coming back into it, you're going to have to accept the Euro, Schengen. Yeah?
All right with that?
An EU army, maybe, possibly at some point in the future. So all these things.
With that.
I mean, the Euro, the pound has kind of got tanked by Brexit. We're not doing so well, in case you hadn't noticed. 18% inflation.
You Brexiteers
Absolutely
have ruined the pound.
Chrissy
That's
Gretsch again.
on you.
I know, Ben, I know. I was referring to those that said baby steps. Yeah, well, I said baby steps. I didn't mean it. I think we need to get straight back into bed with those wonderful Terry Reinke, Giva Hofstadt. Terry Reinke. I don't know how you say it, but I think she's coming along to the march this year as well. We've got some great speakers coming to the march. The 23rd of September, 2023, London, Hyde Park, noon. Be there. Who are they going to see on the stage?
Oh my God, I actually don't know because I don't have the running list.
You know, I've remembered a few. We haven't announced everybody yet, but we have announced Steve Bray, the legend that is Steve Bray. He'll be there with his megaphone.
Obviously.
We've announced the wonderful Femi, who has been campaigning since day one to put this mess right.
The business.
He is. She's got a real crush on Femi.
I love Femi.
I know. Who doesn't? We've got Liz Webster from Save British Farming. We've got a whole bunch of people representing Da Youth as well, young people who we were told weren't overly represented last year, so they will be this year. Mark my words.
All you guys that are about to
Kira Sargent, Kira Casey Sargent.
Kira Sargent, yes, amazing, beautiful.
She's the youth.
All you guys that are about to start uni, who are already in uni and about to start again, you guys need to turn up and show us that you want to rejoin the EU too.
Absolutely.
This is universities all over Great Britain. Okay, Great Britain, not a little England. Everybody needs to be there. And the more of you are there, the less shit we're going to get for.
Yeah.
It's all old people and middle-aged people. None of us are old. None of us. Okay, I'm
I don't know.
A little bit old.
I'm older than you.
Are you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, but you look so much younger.
Well, thank you. People say that. Taliesin Haynes, David Gerardo, competence isn't this government's strong point. Yeah, that's the understatement of the millennium. What do you expect?
Tell us something we don't
exactly. And yeah, David Gerardo, quite rightly. Whoa, Steve Bray, legend. I mean, he is, isn't he? There's a few people we can add to the list of legends, and Pete wouldn't like us saying it, but we think Peter Court is a legend, don't we?
Peter Court is
Peter
absolutely
Court
a legend.
is a
got a
living
smile
legend.
worth diamonds.
He's like, if Ronan Rat were here today with us, he'd be that kind of legend. Izzy says, not totally sure the EU will have us back yet. Hang on, let's address this. Izzy, not totally sure the EU will have us back yet. The negotiations will take years and they'll be worried. One UK government will start the process, then we'll have a general election, and the next, I know where you're going with that.
Yeah, all that palaver.
That's why
the EU want us back, because it's going to be cheaper for them.
I mean, two things to say about one is that you're right. You're completely right. The Tory party, as they exist at the moment, even if they are reduced to double figures after the election, and let's hope can't even form an opposition, they're going to have to be converted too. But I think on the positive side, despite their lack of backbone, there are still Tory MPs that recognise Brexit to be a disaster. If they retain their seat when they're in opposition, they're going to have no choice when the dial shifts even further. We're at 64%. Of people want to rejoin now. People polled by, let's remember, YouGov, I believe, was set up by a Tory. I think it's Tory owned. Now, if YouGov are polling and revealing the results of those polls as being 64% for rejoining, the Daily Express had a poll that they were too stupid to even take down from their online website.
Got flatlined.
62% of Daily Express readers think Brexit is a disaster. I mean, that tells you all you need to know. So I take your point, Izzy. You're completely right. It's going to be... in terms of them wanting us back, though, I would say listen to what Guy Verhofstadt and Terry Reinke say at the march, because... And someone said this to me recently. It might even have been Peter. One of the big adverts, one of the big pros for the EU taking us back is that they'll then be able to say, country X, i.e. us, tried it on our own, we left, it really didn't work out, and they've come back. Now, that, to me, should be an almost cast iron guarantee against any other country trying the trick that we pulled.
Yes.
Why would they do that? If a country like us can't do it, don't do it.
We actually had an Italian guy come up to us at the last promo we did. Was it March, Producer Pete? Yeah? It was in March, along with some baby gammons. They were dead cute. And he came up and asked us if Brexit was a bad idea. And we went through the whole thing. And it was almost like a little light bulb went off in his head. And he was like, oh, my God, really? Is it really that bad? And we were like, yes. And it's worse than we're making out. We're just giving you the simple bullet points, blah, blah, blah. And he left with a little jig in his step because he wanted to go back and tell everybody.
Yeah, and National Rejoin March has just tweeted on the chat, and that is actually, we'll let you into a secret, the National Rejoin March is Peter. That's why it's important we build from the grassroots. That's what this march is all about. We make the demands so huge that all political parties will want to give us the chance to rejoin. I think one of the mistakes that the Remain movement certainly made was that they either were waiting for political parties to get on board with them, or were following the front bench of those political parties and would only move as far, for example, as Labour were moving. So the People's Vote campaign, in my opinion, were a little bit hindered and constricted by what Labour were prepared to say. We, as a grassroots movement, are not like that. We have an agenda, we have an objective. If political parties want to get on board with us, great, they're welcome to. And I don't care whether they're Tory, Labour, Lib Dem, Green, Reclaim, Reform, doesn't matter. If they express the desire to fix Brexit by putting it right by rejoining, we're with them, 110%. So what else we got? Claire Hall as well on the chat. When we go back in, we have to educate the country to make sure everyone knows the benefits of being in the EU.
One of the things we did say while we were there, we were interviewed by somebody on a YouTube channel, and they said, what do you want to do going forward? We said one of the things, once we rejoin the EU, which we will, is to go around schools and secondary schools and colleges and explain how the EU works. How it works, how the voting works, so that the lies that were told last time, that unelected bureaucrats, that unelected this, Brussels make up their own laws, all that stupid shit that they came out with, we're going to wipe it out, because that's what we need to do. And it's all behind the scenes, going to speak to everybody and educating people before they get to voting age, so they know what they're voting for and they don't take in all the lies and propaganda. Tories.
Can I give a little plug out, a little shout out now to Shout Out UK?
I think.
Right, producer? Okay. So our producer, you'll occasionally hear him. He doesn't understand what being a producer means.
He mumbles.
Producers generally shut the hell up and let the presenters do that job.
Isn't that right?
Occasionally you'll hear Peter shout something out. try and ignore him. We do our best.
He does a bit of
We
sign
haven't got
language
earpieces,
as well.
so we're
We don't
taking
get it.
everything from sort of sign language. It's like semaphore. Anyway, I wanted to give a shout out to Shout Out UK. They're called Shout Out UK. They do exactly what Lee was just talking about from a political point of view in this country. So they go into schools and sixth form colleges and they educate children between the ages of about 11 and 18 on our political system.
That's what we need.
Because I remember when I left school at 16, I hadn't got a clue how politics worked. I wouldn't have known the difference between a referendum, a local council election, and a general election. I would have perhaps assumed that the referendum in 2016 was my chance to kick out a prime minister I didn't like, as many people have admitted that that's how they took that referendum to be. And Lee's right. We need groups going into schools to do that, so that when kids leave at 16, able to vote, in a couple of years' time,
make their own decisions.
they know what they're doing.
Informed decisions.
Izzy says, you've never listened to BBC Radio Suffolk. Their producers come on air. Well, you know what, Izzy? If you're prepared to put up with a producer suddenly belching out some random nonsense all over your wonderfully prepared spiel, then you're a better person than I am.
He's currently choking in the background.
Claire Hall says, do I win a prize? Short answer is no. I think you're going to have to do better than that. And asking for a prize is a surefire way not to get one, don't you think?
No,
I'm sorry. We're going to give prizes out throughout the evening. If you'd like to win a prize, all you have to do is join the Club of One, Pete Farrugia Club, by saying something witty, intelligent, thought-provoking, honest, whoa, I'd never thought of it from that perspective before. And you will win the opportunity to claim any item you like from the marchforrejoin.co.uk shop to wear at the march on September the 23rd. How cool is that?
It's very cool. I'm just reading.
Go on.
Is that Taliesin Haynes?
It does say Taliesin Haynes,
It does say
doesn't it?
Taliesin Haynes. We need a list of EU upsides to go with the Davies downsides dossier. The other side of the coin. Are you taking the piss?
Who says that? Oh, you do.
No, I didn't say that. He said that.
Oh, right.
We need a list of EU upsides to go with the Davies downsides dossier.
Yeah, there are quite a few upsides.
Quite a few upsides.
Where to begin on the upsides? David Gerardo says, guys, you're wonderful. Please keep the channel and boycott GP News. Is that horrible? We're doing our best on that one. And we know that Byline Times, Byline TV are doing a very good job trying to bring that channel down. And it's not, the thing that really gets me about the supporters of GB News is they seem to think we're trying to bring that channel down because they simply have a different point of view. It's not a difference in point of view.
They're a bunch of racist
They're
cunts.
lying, for a start. The stuff they spout is quite often conspiracy theories from the likes of Neil Oliver, and he should know better. There's climate denialism, there's homophobia, transphobia, racism. I mean, the channel is you think Twitter's a cesspit?
The fact checker sites
Goodness
can't
me.
keep up with the amount of shit they spew because it's just...
And the only organisation I'm more unhappy with than GB News is Ofcom for sitting back and washing their hands of them and refusing to do anything about them.
They're not doing anything.
It is remarkable. I mean, I've often said to people on my radio show that I watch GB News so you don't have to, and it is amusing sometimes because it's just unfathomable that anyone will watch that and say, "Yep, they represent me."
30 seconds and start throwing shit.
Absolutely,
at the TV.
absolutely.
Actual shit.
Please excuse Lee's invisible glass. Lol. She's got nothing to drink. We're going to need to move to another act very quickly so that Lee
requested a plastic wine glass because I am a little bit clumsy.
We're going to have to move.
And when he said which one, I said the blue one, so you can't see it.
I think we'll need to move to another act fairly soon so that Lee can top up her glass. We will do that. So listen, before we do, a quick reminder: if you've not already donated to the March for Rejoin, please do.
Yes.
The only beneficiaries of that will be all of us when the march is bigger, better, more publicised, picked up on by the media like Sky,
And
Channel
I
4,
look
Channel
even
5.
more amazing on stage.
And
That's the
hang
whole
on a minute,
point.
just to clarify, no money will be spent on Lee's wardrobe or makeup or hair. She does that herself.
I do.
But please
The
do.
EU earrings and everything. I can't see them.
The address to go to donate quickly and really easily is donateeu.com. That's DON8EU.com. That takes you to our GoFundMe page.
Yes.
You can simply pop in there. And actually, we'll go through a couple of rules on that. Should we do that now, Peter, or after the next act? A couple of sort of pointers for how to do that. Because there's a couple of things people need to know about donating that would help. We'll do it now, yeah?
Yeah.
Do it next. We'll do it in a moment. So stay tuned for after the next couple of acts. And those of you that have never donated, on an online GoFundMe site before, because you think it might be a bit of a minefield and you might need certain accounts like PayPal and Stripe. And it's really, really simple. But we have got a few tips to give you in a moment. Chrissy says, shame on Ofcom. Really? Yeah, absolutely.
Agreed.
Taliesin Haynes, can you clarify, Taliesin, whether you are Taliesin? Because that's a great name, but I've got this feeling you might be Alison.
Kids don't leave home at 16 anymore by law.
Yep.
Actually, they can. They can still leave home at 16.
No, I think it doesn't say home. It just says leave. I think she means school.
That's what I said.
Yeah, no,
Kids
she's
don't
home.
leave school. Oh, did I say
She's
school?
home. No, they don't. But they can leave school at 16. I didn't. I might be
They
wrong.
have to go into an apprenticeship.
I didn't know that. That's very exciting.
You can't actually leave. You have to be in further education, which means an apprenticeship.
I
and
didn't
various
know
other
that.
different things that you can do.
No, and they can't vote at the moment until they're 18, but they are thrust out into the world without any knowledge of how politics works.
Absolutely.
I know they have civics lessons in schools, but I don't think
But
they
they
cover
don't.
anywhere near enough
they don't.
what they need to do.
I knew nothing about politics in any way, shape, or form, apart from the little snippet of one of my teachers, Mrs. Elaine Dean. She's very lovely. I just want to point this out. She's a lifelong Labour supporter and co-op chair. I just want to point this out. She's a very, very lovely lady. I'm plugging her just a little bit, and she was going to kill me tomorrow. She did teach me a lot while I was in school.
It's just dropped.
her.
It's just dropped off the chat. Someone's just said, "I want to know what Lee's drinking."
That was Lisa
That was Lisa
Burton.
Burton. I want to know what Lee's drinking. Come on, Lisa.
Just white Pinot Grigio.
I am drinking Coca-Cola because all I need is a little bit of caffeine, and I'll be able to do this until the early hours. Which
We
is
accept no sponsorship
what we probably
money.
will be doing.
Well,
Yeah, you know
plug in
how
there.
on the X Factor you see those beautifully lined up cans, don't you, with Coca-Cola, Pepsi, whatever else it is. We're not doing that. Evelyn B, we won't get the special conditions we had. That's true. And even if we're this is about rejoining the EU, and even if we're not undone too. Even if we've not undone too many of the alignments of standards and laws, regulations that will have to be realigned, along with aligning on newer ones. I probably read that really badly and got myself into a tongue-twisty mess. But whatever you said, yeah, I agree with that. Chrissy, one other thing about reasons we should rejoin immediately, if not sooner. Brexit. This is true. Brexit was a Putin project. We don't want to be doing him any more favours, surely.
We are about
no, we don't.
to introduce.
We are. Now, let's have a little list. Now,
person.
for those of you who follow his YouTube channel, as I do religiously, you won't need any introduction to the work of Phil Moorhouse.
He's a gamer too.
He's a gamer too, is he?
He
I
is.
didn't know that. Did you know that?
Yes,
he likes
I
to talk
did.
about politics. So here he is talking about politics exclusively for March for Rejoin, and music sounds better with you too.
Hi, my name's Phil. I like talking about politics, and in this video for the Music Sounds Better with EU, I'd like to discuss the changes that Brexit has caused for British performers and the threat it poses for what has been, up until now, an important economic and cultural export for the UK. So in terms of leaving the single market first, musicians can no longer simply arrange to play at a venue in the EU. There are no guarantees of visas being issued, and something that a lot of the general public are unaware of, it isn't even like there's a common system for arranging performances across the EU. Oh, I'm going to play in the EU. Where? Because that matters. Outside of the single market, we have to treat each individual member state as a country with its own rules. So if you want to perform in Spain, well, you need a special permit. If you want to perform in France, well, you don't. So if you are on tour around Europe, you need to arrange different paperwork for the different performances if they're going to be in different countries. This can be costly, but it can also be complex. But you manage to sort out your visa, any permits needed, satisfy the national, local authorities with your documentation. This is a lengthy and potentially costly process that was simply not needed before. But let's say it's done. You've done that. You're cleared to go and perform in the EU. Can you go and perform in the EU yet? No. You know, because we didn't just leave the single market, we left the customs union as well. So now you've got car nuts to worry about. You will almost certainly be taking equipment with you. Musical instruments, cable speakers, microphones, lights, all likely to be very valuable. Because you're transporting valuable goods into the EU, you not only need to satisfy the authority that it meets their standards, but you don't really want to be paying import duties. After all, it's just equipment that you are taking for work and are going to bring back with you. So to avoid customs charges, you need to complete the carnet process. Everything you are taking needs documenting in detail. Everything. The process is so laborious that even for performers who can viably sort out the visas and permits to perform, Carnet prevents the tour being viable for some as well. If you've got about £10,000 worth of equipment, your Carnet can cost about £300 altogether. That is just the administrative cost. Doesn't include the time or costs needed to make sure you fill in your documentation in comprehensively and clearly. Another cost which might mean you can't make the performance quite pay enough to be worth it. Also, if the authorities are not satisfied with your Carnet declarations, they can refuse to accept them. So let's run through the new processes for musicians wanting to perform in Europe now. You need to make sure your passport has enough time left on it to travel. It's not enough to be valid, and how much time needs to be left on it can vary from country to country. 6 months is advised to be on the safe side. If you don't have that much time left, you'd better get a new passport before you travel. You might need special insurance. You will certainly need a visa. You might need extra permits, depending on which country you want to perform in. You might need extra documentation depending on the equipment you're taking. For example, an instrument might be subject to the endangered species regulations, so you will need a musical instrument certificate. You may need to be up on where tax needs to be paid on the income you earn, if you've got any income left after all this. Then there's the Carnet for all your equipment. Is whoever driving the van able to drive in the EU? If you're selling merchandise, oh my goodness, there's even more admin to deal with. How are you at sorting out EORI numbers? And even after all of this, you can still fall at the final hurdle. Reverse situation. Do you remember the German band who were set up to perform in Britain earlier this year? They had all their visas and sorted out. It was all sorted. Everything was done. The documentation was there. Turned up. Then they were blocked from entry into the UK because they weren't full-time performers. They had day jobs. One of them had a day job as a gardener. I'm sorry, you can't come in here. You're a gardener. I'm coming here to perform. That doesn't matter. You might arrange an illicit shrubbery while we're not looking. This visa's for playing music. No. Sorry, you can't come in. Can you imagine all the time and expense a group of performers might put themselves to still be unable to make it to the performance because of some obscure little wrinkle like that you missed? And just because we left the Single Market and Customs Union, a move which was not covered by the referendum in 2016, which has not done any sector of our economy any good, ruinous to our reputation for musical excellence as well. Large performers, they can make it work, but how to become a large performer? Small gigs around Europe to build up your reputation. Only smaller gigs may not be viable now, so we're choking off our future stars just as they're starting. And for what? The music industry hasn't gained anything out of Brexit, but it's not like any other industry has at all. We gain nothing. But there we are. Those are my thoughts. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
If Brexit has made things strange in your neighbourhood, who are you going to call? Thank you for calling the Brexit Deal Complaint Registration Hotline. We are experiencing high volumes of calls right now, so please bear with us while we try to connect your call. If you voted Remain, please continue to hold whoever wants to be your local MP to account for the disastrous effect on you, your families and the communities around you, and demand better before the general election so you know what you are voting for. To complain about fish, bendy bananas and prawn cocktail crisps, press 1. To inform us of a missed Brexit benefit, press 2. For ideas for a new grift to get you enough money to open a bank account at Coutts, press 3. To insist you're not a racist but want immigration to be prioritised over the NHS, cost of living crisis and the climate emergency, press 4. Thank you. We have set up a 1970s answering machine fitted with red tape to take the details of your bigotry. Please record your message after you have adjusted your tone.
obligatory. You are. Please record your message.
Hello and welcome back to Music Sounds Better with EU2. You've just been listening to Phil Moorhouse from A Different Bias. If you've not checked out his channel, please do. Thousands and thousands of you do every week, but you could do a lot worse than checking with him every day. Really great, well-researched political commentary, second to none. And of course, that was the Strange Mole Show with their second sketch of the night. They'll be joining us throughout the evening, sprinkled liberally amongst our musical acts. We've had some great stuff so far, haven't we?
We have.
Really good quality. Three Bites of the Cherry, the Rodeo Terrorists, Claudia Kate, and our next act coming up in just a moment, Pete Farrugia. But before that, we just wanted to make it really clear and easy for everybody who's thinking, I've never donated online before, either because you like cash. I don't know if you saw him, but Piers Corbyn trying to pay in a cashless Aldi for his strawberries is definitely a clip you want to look up on YouTube and Twitter. It's quite funny, whatever you think of the guy. But if you want to donate to this year's march taking place in September the 23rd in London, the best way you can do that is by going to donateeu.com. DON8, the number 8, EU.com. That will take you straight to our GoFundMe page. And I believe producer Pete has some graphics coming up for you in a moment to show you what you'll be greeted with on that GoFundMe page. Now, if you've never donated online before, it really is straightforward. All you need is either a Google account, a PayPal account, or of course a debit or credit card of any variety, colour, bank, MasterCard, Visa, it doesn't make any difference. The first thing you do is pop in what you want to donate, the amount of money. You don't have to register, you don't have to join GoFundMe. They won't be pestering you to sign up to all sorts of stuff. You can opt out of all that nice and easy. In the corner of the screen at the moment, you should see a little glimpse of what that box looks like. Best way to find out is go there yourself. Pop in the amount you want to donate, £5, 10 quid, 15 quid, more if you can afford it, it's up to you. Underneath that, there's a little slider. Now, GoFundMe are a bit crafty. What they do is try and convince you, as well as donating to what you want to donate to, i.e. March for Rejoin, that they deserve a slice of that as well. Now, they don't take it out of what you plan to put in. So if you say, I'm going to donate £10, and then the slider, which is automatically set at, I think, 15%, will then add on another £1.50 to the amount you were going to donate. That goes straight to GoFundMe, the platform, nothing to do with us. You don't have to donate that either. Now, they are a bit disingenuous in what they say on their website with, we have a 0% platform fee. They don't. Slide that slider straight to zero. Don't give them anything because they already take a very small nominal fee of around 2.5% from your donation to that platform. They already get a fee. So where it says 0% platform fee, not true. Okay, it's 0% for actually signing up as an organization like we have with GoFundMe, but they take a percentage of every donation. Now that is typical. Whether you donate through PayPal or Stripe or wherever you donate, they always take a small fee, but it's nominal, it's nothing. So slide that to zero, knowing that they'll get their fee of 2.5%, but will get, the National Rejoin March will get the overwhelming majority of your £10. Underneath that, I think there's a couple of questions about being pestered. Obviously, opt out of any future emails and correspondence from GoFundMe. You don't need that. And then you simply pop in your method of payment. Now, if that's PayPal, it'll redirect you to your PayPal account. And you simply follow the buttons, follow the procedures, and click all the things you need to click to do that. You'll know how to do that if you've got a PayPal account. It'll be a piece of cake. If you're using your debit card or your credit card, simply put the long number in, probably the expiry date and the 3 numbers on the back of the card, and jobs are good. Fanny's your aunt, Bob's your uncle, you've donated. And you won't be pestered by GoFundMe, you certainly won't be pestered by March for Rejoin, and you'll have contributed. Now, you can do that more than once. I think you can do it anonymously, can't you, Peter, as well? So if you don't want people to know who you are, tick anonymous, and it will just come up as anonymous donation and the amount. So it will still show that you've donated, but it won't show your details. I believe as well, if you do want to show your details, you can put in whatever name you like, can't you? Yeah, you can put in Mickey Mouse if you really want to, or you can put your real name in so people know that you've donated. You can do that as many times as you like. And like I say, the important thing to remember is don't leave that slider where it is at 15%. That's bonkers. Take that straight down to zero. Then all the money, apart from a small fee, goes to the march. Okay, should be quite straightforward. If you've never done it before, and I understand for some people it's a hurdle to get over. My mum and dad, I don't think, have donated online to anything. They like to go into banks and see real people. So do I. But this is the way of things. We are going to increasingly live in a cashless society.
Keep moving forward.
Keep moving forward. KLF, I like that. So please do, at some point this evening, donate whatever you can. We're going to move on very, very shortly to our next act. And our next act is another newcomer to the SMR show, Pete Farrugia. Pete's a guitar teacher. He's also a performer, a gigger, a musician. And we've got another set coming up for you right now that I think you are going to love. Aren't they, Lee?
It's going to be brilliant.
It's going to be great. See you in a bit.
Hi, my name's Pete Farrugia. My set tonight is going to be a collection of cover versions of songs with a strong European flavour. I expect you'll know most of them. Michelle, my belle, these are words that go together well. My Michelle, Michelle, ma belle, sont les mots qui vont très bien ensemble, très bien ensemble. I love you, I love you, I love you. That's all I want to say. Until I find a way, I will say the only words I know that you understand. Michelle, ma belle, sont les mots qui vont très bien ensemble, très bien ensemble. I need to, I need to, I need to, I need to make you see what you mean to me. Until I do, I'm hoping you will know what I mean. I want you, I want you, I want you. I think you know by now. I'll get to you somehow. Until I do, I'm telling you so you understand. Michelle, ma belle, sont les mots qui vont très bien ensemble, très bien ensemble, ma Michelle. That, of course, was Michelle by the Beatles. And now from Liverpool's finest to South London's own hero, the great David Bowie. This is a song he recorded in Berlin, within sight of the famous Berlin Wall. I wish you could swim like dolphins can swim. Though nothing will keep us together, we can beat them. forever and ever. We can be heroes just for one day. I will be king, and you will be queen. Though nothing will drive him away. We can be heroes just for one day. We can be us just for one day. I can remember standing by the wall, and the guns shot above our heads, and we kissed as though nothing could fall. And the shame was on the other side. We can beat them forever and ever. Then we can be heroes just for one day. We can be heroes can be heroes just for one day. We can be heroes. We can be heroes just for one day. And here's another one from that era by Roxy Music, and it's called A Song for Europe. Here as I sit at this empty cafe, thinking of you, I remember all those moments lost in wonder that we'll never find again. Though the world is my oyster, it's only a shell full of memories. Here by the Seine, Notre Dame cast a long, lonely shadow. Now only sorrow, no tomorrow. There's no today for us. Nothing is there for us to share but yesterday. These cities may change, but there always remains my obsession. Through silken waters my gondola glides, and the bridge it sighs. I remember
lost in wonder that we'll never find again. There's no more time for us, nothing is there for us to share but yesterday. Yeah. Tous ces moments perdus dans l'enchantement qui ne reviendront jamais. Pas d'aujourd'hui pour nous il n'y a rien à partager sauf le passé. Ces moments perdus dans l'enchantement qui ne reviendront jamais, 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 jamais.
Here's one from Sweden.
I don't wanna talk about the things we've gone through, though it's hurting me. Now it's history. I've played all my cards, and that's what you've done too. Nothing more to say, no more race to play. The winner takes it all, the loser standing small beside the victory. That's his destiny. I was in your arms, thinking I belonged there. I figured it made sense, building me a fence, building me a home, thinking I'd be strong there, but I was a fool, playing by the rules. The gods may throw a dice, their minds as cold as ice, and someone way down here loses someone dear. The winner takes it all, the loser has to fall. It's simple and it's plain, why should I complain? But tell me, does he kiss like I used to kiss you? Does it feel the same when he calls your name? Somewhere deep inside, you must know I miss you. But what can I say
rules must be obeyed. The judges will decide, the likes of me abide. Spectators of the show, always staying low. The game is on again, a lover or a friend, a big thing or a small, the winner takes it all. I don't wanna talk if it makes you feel sad, and I understand you've come to shake my hand. I apologize if it makes you feel bad, seeing me so tense, no self-confidence. But you see, the winner takes it all. 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 And for my last tune, here's one for the New Romantics. We walked in the cold air, freezing breath on a window pane, lying and waiting. A man in the dark in a picture frame, so mystic and soulful. A voice reaching out in a piercing cry, it stays with you until the feeling is gone, only you and I, it means nothing to me. It means nothing to me. Oh, Vienna. The music is weaving, haunting notes, pizzicato strings, the rhythm is calling. Alone in the night as the daylight brings a cool empty silence. The warmth of your hand and the cold grey sky, it fades to the distance. The feeling is gone, only you and I, it means nothing to me. This means nothing to me. Oh, Vienna.
It means nothing to me. This means nothing to me. Oh, Vienna.
Thank you so much for watching and listening. Thanks to National Rejoin March. I'll see you all in Parliament Square on Saturday, September the 23rd. Bye for now.
Sorry, hello, welcome back to, what's this called? Music Sounds Better with EU2. Lee was just asking me whether her nose ring was straight, and actually said she was flaring her nostrils, and it just put me right off. My strawberry trifle that we're about to be served by one of our runners.
You said raspberry.
Wow. Yeah.
He doesn't
Seriously.
like strawberry, he likes raspberry.
Yeah, I do. No, that was Pete Farrugia. And I've got to say, the chat during his set was going a bit bonkers with serious love for Pete Farrugia. He himself has said, once a new romantic, now an old rheumatic, which I thought was quite good. Sorry, Pete, you're not getting another prize, mate. You're not getting another prize. Rebecca Noble says 16 and rising. I'm wondering whether that is Rebecca Noble our first troll, or has she just misunderstood the name of my radio show? Because it's 16 million rising, but 16 and rising could be a reference to the fact that she's nearly old enough to vote. I don't know.
That'd be cool.
We're going to need a bit more from you, Rebecca, so please get involved on the chat. Right, a couple of things to say. Coming up in a moment, we're going to be going to our second political commentator of the evening. Which one's mine?
Either, they're both the same.
Yeah, but I wanted solely raspberry.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, it doesn't really matter. You can have the bigger one.
Thank you.
Because you're a big old girl, aren't
Who
you?
doesn't like a bit of
Right.
cream on your lips?
She didn't hear that, did she? Right, okay. Who doesn't like what? Bit of cream on their lips. We're only at 7:30. You are watching the... Lee,
What?
lighten up.
Sulking.
I don't sulk. Do you like my nails? Lee did my nails just before we came on air it was 5 o'clock, an hour later than we should have done, because Pete was having some difficulties.
He was.
Producer Pete was having difficulties.
We had to.
We had to delay for an hour, but we're here now, and you've seen Claudia Kate, brilliant, Rodeo Terrorists, Amazeballs, 3 Bites of the Cherry, and that was Pete Farrugia, whose beautifully polished set and head went down exceptionally well with our audience, didn't it?
It did. Absolutely.
Once a new romantic, now an
We're
old
not
romantic.
laughing at you. We're just
That's great.
laughing
Chrissy Gretsch says, Pete, that was absolutely incredible. Well done.
It was really
Seriously,
good.
I'm not joking. There was a lot of love for Pete's set. That voice was incredible.
Yeah, brilliant.
Beautiful renditions of some well-known classics. So thank you, Pete. And he's also won our first prize. If you want to win a prize, what do they have to do, Lee?
They have to make a really good comment, which is funny, intellectual.
Well, it doesn't have to be all those things.
Intellectual.
It can be one or more of them.
Yeah, clever. Is that the same as intellectual?
Intellectual's probably a bit deep, but I mean, if you want to go full-on beard strokey
It
intellectual,
can't
please
be
do.
Pete Farrugia because he's already won a prize.
No, Pete Farrugia
So
made a
somebody
wonderful
else.
comment about an unresolved chord being
Did.
like
That was
Brexit.
ace.
I like that. Yeah, say what you want. Basically, say something clever, say something funny, say
We're going to
something
pick something
witty.
out of the chat. You're going
We
to
will.
win a
And the
prize.
best time to comment, unless you just want to say how good an act is not when the act is on, because it zips off our screen too quickly.
It
So the
does.
best time to comment is as soon as we start waffling and talking crap, then say something, because we can respond quite quickly.
We're too busy getting into the
If you
groove.
are new to the chat, thank you very, very much. Izzy says, I love your nails. Well, thank you. All the credit goes to Lee for doing them. I just sat there while she did me. And they look great, don't they? If you are... hang on, Peter. Again, if we had earpieces, this would work so much more professionally.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah. He's got an earpiece in.
He
How come
has
he
got
gets an
earpiece. Who are
earpiece? I
you
don't.
listening to?
What I wanted to say was... What I wanted to say, if Pete would shut up for just a couple of seconds. Izzy, how you put up with this on professional radio, I've no idea. If you'd like to get involved in the chat, please do. The best way to do that, if you're just watching along on the website, is to click underneath that visual, that screen, where you'll see a choice of social media platforms. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and TikTok. On all those platforms, you can comment and say something and write whatever you like. I don't mind. If you're a troll, you're more than welcome here.
Keyboard warrior.
I'm not sure Rebecca Noble is, because now I've got a winking emoji. So I'll wink back at Rebecca. If you want to comment on the acts, say how wonderful they are, like Pete got a whole heap of praise there, well deserved. You want to say something clever about Brexit. You want to say what you think about the pathways to rejoining. You want to give us a clue as to what your placard or banner might be for the march, what you'll be wearing on the day. That'd be great. Or you want to say something entirely unrelated that's just amusing, please do.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you know somebody who is probably not engaged in this evening's amazing marathon of music, get on the blower to them now and tell them to hook up to marchforrejoin.co.uk and start watching. We are simultaneously on TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and the website. You can watch in any of those places, but you can only engage with the chat on social media. You don't have to, but it's great because it lets us, more the merrier. Graham Paul Kendrick's just got involved. He says, no trolls yet. I might just have to start trolling you guys myself. I've had a lot of practice with hassling Ben Chambers since 2017. That is so true. But you know what, Graham, your name's going to come up before every single thing that you say. We'll know you're not a troll. You're not that clever. All acts are great too. He's quite right. They certainly are. I mean, this is the thing. If you've only just tuned in, you've missed, or that you haven't, because the stream isn't going to go anywhere. Once this is all over, you'll be able to scroll back. I think you can probably do that now, actually, if you're quite clever on YouTube, and watch from the beginning. But don't do that, because then you'll kind of miss the opportunity to win a prize. Once it's over, whenever it ends, midnight, whatever, you can then watch from the beginning and scroll through to the bits that you've missed. We're not going to take it down. It will be there forever. And as producer Pete has told us repeatedly, quite a lot of people watch after the event. So some watch live, some think, oh, watch during the week. That's great. Everything we say about donating will still apply then too.
Yep.
So please do, but not prizes. We're looking for our next prize comment. And Izzy says, I'm on Ipswich Community Radio. We can't even spell producer, much less have one. Well, hang on a minute. A minute ago, you told me your producer used to interject, or does continuously interject while you're trying to present and speak to you. So were you lying about that, Izzy? Naughty. I was frantically rewiring the studio at 7 a.m. last Friday because the mics weren't working.
That was producer Pete at 4 o'clock.
That's got to be the most random piece of pointless information that I've ever been given. That isn't going to win you a prize, Izzy. You've got to do better than that. And I know you can do better than that. So please try again. If you want to comment, please do. Get involved in the chat. You can win some prizes. And the prizes are anything from the March for Rejoin shop. And there's some pretty damn good stuff there. That merch, we're talking T-shirts. What else is in the shop, Producer Pete?
Producer Pete is actually wearing one of our T-shirts.
Hoodies.
Badges.
Cuddly teddy bears.
I'm not sure who's making that.
Where's Newt?
Newt? What, from Alien?
I'll get Newt.
Producer Pete is going to get our mascot.
Hang on, masks. Face masks.
Masks? Yeah, we've got face masks.
Badges. Okay, well, look, given the choice between a hoodie or a badge, go for the hoodie. Seriously, go for the hoodie.
Definitely.
You can wear it on the day in London, and also get praying to whichever deity that you currently support. Get praying to it, because we want to make sure there's going to be some good weather on the day.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We were lucky last year.
Oh God, wasn't it beautiful?
October the 22nd.
October 22nd.
Beautiful summer's day.
But it rained all week.
Now just for those of you who are doubting, any trolls out there, whatever God you believe in, your God supports Rejoin. Yep. Because he made sure that it was sunny on that day.
All 3,000.
All 3,000 gods. This year, hopefully, it's going to be even sunnier because it's going to be September, which is typically a really good month.
Yes.
Are you coming? If you haven't decided yet, there are 14 coaches. There are 14 coaches across the country coming down to London from somewhere near you. You can get a map of them on the marchforrejoin.co.uk website, where you can find out where the nearest coach to you is. As they get booked up, more coaches will be laid on. It works. That's how it works. You see, as a coach gets booked up, we can afford another one, and the local groups can afford another one, and so on and so forth. We'd love one to be coming from Northern Ireland. I don't think we have a coach from Northern Ireland, and we need one. So if you are living in the Londonderry, Derry, Belfast, Bangor area, wherever else it is in Northern Ireland, get your local group organised a coach. There's a ferry. Just get a ferry.
It's
you
going
got
to be
ferry.
such a
Not
fun
saying
day.
just drive under the Irish Sea. That would be dangerous. Get on a ferry, pop over. It's going to be a great day. Who's this?
This is
Who's
Newt.
this?
This is our mascot. This is
Any
Newt.
Alien fans? I'm a big Alien fan.
Well,
the first two were
we like
great.
all aliens,
all the
illegal or
others
not.
so much.
Give a shout out to Sparky on TikTok.
Shout out to Sparky on
TikTok.
Who's Sparky on TikTok? I haven't seen him on the chat.
Oh no.
Okay.
We have mixed chats. Producer
We-
Pete will relay
We're
to
not.
us any chat from
Okay, this
TikToks.
is important. I'm glad you told us that. So if you go on TikTok expecting to have a comment picked up, it won't work. So go on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter, and we'll see them. Rebecca Noble, I'm a lead voter and supporter of.
Supported of.
So, okay, we're going to need a bit more. You may well be a Leave voter. Maybe what she wants to say is, I'm a Leave voter. I was a supporter of Leave, but I've now seen the light.
Oh,
I think
and
that's
we
what
need
she's.
more of those.
We need more of those.
We need more
Definitely
people
more of those.
who originally thought that they bought into all the propaganda and the lies by accident. They voted to leave, and they've changed their minds. It's very extraordinary of you to do that and to say that. Rebecca
Noble is clarifying now. She's here out of interest. What's OFC? That's obviously an abbreviation for something, isn't it? Of course, I'm here out of interest. You know, everyone is welcome, and you are more than welcome to watch and enjoy and engage with this very special show.
Yep.
We're going to be here until late tonight with a whole bunch of acts. Coming up very shortly, we've got one of my favourite acts. And the only thing that I'm not happy about with this act is that it's just not long enough. I could do with twice as much of the Marsh Family. If you are a fan of the Marsh Family, you're going to love what's coming up, because very shortly we've got the Marsh Family. He's pointed to something on the screen again.
It was TikTok. It disappeared. Producer Pete, it disappeared.
It disappeared. So stop doing that. It doesn't work.
Rebecca Noble has not changed our mind.
Yeah, whatever. You can type it out, okay? But again, try not to interrupt the talent.
Yes.
Right. What was I saying? I was saying coming up, we've got the Marsh Family. Now, if you know the Marsh Family, they appeared on the actual BBC during, was it the pandemic?
Yes.
They were brilliant. I love them. And one of the reasons I love them is A, because they're musical, B, because there's an entire family of them that are musical. They do their own stuff in their living room. They do it live. It's dead funny. It's a kind of a combination between parody songs and new material. They've done some great stuff. We played that on the SMR show too. We've played Pete Farrugia. We've played 3 Bites of the Cherry. We've played Rodeo Terrorists. If you are new to SMR, 16 Million Rising is my little radio show that I do every week. It is entirely devoted to the cause of rejoining the EU. It hates Brexit with a passion unfathomable to most mortals. We're not very chuffed with the Tories, and you can engage with us on your podcast platform of choice. We're on Deezer, Spotify, Player FM, Amazon Music, and Alexa. You just say right now after this show in the early hours, you can say, Alexa, play 16 Million Rising podcast, and last week's episode will play. This is this week's episode. I may do an edit of it because it's going to be quite a long show and put that up as audio later in the week, but we'll get to that. If you go to 16 Million Rising, all in one big long word, .co.uk, you can listen to our 10 previous shows on Mixcloud in full stereo. You can also listen as a podcast for free. All that's for free. You can, of course, listen via our website as well, which you'll find linked there. And if you want to buy a copy of our CD featuring some of the artists you are hearing tonight. One of them I've just seen pop up on the chat. I'm glad she's here, Rachel Ashley. You'll be hearing from her later. You can buy it for just $7.95. 50% of the proceeds of every sale goes direct to the artist. We haven't sold one in a long time. We had a real flurry when we launched it in 2020. 10% goes to the DEC Ukraine appeal. And the remaining 40% goes to SMR. You can buy that for $7.95 on the website, delivered as a physical CD, or, if you prefer, as a digital download. You can subscribe to our show too. We have 70 early risers who every week get their show sent to them as a digital copy to their inbox a day before it goes live to listen to before everybody else. They get a copy of the CD for free, digital or physical CD direct to their home address. They get a copy of our 4-track EP, You Write the Songs, and they get invited to our 4 quarterly general meetings every year as well. For just £5 a month, you'll be supporting the UK's only pro-European, anti-Brexit radio show and podcast. We've been doing it now since 2016, fully independent, fully voluntary, and I love doing it partly because we get to support and promote and platform these brilliant bands and some of these commentators, and I believe we've got another one coming up in just a moment. Those of you who tune into his channel, Max Robespiere, will know that he's always the quickest to react. whenever anything happens, he's right there with a reaction. You love this, don't you?
I do, he's so cute.
You're cute. You're besotted. Max Robespiere, I don't think Max Robespiere is his real name, but he's terrific. He comments on everything that happens almost before it's happened, and he's another of my go-tos for producing the SMR show every week. Well, like Phil Moorhouse, he has produced a specially recorded political commentary clip for us this evening. So let's go over to Max right now.
Hello everyone, Max Robespiere here. Britain will rejoin the European Union. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. But it does require building a campaign. The politicians are too afraid to do that. Now, I recently spoke to Pete Farrugia, a musician and music teacher, about how Brexit impacted his business and the music industry as a whole. The arts are not just an important part of the UK economy, but they run through British communities and cities. Pretty much everyone in the arts has been affected by Brexit, be it small bands wishing to tour Europe or major art houses wishing to import masterpieces. Britain's place is in Europe, and the only way to bring down these barriers is for us to pile pressure on the politicians. I'm sorry I can't be there with you, but I am in spirit. The best of luck, and let's get Britain back into the European Union.
This is the Southern Service Tory line, calling at Cockfosters, Cockwomble, Cockhead, Gammon, Gammonhead, Bigot Tree, Bell End, Twatham, Nationalist Street, Dead End, Reactionary Road, Despair Green, Food Bank, and Partygate. Sunlit Uplands Station is closed. This train terminates at Brexit Benefits.
Brilliant. Thank you very much to Max. And also, that Tory train clip that you just saw was, I believe, Tim Wells. He's not just a singer-songwriter, musician. He's a voice artist as well.
Oh, lovely.
And he does comedy. He's sent me some genuinely hilarious stuff for the show. So, Tim, if you're still listening, I believe you were going out at 6, but you're coming back. Please send in your latest comedy. Actually, I wouldn't mind a copy of that. That needs to go on the show as well. And that also needs to go on every train, I think, going up and down the country. We've got some comments in the chat. Lee, what have we got?
Oh,
wake up, Lee. Come on, time for you to say something.
I do apologise. Rachel Ashley saying hello to everybody. Hi, everybody. Pete Farrugia. Excellent as always, Max.
Yeah.
Graham agreed with on why not become an SMR early riser for $5 a month. Why not? Yeah, that'd be great.
Please do. What else we got? Rebecca Noble, are you going to call us Leave voters all these names like you did last time?
Yes,
well,
absolutely.
What names? I'm not quite sure what names you were referring to.
We have our own troll.
Do we? We've got our own pet troll.
It's Rebecca Noble.
Thank you, Rebecca, for joining us.
Give her that platform for a few seconds.
Rebecca loves parody songs, which is great to hear because we've had a few. We've got a few coming up. I'm not sure what names you're referring to, Rebecca, but in all honesty, I've got no problem with anybody that voted Leave 6-7 years ago because all of us were lied to. And I've heard Leave voters who still maintain their positions say, I didn't believe the lies. I didn't believe the lies on the bus. I didn't believe the lies about Turkey. Well, then hang on a minute. Why did you vote Leave? What were you voting for then? Sovereignty?
What were you voting for?
What's that even mean?
We had sovereignty.
So I'd love to know. I'd love to know a little bit about that. But no, I'm not in for calling people knaves. Be nice to Rebecca for now. Thanks, Pete. I mean, if you're going to put up a big sign saying something like that, then we're going to read it out, aren't we? We have the most incompetent and useless producer this side of the stratosphere. God knows, honestly. I love Rebecca. I love Rebecca. Rebecca is more than welcome. And to be honest, I wouldn't mind a couple more trolls because we've only got the one. Let me have a look. I didn't recall that. I don't recall that, Rebecca. How was I lied to? I waited for over 2 decades to expire. Don't expire, Rebecca. Don't expire.
Tonight.
Stay with us, Rebecca. Please do not expire.
We've got a few hours
We've got some
left
fantastic music coming up.
Sheesh.
No, I know a lot of people call Leave voters names. And
over dramatic for one.
I'm over dramatic.
Well, she's going to expire.
That's a bit over dramatic, isn't it? Don't expire. It's not worth expiring. There are numbers you can call, in all seriousness. But listen, I may have fallen into the trap of calling a few Leave voters names. Not at the time, because, yeah, of course they were lied to. £350 million for the NHS, 40 new hospitals. How did that work out? 70 million Turks appearing on your front garden, brandishing their scimitars. That didn't happen either, did it? So we were all lied to.
Definitely read out that.
Again, he's producer Pete saying, definitely read out that comment. There's 5 on the screen. So how the hell am I supposed to know which one? Peter Core is a massive bellend.
What's that all about?
Who wrote
That
that?
is
No,
so wrong.
Christine Nobbs says Peter Core is a superstar, and I agree. He absolutely is. No. What was that? Was that you feigning and vomiting? No, Peter Core is a superstar. He's working really hard on tonight's show. Holy Mole, if you're here for an apology, that just zipped off the screen as well. We've got our chat super big because we're incapable of reading anything too small.
They're
They
all
zip
at
off
it
the
now.
screen really, really quick.
He's a superstar.
No, Rebecca Noble saying, how's I lied to? I don't care about the bus.
Never
God.
Well, you're not God, so
Goodness
calm down.
me. No,
Okay,
I mean, no,
overdramatic.
well, do you know what? It's the same thing. We were all lied to by the same lies. I've just listed a couple of them. The Turks, the bus, sovereignty.
Please.
Do you know what? The sovereignty thing's
Tell us the
fascinating.
benefits,
The sovereignty,
please.
no, but a lot of Leave voters still maintain that the benefit is sovereignty, or the benefit will come in 50 years.
Brilliant. Just in time for
Yeah,
me to die.
that's great, isn't it? No, sovereignty we had all along. You may have noticed, and actually this is a big lie during the pandemic, that other countries in the EU couldn't institute and implement their own vaccine programs.
They did.
They could have done, and they did.
They did.
Yes, there was a centralised one, and it wasn't great.
It was called working together.
But they could have gone their own way, which is what we did and could have done outside or inside the EU. You'll also notice differences in the EU in terms of their support for Ukraine during the war. They've got their own program of support. Every country's doing that independently. There's no unified EU response. Some countries, like Britain, to our credit as a country, have been very supportive in terms of taking in evacuees and supporting the war effort. Other countries, not so much. That's their own sovereign right. They've got sovereignty. You'll have also noticed that there are some countries in the EU that haven't adopted the euro. I believe, is Sweden still one? I think they have the, is it the krona in Sweden? I'm not quite sure. I've been there once, but not for a long time. So we had sovereignty all along. And actually what we've done is we've forfeited and we have given up a lot of that sovereignty by leaving. One of the things we're supposed to be doing this October is implementing checks on goods coming into the UK. Jacob Rees-Mogg himself has actually said, if we did that, it would be a, quote, act of national self-harm. So what he's saying is, to implement the sovereignty that we've won through Brexit would be an act of national self-harm, because it would delay goods coming into the country even more. It would add more paperwork. It would add more expense, more customs duties, tax, VAT, etc.
Not just
Veterinary, all that kind of veterinary paperwork for any product that derives from an animal. It's ridiculous. And do you know what the government have done?
What?
They've kicked that down the road for the third time. It ain't going to happen this October. Liz Webster, who is the director of Save British Farming, speaking at the march, will tell you at the march that if those checks had come in this October, this November, there would have been riots in the streets. There would have been riots in supermarkets because the shelves would have literally been empty. At the moment, our shelves aren't too unfull because a lot of the produce, natural produce, fruit and vegetables, is grown in the UK. We're more reliant on our imports from Holland, from Spain, from France, from Italy during the autumn and winter months, which are about to come, because we can't grow stuff in the UK. We can't grow tomatoes in the winter months in the UK. Other countries in Europe can. That's when we're going to start to see that knock-on effect again that we had last year of empty shelves.
There's also a clever tell in the supermarkets, because initially you won't even notice it. But if you watch the bigger supermarkets, you'll see that their other aisles expand to cover up the empty shelves to pretend that there's not a shortage. Asda do this constantly where I am. Constantly. Their Weetabix aisle doubled in size.
Lisa Burton's just said 7 countries in the EU don't currently have the euro.
Thank you for that, Lisa.
I didn't know that. I didn't think it was that many, actually. Taliesin Haynes, the UK kicked it down the road. The 5th time, Ben. Not the 3rd time, the 5th time. Now, there's a reason they're doing that. The Brexit government are not implementing the powers that they've won through Brexit. They're kicking it down the road so they don't have to do it. There's a reason, because it would hurt us even more.
Yep.
But no, I'm open to benefits. So if anybody on the chat tonight can give me a tangible benefit, and by that I mean a way your life has improved because of Brexit. How has your life got better? Or you
not in 50 fucking years.
50 years, for goodness sake. And it's very rich, isn't it? Jacob Rees-Mogg being the person that said that, since he moved all his assets to Ireland,
He'll be dead in 50
pays no
years.
tax in this country. I believe you said to me before we came on air that Jacob Rees-Mogg pays less tax in the UK than you do as a dinner lady.
Yep.
I don't know where you've got that from. Is that true?
Statistically speaking,
more than likely,
yes.
because he's got businesses in the
He
Cayman
pays barely
Islands.
any tax compared to what his
Yeah,
income is.
this is the guy that just basically laughs his way or snoozes his way through the House of Commons, and of course now has his show on GB News. The UK kicked it down the road for the 5th time. Yeah, I've said that.
Hi from
Perry
Brighton.
Butcher.
Hi, Perry.
Hi from Brighton. Hi from Brighton. I'm glad we got someone here from Brighton. Brighton was one of the first places that I went to as part of the campaign to Remain. This was right back in when we were trying to stop Brexit. I think it was the Labour conference there. What a great city. How are you going to cope? My question for you is, how is Brighton going to cope without the amazing Caroline Lucas as your Member of Parliament? Will the Greens get in there? Is there going to be a challenge from Labour, the Lib Dems? Who knows? Could the unthinkable happen and the Tories take Brighton?
No.
The most liberal city in the UK?
No,
that can't happen.
Do not want
that. Can't. Peter was signalling for us to move on. We're going to move on, and we're going to move on now to an act that you are going to love. I absolutely love them, and I just wish there was more stuff by them. We featured them on the show a couple of times. They're called the Marsh Family, and they are a family.
Them.
There's
They're
like
brilliant.
actual kids, actual microphones, actual living room. They
They're
do it
brilliant.
all live. They're so funny. They've got a couple of songs for you now. Then we'll be back with more. Please do comment in the chat if you enjoy this act. If you've got something really witty or intelligent or clever to say, save it for when we're, BSing, and we'll pick up on it as best we can then. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Yes, bye-bye.
Hi everyone, we are the Marsh Family from Faversham, and we're delighted to be joining the antics today and sharing some of our music as part of the festival celebrating the hope of rejoining the EU. I'm Ben.
I'm Danielle.
I'm Alfie.
I'm Tess. I'm Ella.
And I'm Tom.
And put together... No, I won't do it. So this is the first song of two that we're going to play in a kind of mini set. And actually this is a song that we played the day after the Brexit referendum result came through. We were feeling really low. We needed some music to pick us up, and it just felt like the perfect vibe for how we were feeling. So we're going to try and share a bit of that original feeling, but angle it a bit more towards hope for the future. You might notice one word change right at the end to EU, but other than that, it's a straight cover of Coldplay's The Scientist.
Speak as loud as my heart.
the stars.
Okay, and the second song that you're going to hear in a moment, nice catch, is a song that we did a couple of weeks ago, and it's a bit of a parody about a certain Boris Johnson, former MP, happily not a lying MP anymore, he's lying somewhere else, and this is a song celebrating his lying. Did I mention that he's a liar? Enjoy. Goodbye.
Farewell to old Johnson forever. Farewell to his buncombe as well. Farewell to his well-known defaming, as he cuts and he runs and he sells. Singing you will lie readily. Singing you will lie every which way. Singing you will lie grubbily. But you'll not be an MP today.
There's the taxes we paid for your slander.
Take leaving old Uxbridge we cares about. Take cause he concealed what he knew. But because he's maligning our parliament, Cincinnatus more like Scooby-Doo. Singing you will lie readily. Singing you will lie every which way. Singing you will lie grubbily. But you'll not be an MP today. His orphans and Brexit's on fire. Take warning from what we've to say. Your bojo's no more than a busted flush, so just flush the busted away. Singing you will lie readily. Singing you will lie every which way. Singing you will lie grubbily. But you'll not be an MP today.
That was my song. Clickety-click.
Nearly sneezed.
She nearly sneezed.
No, it was when we were singing now. How to talk.
I feel right. The music sounds better with you. Love might bring us back together. Ooh, baby. I feel right. The music sounds better with you. Love might bring us back together.
Do you feel rich right now? Are you feeling flush with cash? Paying rent? Easy. Getting your own place? Feeding your kids? Not a problem. Or have things been the hardest they've been your entire life and you're desperate for things to get better? For something to be done about it. But let's be practical. The government can't simply end the war in Ukraine and the effects that's having on the economy. It can't undo the long-lasting effects of COVID. But what could the government do to drastically improve the state of the UK economy? They've already admitted it.
Being in the single market is not the same as being in the EU. And would membership of the single market be something that would boost growth and change our current economic outlook?
Unfettered trade with our neighbours and countries all over the world is
very beneficial to growth. I don't think it's the right way to boost growth because it would be against what people were voting for when they supported Brexit.
And you're probably thinking, but what about the referendum? Let me say this clearly for you. I don't give a single solitary fuck about the politics of the 2010s. I only care about people now, in 2023, who are experiencing the worst poverty crisis since 1956. Because if we can't even afford food, we definitely can't afford Brexit. Which is why I'll be coming down to London on the 23rd of September, because I'm going to be speaking here. Or more precisely, here, at the second National Rejoin March. And the message is simple. We can't afford Brexit. Because for once, we can all actually agree with Nigel Farrugia.
Is we haven't actually benefited from Brexit economically. Brexit has failed.
And that's why thousands of people will be protesting outside Parliament on the 23rd of September. Because we need to let these pricks, and especially these pricks, know that we know that they're choosing to hurt us. That UK voters will not accept politicians who refuse to pull every lever available to them to help us out of this poverty crisis. And ending a policy that's costing every household £1,000 a year is a pretty big lever. But if you've been paying attention, you know this isn't my first rodeo. You know this isn't the first anti-Brexit protest march, and yet Brexit still very much going ahead. So why should you bother to show up to this one? Because everything I've said today is obvious. Any rational discussion of the effects that Brexit is having on people leads to the obvious conclusion that it has to be reversed as soon as possible. So the more that people talk about Brexit, the faster it gets reversed and the less poverty we have to deal with. Which is why we have to make the politicians and them talk about it. And hundreds of thousands of people marching in the street tends to have that effect. And yeah, sure, rejoining the EU fully will take years, but rejoining the EU single market, the economic part, that'll take months. So when that Saturday, the 23rd of September comes around, you can keep complaining about how hard life is in the UK, or you can come do something about it. Up to you.
Welcome back to Music Sounds Better with EU2. It's just gone 8 o'clock and we are well in the midst of our show. I hope you're enjoying it. We've had some wonderful acts so far. You just heard the Marsh Family. They were brilliant, weren't they? We had a whole bunch of comments. Actually, the first comment I picked up on was from Pete Farrugia, who said, I want the Marsh Family to adopt me. I mean, who wouldn't? They're lovely, aren't they? Evelyn B says, you lifted my spirits. I've watched you all growing up. Your messages, your sound are absolutely first rate. Taliesin Haynes says, the Marshes are fab. Couldn't agree with that more. They're also annoyingly talented. I mean, every single one of them can play, sing.
Yeah.
How does that happen?
I watched them during the pandemic, and all the kids were like this big. They were all tiny.
They're
and
so
were
good.
Beautiful then, and they still are now.
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
So keep, Marsh Family, keep doing what you're doing. You are more than welcome when we do this as a real festival in a real field with real toilets and real food stalls and glow sticks and all that. You are more than welcome to be there on the stage. We want you guys there.
Yes.
So yeah, thank you very much to the Marsh Family. Before that, you heard Pete Farrugia. You've missed 3 bites of the cherry if you've just joined us. The Rodeo Terrorists, who've been likened to every electronica band under the sun, and Claudia Kate, the singer-songwriter we started with, right back at 5 o'clock. Still to come, we've got P Kendrick, The Grit, we've got Rosemary Schonfeld, we've got Jessie Grace, we've got Wayne Allen, we've got loads more, including special messages from the likes of The Words, Terry Christian. But Lee has picked us another winner, comments-wise, from the chat.
Adriana Spalinky, just for the sheer fact that she has a dog that apparently is called Doggy Doodah. That
Doggy Doodah.
Doggy Doodah. That just wins me over every single time.
Yeah, but I think she also mentioned that Doggy Doodah is a Remain dog.
Hopefully.
A rejoined dog. Sorry, rejoined dog.
Rejoin. We don't remain.
We don't. I know. Sorry, I used the.
She did say that she wanted a collar. We do the doggy bandanas, which is all you could really choose for your dog, really. But you get to win a prize. So if you can message us at info@marchrejoin.co.uk with your name, you will be able to pick a prize from our merch shop.
And it's a pretty good merch shop, isn't it?
It is a pretty good merch shop.
I hadn't even realised there were hoodies in there as well. I thought it was mostly T-shirts, but you can get so much cool stuff. It is the place to go to get kitted out for the march. Also, go to the Stay European shop as well, where you can get some banners, flags, magnets and things, badges, stickers, all that kind of stuff there. They often update their stuff. That's our friend Tom that runs that at Stay European.
We want everybody to fly all the European flags
Absolutely.
as well. Everybody's in the EU. We need as many as those
Yeah,
flags
this is the
flying
thing.
as possible.
I've seen quite a few people commenting on that. Don't just bring EU flags. Bring flags from whichever country that you're particularly affiliated to or you hail from in Europe. So we're talking 27 other countries in the EU, and all those that want to join, like Ukraine. Feel free to bring their flags, especially if they have meaning for you too on the day, as well as EU flags. But merch-wise, I just want to quickly mention again, for those of you who didn't hear it earlier, go to etsy.com and look for Still Disgusted, because the wonderful Louise Taylor runs a shop there. She not only produces handmade stitched items, quite a lot of the head variety. So there's banners, bandanas, berets, but there's also bunting as well. She donates 80% of all profits to Rejoin causes like the European Movement, March for Rejoin, SMR, My Little Radio Show, Steve Bray, and others. Right, what is going on in the chat, Lee? What have we got? Oh, Roger Cracknell.
Roger Cracknell.
He says,
he's
sorry,
just arrived.
I've
It's
only just
okay,
got
fella.
here. Where have you been? On another planet being probed by aliens? Sorry, Ben, I only just got here. That's great. Oh, we've got Rachel Ashley with us as well, Lee.
Try that again. No one is insulting you. Oh, unfortunately, we
Yeah.
have a troll.
Yeah, we do.
And to stop us from being distracted, we have been blocked from that troll. But everybody else is
Can see
having
them.
Go for it.
Please do, so we can see all your
Sort her
responses
out.
to our troll. And she wasn't the most vicious
Can
of
you
trolls.
please
but-
let us know if she actually comes up with a tangible Brexit benefit? 5 people. She can't come up with a benefit. She can't come with it. She's a gammon.
She won't, because we won't accept what her answer is.
Right,
We won't
okay.
accept what her answer is, won't we? Will we
Yeah,
accept
but
that?
do you know what? I bet she's got an answer that she won't reveal to us, so we can't actually not accept it. It's like, I'm not telling you kind of thing. Schrodinger's answer. Schrodinger's benefit. Yeah, exactly.
I have an answer, but I'm not gonna
Roger
tell you 'cause you're not gonna
Cracknell, he's a fan of the show, says he's busy in Germany. I don't know. I hope that doesn't mean you're busy on the day of the march, Roger, because we need you there then.
Yes.
You may well be busy there now, but you can still listen in Germany. Well, you obviously are, because you're engaging with us. Yvonne Richards, who is the sometime poetry princess on the SMR 16 Million Rising show. She just says, hi, Ben.
Hi.
Again, if you're looking for a prize, Yvonne, you've got to do a little better than that. And I know you can. A poem would be nice. It really, really would. Graham's with us again. He's talking about Rebecca. We're not going to be talking about Rebecca anymore. David Gerardo, guys, I think there are some troll pro-Brexit. Yeah, we know.
Think?
We know.
We got one last year, and he was dead cute, bless him, and he did try. And he was exactly the same.
Hang on a
as the
minute.
person
What's this? Restream has just said, congrats, Chrissy Gretsch. Please choose your prize from the NRM shop on the website. I don't remember agreeing to Chrissy Gretsch winning a prize.
No,
that was, hang on a minute. That was Adriana Spalinki.
Producer
Again,
Pete.
look, Chrissy, I know you're watching, and I know you thought you just won a prize then, and I
We
hate to be the bearer of
apologise.
bad news, but you haven't won, Chrissy.
I'm so sorry.
No, if you want to win a
Producer
prize,
Pete needs to be held
he does.
fully accountable. For his...
Just look, Chrissy, right. The winner of the prize was Adriana Spalinki, who we've already told to email us, and the ball is in her court. She will email you. It's probably best if you don't try and interfere in that process, Producer Pete. Chrissy Gresh, please do say something on the chat that you believe merits a prize, and you will win one.
Exactly.
Graham Paul Kendrick says, bring back the poetry princess. I couldn't agree more.
Send a poem in.
She's great. No, she's great. She used to, what Yvonne used to do.
He is, isn't he? He's absolutely epic. His name is not Zippy. His name is...
Zippy the Xenomorph.
Newt.
Right. No, what Yvonne used to do was send a poem in, audio poem, to the SMR show nearly every week, often by Brian Bilston. Lots of you I know love Brian Bilston. His poems are brilliant. He's another pro-EU rejoiner, anti-Brexiter of sorts. Yeah, that's Mark Welsh joining the chat. Izzy's still with us. Graham's with us.
Roses are red, violets are blue. I can't write poetry, but I love the EU. We love you too.
Is Izzy fishing for a prize there with her epic
I
poem?
think Izzy needs a prize for that.
I'm wondering. I think maybe she does.
Well done, Izzy.
Maybe she does.
If
Izzy,
you contact us at info@marchforrejoin.co.uk, you can pick a prize from our merchandise, because that was Sweet.
And what prizes they are.
Oh, they're absolutely
I'm
amazing.
telling you.
We do hoodies, we do little bandanas, hats, badges, all sorts of stuff. It's
Please,
brilliant.
if you see one of these anywhere in the vicinity of where you live, whether it's at a sixth form college, university, higher education institution, shopping centre, bus station, or indeed a train station, read it, digest it, visit the website on the back, plan your day in London on the 23rd of September, and then hand this leaflet to somebody else who you think needs to be there or may not even know about this event. I tell you what, last year we were struck by the number of people who up until the day of the event or even after it said, didn't know that was happening. Now, one of the things, well, there is that, but also we haven't got a massive promotional budget to advertise on the tube in London, on buses, on those great big bus shelter sort of digital sort of ad boards. We can't afford to do that. We can promote as best we can with these leaflets and other things in papers, perhaps maybe even on the TV, if you donate to our National Rejoin March crowdfunder. So for those of you who just joined us in the last few minutes, the best way to do that in one easy click is to put into your browser donateeu.com. That's DON, the number 8, EU.com.
What was that?
That was you. Was that me doing an 8?
That was
a figure of 8.
Not a
Sexy,
figure
wasn't
8.
it? So, all right, you can do it 8. You can do 8 either way. Doesn't matter which way you do it. Nip on over to that, and the GoFundMe page will pop up straight away. Every penny you donate, apart from a very small platform fee, will go to National Rejoin March. Make sure to move the slider to 0 for a tip. You do not want to tip GoFundMe. They get enough out of the fee. Every penny then, apart from about 2%, will come to National Rejoin March. £5, £10 if you can afford it, more if you can. Every penny will go on making the event bigger, better, more widely publicised than last year's.
Every little helps.
Every little helps, it really does. We fully understand that not everyone can afford to donate to this year's event, but if you're not donating because you think the money will magically appear and you can afford to, it won't, and please do. Because we need every penny we can get. The stage has been booked, the screens have been booked, the amplification systems have been booked, and they're all bigger than last year. So we've gone out of our way to sort of preempt a successful event, but the event at the moment is funded to the tune of £8,500. £22,000, pretty much like last year, is the target that we need to make sure everything is funded. Yeah. So please, 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 at some point this evening, donate via your mobile device, your tablet, your laptop, at that address. Donateeu.com, DON number 8 EU.com. You can also go to the website marchforrejoin.co.uk and donate via that by clicking on. And at that website, of course, you'll find out everything you need to know about the march. Right, what is coming up? Coming up in just a moment. Where are we? We've had our special message from Femi. He's great, isn't he?
He's fabulous.
You know,
he really is a proper gentleman.
He is. And also, I think we need a big shout out to everyone that's been here from the beginning and hasn't wavered. Because it's great that people have come on board, and we've got people now who've seen the light and decided to campaign with us.
Yep.
People that have realised that their particular business has been hurt by Brexit and got on board.
They've also realised they're not on their own,
but
and now they can voice their opinions.
Huge shout out to the people that were there from day one, like Femi, like some of the politicians who were kicked out of the Tory party by Boris Johnson in 2019. Some of those old Tories have been here with us since day one. Anna Soubry, people like Philip Lee, people like Sam Gyimah, people like Antoinette Sambach. And yes, they were Tories, and they gave up their seat in Parliament and their career because they felt strongly about Brexit. There are people in Labour, there are people in the Lib Dems, people in the Green Party who are 110% behind rejoining the EU, and for various reasons, some of them can't say it at the moment, but we will shift the dial, and that's what's happening right now, isn't it? Look at the polls, Lee.
Yes.
Look at the polls.
Look at the polls. Yeah, but nobody was speaking about rejoining the EU until about 3 weeks after we did our march last year. 50,000 people attended. The BBC refused point blank in any way, shape or form to cover it. Yeah. They even refused to cover the EU flags during the European Song Contest, which just goes to show how much they've been, I want to say, silenced.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they have.
Yeah.
But the dial is shifting, and it's shifting from people recognising Brexit's a disaster to now accepting that there is actually only one solution. Labour's pledge of making Brexit work is, we know that's not fooling anybody. It's an empty pledge. It makes no sense.
It will ruin Labour.
It will if they continue with it. Absolutely. Brexit doesn't work. We've established that over 7 years, and we've actually had now, 3 years of it in full effect. And not only is it not working, we're having to deliberately not implement some of the hard-fought wins, like our sovereignty, our gains of Brexit, because they'll damage us even further. What we know Labour need to do is rejoin Horizon, rejoin Erasmus, rejoin the Single Market Customs Union and the EU itself as a matter of urgency, because this country is suffering a 4% hit to GDP.
It is.
We've got people whose lives and their plans for their futures have been absolutely decimated by Brexit. Well, you've heard already, if you missed earlier in the show, Kevin Moore was speaking about how Brexit's harmed the music industry and the careers of young musicians hoping to get into it. That's just one industry. You'll be hearing later, if you come to the march, of course, in September, from Liz Webster, who will be speaking from the point of view of someone who 12 months ago hated Brexit, recognised it as the cause of our problems, but didn't think we should rejoin, who now, over the past 12 months, has changed her position to, you know what, yes, we do need to rejoin. And that is a journey a lot of people are currently on. Nearly everybody's got to the Brexit doesn't work stage. Brexit's a disaster. Brexit's a load of crap. They're not yet at the stage where they accept the solution, but like Liz Webster, they're on a journey to getting there. So my prediction is, by the time of the general election next year, I can't see very many people with any credibility left saying, do you know what, we need to stay out of the EU. Brexit's working.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I just want to apologise. I just did shine my light above my head because our resident troll has been defeated.
Oh, is that right? How?
In the chat.
Oh,
she was
dear.
defeated. She disappeared. I shined my light in the air and the fecker came back.
Okay.
Hey!
Right,
thank
okay.
you.
Are we ready or are we not for another Amazeballs act?
Yes.
One of the people I've been working with, actually producing music for since 2017 is Graham Paul Kendrick. He lives in Christchurch, Dorset, and we did an album together called Brexit Pie. 24 animated poems, songs, all brand new, no parodies, no original sort of existing material about the EU Brexit phenomenon. He's wonderful, and you'll be hearing from him next. He's busy typing away. I think he's responding to some of our chatters. If you enjoy this act, please comment. If you'd like to win a prize, please comment and say something incredibly witty. But for now, we will leave you in the safe and capable hands of singer-songwriter from Christchurch, Dorset, Graham Paul Kendrick.
While we're all scrambling in a feverish despair, you'll be retired, just sitting there, trying to remember that girl with the black hair, the one who provided your social care. Where is she? Where? Decrying the desperate coming here from abroad, while safe in a house that your kids can't afford, chanting with triumph for own goals you've scored, fictions or facts that you think you've explored.
Baby, I feel right. The music sounds better with you. Love might bring us back together.
Hi there, Graham, back again for another year with you. And I have a problem, which is all my friends tell me that I keep banging on about Brexit. What's that noise? It's a one-man band from down in the valley to the hills of our land. Only me banging on about Brexit. Heading into town, hearing it some more, rising above the traffic's roar everywhere, banging on about Brexit. Yes, I am. Hey, Lord Beefy, you were the king back in 81. Hi there, Graham, back again for another year with you. And I have a problem, which is all my friends tell me that I keep banging on about Brexit. What's that noise? It's a one-man band from down in the valley to the hills of our land. Only me banging on about Brexit. Heading into town, hearing it some more, rising above the traffic's roar everywhere. Banging on about Brexit, yes I am. Hey Lord Beefy, you were the king back in 81. But I think you rather lost the plot if you're telling me that England is an island. All across the nation, all across the land, won't you lend your voice, won't you lend your hand? Oh yes, we're banging on about Brexit. Hey sir, here, it's time to grow a pair. You know what you must do. We gotta join the single market, the EEA. Reclaim our star back with the EU. Hear that noise, 6 million people's song, way on across the United Kingdom. Oh yes, we're banging on about Brexit. We must be, oh yes, banging on about Brexit. Let me hear you join in. We're banging on about Brexit. Yeah. Right. Will you please welcome to the stage Sophie on the aerophone. I'm going downtown tonight where the towers are tall, the lights are bright, through the foyer and sliding doors. Take me up to the 44th floor. Elevating Ella, up, up, up. Elevating Ella, down, down, down. When I ride with you, feels so right. I'm gonna ride with you all night. Oh, Ella. Elevating Ella, elevating Ella. When I'm with you. She wears a red button with gold embroidery. She presses those buttons so smoothly. It's a swift flight up, a slow glide down. She's the sweetest live girl in this town. Elevating Ella, up, up, up. Elevating Ella, down, down, down. Your lips so tight and tight. I'm gonna ride with you all night. Gonna ride with you all night. Nighty night. Too. You believe the truth is a blessing and a lie's a curse. Once you tell a lie, it makes things worse. When liars are found out, the judgment will fall like an axe. They will run, but they can't hide when presented with the facts. Right is right, wrong is wrong. You'll pay too long. Really do believe really do believe that the crooked and the cheaters and the evil and the quick will receive their just rewards right quick. I'll be there to see them when they have their day in court, and just to see their faces when they find out justice can't be bought. Call me naive if you choose, those charlatans are just bad news. 'Cause I really do believe, I really do believe, yes I do. I really do believe those without a moral compass will be lost. You'll gain from deceit at a terrible cost. If you build your house on sand, it will come tumbling down. If you act like a buffoon, you'll cry the tears of a clown. It doesn't matter what you say or do, because I'll be watching you. 'Cause I really do believe, oh I really do believe, oh I really do believe. Whoa, yeah. Okay, right, we're back with Sophie on the aerophone, and we're going to play a little song called Brexit Pie. There's a gastronomic sensation that's thrilled our nation since the summer of 2016. A delightful collation whose fascination tempts every food freak on the Epicurean scene. Oh, but it turns out there's a snag with this most tempting dish. It's what you gotta pour over it. But let us explain it to you like this. Dine on scrambled eggs without a slice of ham. Spread your toast with honey, marmalade or jam. You can have gravy, mustard or ketchup with your main course. But you can't have Brexit pie without the racist sauce. Oh no you can't. Eat your chips from a silver plate without a sliver of fish. Mix and match crisp vegetables to complement each dish. There's 100 different dressings for every salad you toss. But you can't have Brexit pie without the racist sauce. Now I know you didn't want that dreadful sauce, because it was the last thing you'd ever choose. Oh, it smells of sour cabbages, so thick and greasy, watch it ooze. Oh, it's oozing away, take it Sophie. Have burritos without salsa or curry without rice. Yorkshire pudding on its own, it's really rather nice. Some people eat snails with seaweed served with moss. But you can't have Brexit pie without racist sauce. Now you were promised something so sweet and nutritious, to delight the palate of one and all. But it's a house rule, you gotta have that sauce when you dine at the Brexit pie store. Have steak with ketchup or onions with your mayonnaise. Pour champagne over flakes of wheat, corn, rice or maize. Eat prudence with vinegar or custard with liverwurst. Ugh. But you'll never taste Brexit pie. No chance of Brexit pie. Not a single mouthful of Brexit pie. Without the racist sauce. Time is burning you up. Your guardian angel is down on her luck. You walk right in, then you walk straight out. You say I'm buying, then you say it's your shout. No one cares that you're a man of taste and distinction. Just close the door, get down on the floor, curl up like a ball and plan for your own personal mass extinction. Love, it's the eternal curse. Starts out badly, it just gets worse. People like you should not exist. God should have crossed you off his to-do list. No one gives a damn about your multi-skilled devouring erudition. Just run outside, try to hide, find a disguise, apologize for your own bespoke perdition. Is it too high a price? So you'll just say your prayers twice. You should have learned your lesson back in '89. Your heartaches and troubles are always multiplying. No one cares about your wondrous talents, your expensive education. Just catch the bus, no need to fuss, you're not one of us. Join the rush for your own tailor-made damnation. Time is tearing you down. Your guardian angel has just quit town. You walk back in, but you look confused. You say what's happening, reply nothing's doing. No one cares about your secret wealth, your casual sophistication. Just leave today, fly away, grab the bill and pay the charges for your own individually packed transmission. Your personal mass extinction. Your personal mass extinction. Right. Well, thank you very much. It's been lovely sharing a little more time with you, playing some of my songs about Brexit and some of my songs not about Brexit. Best of wishes to the inevitable trolls who will be bothering us. I'm going to leave you with another of my songs, but I've actually got a video that we made for it. It's called You Can't Make Brexit Work, which I guess most of you know. I'd be ever so grateful if you might have a look at the YouTube channel of Sophie Avison and the YouTube channel of myself. There'll be a card after the video with all the details. And it only remains for me to say thanks again and see you on the march. You might paint a picture across the sky, flap your arms and start to fly, jump off the Eiffel Tower and survive, but you can't make Brexit work. Drown in the desert or walk on the sea, discover the unified field theory, travel back to the 12th century, but you can't make Brexit work. There's nothing anyone can do. Brexit is a silly idea. There never was a reason to leave. That should be very clear. Stop climate change with a stroke of your pen. Run round the planet again and again. Live until you're 210, but you can't make Brexit work. Scuba dive off Everest if you like. Travel to Mars on your motorbike. Around the cosmos you might hitchhike, but you can't make Brexit work. There's no point in trying to pretend that Brexit is of any use. Come on, admit it, Sir Keir. Own up and tell us all the truth. Burrow down into the earth's deep core. Turn back the waves on the seashore. Do all of the above and more, but you can't make Brexit work. No, you can't make Brexit work. No, you can't make Brexit work.
Hello, and you're back with Gloria Hannaford.
And I'm Far Right, said Fred.
That's absolutely correct. That was Graham Paul Kendrick, wasn't he good? Graham is ace. Do go and check out his website. I think it's southernsummerrecords.com, where you can actually buy Brexit Pie and a few other of his recordings. He's got an amazing YouTube channel, which he uploads, adds content to, I think, daily, songs from his repertoire. He's written over 900 songs. And I've had the privilege of working with him since 2017 on several projects. That last track, You Can't Make Brexit Work, started live as a demo, then as an acoustic mix, and then it became a full, proper studio track with an arrangement by me. We have quite a few comments there during the set on the chat. Compliments for Graham. Mark Welch, I'm not quite sure, says he feels the beer is kicking in now. And he's getting a distinctly open mic vibe from Graham's set, which is interesting because Graham does a lot of open mics. I was last down with him in Christchurch a couple of weeks ago. We went to an open mic at the Railway Inn. He does several. Christchurch, for the small town that it is. What was that?
That was the sneeze.
Goodness sake.
I'm so sorry.
Can we at least schedule that in next time so I know when it's coming?
Sorry.
Christchurch, for the size of town that it is, has an amazing number of open mic and amateur and semi-professional musician nights. So it's a great place to go and ply your trade. On the chat, what have we got, Lee?
S&M says, or SM, sorry. My mum says...
S&M.
Sorry. My mum says hi to you all and said she hopes we rejoin in her lifetime. She is mid-70s and a strong European and not afraid to put people right. She hates Boris.
Boris hater.
Don't
Smiley
we
face.
all?
Well, exactly.
Love
That's a
it.
given, isn't it?
Crowdfunding got about 9K.
Right. Now, we've just
Wow.
heard, and I don't know whether you wanted us to say this, but I'm assuming you did. The crowdfunder has shot up from 8,500 to 9K, to over 9,000. Now, that means it's a very good time for me to remind you, if you are new, because it's now 8:45, almost 8:45, that you can donate during this show using the very simple URL, donateeu.com. That's DON, number 8, EU.com. There you will be presented with the GoFundMe page where you can donate in seconds, and it really is easy. Put the amount that you want to donate in, £5, £10 or more if you can afford it. Move the slider that says tip GoFundMe. You don't want to do that to 0 because they already take a small platform fee of about 2.5%. The vast majority of your donation, as in about 97.5% of it, comes straight, about 98% of it comes to NRM and will be paying for the stage, the amplification equipment, the security, the screens, the promotion of this year's March for Rejoin, September 23rd in London. We're trying to raise, and we need to raise £22,000 to lay on the day that we need to put on to help this event get press notifications so that the Sky and all the other TV channels are there, that they pick it up, the BBC, helicopters overhead, that kind of stuff.
You know.
Absolutely. So please, if you can, obviously if you can't donate because the cost of Tory living crisis is hitting you hard, it's hitting all of us hard, that's perfectly understandable. But if you're coming, please at least stick a £5 in, because the more of you that do that, the more we can publicise the event. And that's what the money over and above the stage and the sound and the sort of TV equipment we will be using the money for. Leaflets like this one, which you may have already seen. If you have and you've got one, don't just digest that information and keep it in your living room underneath a bunch of magazines. Pass it on to someone that doesn't know. Share it around. And
can I just have a quick interject? I'm
Do.
really sorry because the lady SM, lady, man, whoever. Sorry, I might stop using my initials. Please don't. Please don't, because
No,
it's brilliant.
that's
S&M,
great. And actually,
SM,
it is 8:45, so
absolutely
we will
fabulous.
be delving into some S&M after 9 o'clock. For those of you who've been
You wanna
joining
see
the
Benny's
live feed
spandex.
looking for that. Yeah, maybe not. Wayne Allen, SMR, is your name Sorry Might? Not sure what that means. Yvonne
S&M,
Richards.
your
So,
name,
we tried
sorry.
to tell the people leaving was no good for us, but they knew what they voted for. Sovereignty was the key, but now it's all gone tits up and. Do you know what, Yvonne? I've got a sneaking suspicion that you're maybe on the.
They now agree with me that we should now start off anew and vote to rejoin the EU.
Obviously,
well done.
They do.
Absolutely
Like
well
we said,
done.
the dial is shifting big time. Still to come on what's this
Yvonne's
called?
on her phone and she's missing the space
Is
button.
she? Is that what it is?
Yep. So I do it all the time.
So you lack the opposable thumbs. Is that what it is? Okay.
I've got opposable thumbs.
You got
I just
I've got
lack
yeah.
the usage.
Okay. Still to come on Music Sounds Better with EU2, this year's live online live-streamed music festival for pro-Europeans and rejoiners alike. We've got some acts coming up you're going to love. We've got Rosemary Schonfeld and The Grit coming along later. Rachel Ashley, the writer of We're Not Going to Brexit, which is revamped year after year after year, and there might well be a new version of that in her set. Who knows? Who's to say?
Yes.
We've got the brilliant Teegarden B coming up from France. We've got Wayne Allen also coming up from France. And of course, we've got Jessie Grace, SMR's #1 act of 2022. She'll be performing at the piano live, not live, sort of live, just later on. We've also got a xenomorph here from the Alien movies. Utterly randomly for no reason whatsoever. We don't even know why he's
awesome.
here.
And he has a little Rejoin the EU t-shirt. He's just adorable. And
I
who
asked-
doesn't want a cuddly xenomorph?
Me?
You're just not a super nerd, so
I'm
feck
not.
off.
Thank you. I asked Pete, producer Pete, earlier if we could have like one of those sort of revolving clickers, like for the amount people are donating. Apparently, it's really difficult to do. And another idea I came up with that would have been great, and you can only do it apparently if you're a charity, is on Children in Need and Red Nose Day, you can text 10 to the text number to
Yeah.
donate £10. Text 20, text 30, text 40. Apparently, we can only do that if we're a charity. And it's a right nightmare
It is.
setting yourself up as
It
a
absolutely
charity.
is.
Isn't it, Lee?
Oh my God, yes. I
Never
hate
become a
it.
charity.
Don't do it.
We're not a charity. We are a direct action group campaigning for all parties to shift their agenda and focus to rejoining the EU, the only solution to our current woes.
We are working
which
for everybody.
the country's
in the EU.
getting. The country's getting. 86% of those under 25 want to rejoin. Now, if I was a politician and I was thinking, children are the future, let them lead the way, as it says in that great song, I would be listening to these guys.
Oh no,
You know
Jacob
what?
Rees-Mogg, 50 years, fuck the kids.
Producer Pete has just let us know that he's going for a wee. I thought we'd share that with you.
Wonderful.
He felt it was
it's
necessary
great,
to
isn't
share
it?
with us, so we're sharing it with you.
We do
I don't
like
know how long
sharing
he's
those
going to be,
things.
but the longer he goes, the more you've got to listen to us ranting on aimlessly about nothing. What I will say is, if you haven't checked out the radio show 16 Million Rising that's been going since 2016, my little show, which is produced every week for free, you can listen to it across a multitude of platforms, including Alexa, Deezer, Spotify, Amazon Music, and on our website. You can catch the last 10 shows for free right now in Glorious Stereo at Mixcloud by simply going to 16millionrising.co.uk. There you can listen after this event or tomorrow to next week's show, if you fly forward in time a couple of weeks. You can also subscribe as a subscriber from just £1.50 a month. That's 5p a day, 35p a week. For that, you'll be invited to our 4 quarterly meetings a year where you help shape the show, tell us what to include, what not to include, what you like, what you don't. If you can afford £3 a month, you can become a value riser. For that, you'll get a copy of each week's show sent to your inbox on a Monday night just after it goes to air. You'll also be invited to our meetings. And for £5 or up a month, that's about £1.15 a week, you'll be a full early riser. You'll get a copy of our CD, You Write the Songs, featuring some of the acts you're listening to tonight. Several of them, actually, I think 5 or 6. There's 21 acts on there. Sent to your door as a physical CD or as a download via the website. You'll also get invited to our quarterly meetings, and you will also get an advance copy of every week's brand new SMR show. We are about.
Pete has finished his
I saw him doing that the moment he came back from his urination
I'm just glad it
extravaganza.
didn't mean he was continuing to.
We are now about to go to 2 of the greatest, well, I say pro-Europeans, I think they both are, certainly Liz is. Liz Webster was talking recently with James O'Brien on his radio show. The chat that ensued is well worth you listening to now in edited form because it's an absolute humdinger. James is always good. Liz Webster, you'll see at the march, but we'll hand you over to their capable hands for the next few minutes. Take a listen to this.
I feel right. The music sounds better with you. Love might bring us back together.
1 in 5 Leave voters now want to rejoin. And of course, that would probably involve a second referendum, unless the numbers get so high. Do you know what? That's not impossible. So it gets up to about 80 or 90% in the polling. I wonder if a government would have the cojones to push it over the line. And I know I've got a lot of friends, a lot of listeners, possibly even a lot of admirers who will be part of the Rejoin march. There's a 24-point gap in almost all the polling now on the question of whether or not we should rejoin the European Union. And there is a march taking place in London next month that will seek to marshal that part of the population. It's on Saturday, the 23rd of September. It's kicking off in Hyde Park. It'll go past Downing Street and it will finish for a rally in Parliament Square. He says, please don't talk the movement down. We need people like you behind us or we will be doomed to stay out of Europe forever. I hope you will be with us at the march in September. So do I. I hope I have a slight change. It's not a permanent position, Alex.
I'm actually speaking at the march. I'm delighted to speak at the march as the founder of Save British Farming and a father. It's about food, really, and it always was about food.
Yes.
Brexit, and it's urgent. Everybody who's going, feeling the pinch of the cost of living should be there screaming to rejoin. We have to rejoin.
How do you make that connection? How do you make that? You heard the last caller. He's paying more for his food than he ever has before, but he is under the impression that Brexit hasn't affected him at all. How do you make that connection?
Being more reliant on imports means that we have absolutely no control over prices. It doesn't matter what they do to interest rates. We've got no control whatsoever. And you're on a hostage to a fortune on world markets. It also means that food is going to become much shorter in supply. World events are making that happen as well. So the global food system is in crisis. So things are only set to get worse. We are in an inflation trap because of Brexit. And all the worst things are happening in the world at the same time. And we're like frogs being boiled, and everyone's saying, no, I don't know about Schengen, and no, I don't know about this and that. I mean, God, it's urgent.
You make a very powerful case for the argument that the aligning of the planets at the moment would actually render reducing our potential for food security, reducing our potential to move closer to self-sufficiency is the single stupidest thing we can do in the context of food supply. But here we are doing it. Here we are right in the middle of doing it and being told that it's a great idea. But what are you going to do in your speech? How are you going to... The bloke on before you, was it, I think, Stuart, I think it was. He is paying more than ever before for all of his food, but he doesn't realise it's got anything to do with Brexit. He thinks his life hasn't changed at all, even as his wife prepares to retire early as a consequence partly of Brexit. How do you reach him? How do you persuade him that it's worth all the fuss and palaver? Putting 10p in Nigel Farage's slot is going to have the heart of every decent person in the country sinking. The last thing we want is more of his greasy face on the telly. But
Because, James, after Christmas, you're going to see food shortages, which are going to continue to get worse and worse and worse. And food is going to become...
But then I'll just come back here and say, well, I got a turkey. What are you talking about? Project Fear.
But extended food shortages actually cause a lot of trouble. And people already, we have got, problems with people not having enough food, and there's people hospitalised with malnutrition. Our hospitals aren't coping with the influx of patients as it is. Things are set to get an awful lot worse. And instead of going, we need to let it work for a bit longer.
I've not said that. I've not said that. No, that was an early caller that pretty much everybody thought might have been yanking my chain when he claimed to have voted Remain, which is one of the occupational hazards of these sort of conversations. But no, hang on, it's the urgency that I need to.
Because globally, India is protecting wheat and rice exports already.
Yeah.
And there are significant food problems. 350 million people in the world are facing starvation right now.
Yeah, but with respect, people that voted for Brexit don't care about them.
But they're going to be impacted by it because we're competing with world markets, as we did with the vaccine for COVID. And we are actually becoming poorer and weaker by the day. We need to wake up and go, do I want to be boiled
This is
it.
No,
or do I want to get out and stop this?
This is the trick, then. This is it. No, this is the absolute nub of the problem, isn't it? Is that you see it more clearly than I do as something that is so urgent and so important that the absolute sooner the better, whereas the idea of waiting for the oil tanker of political will, never mind public opinion, waiting for the oil tanker of political will to turn around is, in your view, a mug's game. And I know you're right.
Absolutely.
I know you're right.
Because nobody's insulated from chaos. Nobody. If we've got riots and people out on the street, no one's safe. That's the bottom line. And I don't want to be in that place. At the moment, we're just being ratcheted up by the Bank of England going, we'll put interest rates up again, which is actually doing nothing at all apart from hurting more people who have got mortgages and need to buy food. So we really need to pull the cord on this and face reality and stop all the fluff and nonsense. And the other reality is, in 2019, when Boris Johnson won that election, there was already a majority for Remain. But we never got the opportunity to vote on it. And the only way we can actually assure food at a reasonable price is by opening up free trade again with the people on our doorstep and making sure that we are part of that market again, which we're excluded from. And British farming then can begin to recover. But it will take some time for us to do that. But food is the most important commodity. We die without it. And so that's where we need to begin, because in 2016, food wasn't part of the campaign because they all lied and said it was going to be cheaper. And it's about time we looked at that and bugger Schengen. And why do we want to keep the pound? That every time I go over to Europe, I actually pay a tax because I've got to change into euros. Let's embrace it. I can't wait to have the euro. I can't wait to have Schengen and not have to do biometric tests every time I go to Europe.
You are brilliant.
So do Americans believe like us in Britain? We have federalisation. Embrace it. It's the future.
You are brilliant, and I feel a bit embarrassed for being so flippant and glib earlier in the conversation. I'm glad that I sat back and let you hit your stride.
Oh, that's fine. I love a challenge, James. Anytime.
I mean, crikey, I'm not really someone you need to persuade of. Well, yeah, I am actually not someone you need to persuade that you're right. I know that you're right, but the urgency actually is what you've communicated to me, and I feel a tiny bit silly now.
Welcome back. That was James O'Brien and Liz Webster. You'll be able to hear and see Liz Webster if you come to the march in London on the 23rd of September this year. Hyde Park, noon, that is the place to be.
It is.
She will be speaking with passion just like that on her number one issue, which of course is saving British farming. I spoke to her about that on the show a few weeks ago. And one thing I asked her was British farming in trouble before Brexit? And she said that it was, and there are a number of reasons why, but that Brexit has exacerbated and amplified all of them. So everything a lot of farmers were promised by Brexit has not only not come to pass, it's significantly worse than they could have even predicted.
It was never going to come to pass.
She also totally busted the myth that all farmers voted for Brexit, because of course they didn't. And actually, I'm at the moment living in Durham, County Durham, near Bishop Auckland, where a farmer made a bit of a name for himself and went viral by saying exactly that and speaking up for the farmers that didn't fall for the lie initially.
I was in the Midlands. They had big billboards saying vote Brexit.
Well, yeah, it was everywhere, and we know a lot of people fell for it. There's been a lot of comment on the chat about the kind of people that did. Our little troll seems to have disappeared.
Thank God, because everybody's blocked her.
But as usual, my advice to anyone that's tempted to get involved with debating a troll, I mean, give them the benefit of the doubt. If they've got a serious question and they're seeking answers, answer them and be civil. But if they just start coming at you with the insults and just nonsense and start making stuff up, block them. I mean, they love and they thrive to suck the life out of you.
They do, but it's not even the making stuff up. It's repeating the same Brexit promises and thinking that that's still going to come to pass. Less migrants.
It's unbelievable naivety.
Do you know there are over 600,000 more migrants a year than there was before Brexit?
I know.
The government are never going to stop migrants, ever. They bring in too much revenue, they have bodies that are going to be able to work, and they pay way more tax than you do.
And that's the weird disparity between Tory policy, because what they want to promote in all their right-wing rags is that they hate immigrants, they hate asylum seekers, they hate refugees. That plays to their base.
We don't.
That throws red meat to their base. But the irony is that behind the scenes, under the Tories, the number of people coming to the UK as a legal, L-E-G-A-L, not illegal, legal immigrants has risen hugely, because they know we need them. Because we told all our closest friends, in the EU to F off back to where they came from. We still need people to do those jobs. We've got no choice but to take people from outside the EU.
Exactly. One of the things I heard was, oh my God, they're going to get rid of all the non-English speakers and send them back. Everybody in the EU speaks English. So all you did was get rid of English speakers, and all you then started was immigration from all of the countries whose second languages are not English. So you have even more people here not speaking English.
Yeah.
Crimea River.
And the same thing applies to food. We still need fresh vegetables and fruit to come into the country when we can't grow it ourselves.
Yep.
Why get that from Australia, which we're now currently doing? We've got onions coming from Australia when we could be getting it from Amsterdam. Makes no sense. We've got another act coming up for you now. Before we go to them, don't forget, you can get involved on the chat. We will read out your comments, provided they are,
not trollish.
They don't need to be trolled. Yeah, they don't have to be safe for work. We're not at work now. It's after 9 o'clock. So say what you like. We will give you a prize if we think your comment is deserving of one. So please get involved on the chat. You can do that on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. I don't believe you can on TikTok. We're not seeing them, but producer Pete is, and he'll relay those to us. We're going to go to another act now. This is someone who, again, has been providing the SMR show with some fantastic music for years now. He's simply called The Grit.
Baby, I feel right. The music sounds better with you. Love might bring us back together.
Yeah, welcome to my set for The Music Sounds Better with EU. I'm The Grit. I'd never written music before this corrupt Tory government lied and cheated us out of our EU membership. Because I see a small pocket of wealthy individuals who don't like regulation because it prevents them from exploiting the weak in society so that they can line their pockets. When they said take back control, what they actually meant was they wanted to take back control of us. This one is called Hungry Lines.
They make hungry eyes.
If you want to invade a country, it's helpful to spend some time preparing the ground, weakening your opposition allies. Maybe you interfere with US elections and put a sympathiser into power. Maybe you weaken the European Union by removing one of its key partners. There are serious questions that need to be asked about the money sloshing into the UK political system and how that may have affected the Brexit vote. After all, it was only a 2% majority. How much did Russian money influence Brexit? And in Brexit, did our politicians not, in part, enable the illegal invasion of Ukraine? Music sounds better in the EU, and this one is called Dirty Money.
No one in government knew if Russia interfered in or sought to influence the referendum because they did not want to know.
From a rich man's world, but not so funny. Stolen honey, don't snitch, have pearls, but watch it, sonny. It's blood money, hush money, gun money, tyranny. It's property from poverty. The Tories take it merrily, not theirs to take. Make no mistake, this is criminal. The fish rots on its head, and he's a frickin' imbecile. Abusing, misusing, democracy is losing, and as it changes hands, Russian money means collusion. Man's world, but not so funny. Stolen honey, don't snitch, have pearls, but watch it, sonny. It's swag money, crime money, arms money, tyranny. It's stolen from their people. Tory MPs take it merrily. A handshake, a backslap. How cheap they sell their principles. They threaten our security. It's a crime, it's unforgivable. Abusing, misusing, democracy is losing, and as it changes hands, Russian money means collusion. Swag money, crime money, arms money, dirty money, see. It's death money, torture money, gun money, mob money, stolen money, thief money, carbon money, see. It's blood money, hush money, gun money, swag money, crime money, arms money, dirty, don't you see? It's death money, torture money, gun money, mob money, stolen money, thief money, cartel, don't you see? Man's world, but not so funny. Stolen honey, don't snitch, have pearls, but watch it, sonny. It's death money, torture money, gun money, tyranny. It's stolen from the poor, and our leaders take it merrily. Be wide awake, they're on the take, not fictional. The fish rots on its head, and we must make him culpable. Abusing, misusing, democracy is losing. As it changes hands, Russian money means collusion.
Right, so what do we do about all of this? Well, we push back, we protest, we call out their lies and we hold them to account. And we keep doing that until their lies melt away to reveal the truth about what it is that has been done to us. But this isn't easy. In fact, it's exhausting. And that is precisely what they are relying on. They're relying on human nature and for us to be too lazy to do anything about it, being easily manipulated, and many are. But we have to keep going for our children's sake. After all, music does sound better in the EU. and I want them to experience that. This one's called Won't Fall to My Knees. Right, so do you remember the 2008 financial crisis? You know, the one where the greedy bankers gambled with our money and lost it. Yeah, that one. And it was followed by 13 years of crushing austerity that sucked the life out of our public services. And you know, some of those bankers are literally in government right now. Do you get me? Well, it didn't just remove the resilience in public services. That austerity that followed also chipped away at the financial resilience of the working population of the country. That's us. With their wage stagnation and zero-hour contracts, these exploitative few paid for the mistakes that they'd made with our mental health and our ability to cope when things got tough. And then they did. With COVID and Putin's illegal war, the system broke. Not because it needed to, but because Tory austerity had left it unable to cope. Working people faced no choice but to strike, only to be met by the government with anti-strike laws. We cannot take these freedoms for granted, and outside the EU we put our trust in a single point of failure, the UK government. Do you trust them with your human rights? As they reduce our right to protest, as they try to take control of our human rights, as they reduce our right to strike for fair pay, I most certainly do not. This, my last song today, is called Strike.
On our railways, in our courts, exam halls and ports, as the cost of living bites, industrial action looms.
The health service in crisis, say the unions, with more than 47,000 unfilled NHS nursing roles across the UK, and thousands more leaving, they say, because of being burned out and underpaid.
And what the Tory government is doing now is moving against the trade unions so that we are no longer able to take effective strike action going forward. And they think that will close down protest, close down dissent, and allow them to impose these changes and these cuts that we're going to see in the budget in a couple of weeks' time. So it's a really important turning point, I think, in our country, where we've got to show that we're not going to accept these infringements of human rights and infringements on the right to strike.
Maserati cashed and stashed it, smashed nothing left for us but ash, and we took it. Yeah. We took it. But now the time has come, it's begun, not fun, but son, listen, just don't run, you don't fight and it's all gone, and you took it. Can you take it? Ransacked and not pay back for their struggles, pat on back, get back on track, and we took it. Yeah. We took it. But now they can't buy food, not subdued, won't be screwed, not in the mood, something's changed, something's brewed, and they won't take it. Could you take it?
Conditions to be so dreadful in all my years of nursing.
You know, running around hours and hours without anything to eat, drink. We're struggling to finish on time. It's absolutely horrendous.
Enough is enough. We want to protect our patients. We want to make a difference. We want to do our jobs properly.
The only way now is to take that action, and trust me, nobody wants to do it.
Well, thank you very much for listening, and I hope you've enjoyed this set. If you've enjoyed what you've heard, then you can get in touch or find me on Twitter at thegrit_music. I also have a YouTube channel, and you can find me on all the major streaming platforms too. Thank you to Music Sounds Better with EU for this platform, and enjoy the rest of the event.
Hello, you're back with Music Sounds Better with EU, with me. Actually, I'm Ben, this is Lee, and this is the Xenomorph. That was The Grit. We've had loads of comments in the chat about The Grit in The Grit's set. I think he's called Doug, to be fair, he's called Doug. It was brilliant. Loads of comments, including this from Wayne, powerful imagery. Chrissy says, very powerful. That's a word that's going to come up a lot, I think. Liz Aston has just joined us in the chat as well. Pete says, proper protest music. There's a compliment. I like that one. Especially loving the guitar playing. Yeah, the electric guitar in the Grits tracks is absolutely fantastic. I think nearly every track he's ever sent me they've all got amazing guitar breaks on them, solo guitar breaks. Izzy says, I love The Grit. Well, there you are, The Grit. You've just got like loads of new fans. And that is partly what this evening tonight is all about. Supporting and promoting bands who have come all out against Brexit and for the European Union, which all these bands and all the speakers you're hearing tonight have done.
Yep.
So, enjoy yourself, Lee.
I am,
We've heard some great music, haven't we? Really great music. And still to
great
come.
Music, great company.
We've got me. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Still to come.
We,
you are too. We've got Jessie Grace, we've got Teegarden B, we've got Rosemary Schonfeld, and we've got Wayne Allen. We've got a special message coming up from Terry Christian very shortly. We've got comedy from the Holy Mole Show and comedy from Larry and Paul as well. Now, have you donated yet? Have you donated, Lee? Obviously, yeah.
I've donated my time, my body, my legendary face.
If you've not yet donated, please go to donateeu.com. DON, number 8, as demonstrated in a beautiful figure of 8 there by Lee, eu.com, donateeu.com, or you can just go to marchforrejoin.co.uk, and that will link you to the GoFundMe site, where you can put in the amount you'd like to donate to the march, which will only happen with your support. This is and I genuinely mean grassroots, as in this is the little people, the normal people, the ordinary people. There are no big organisations here. Yeah, I do a little radio show and make music. Pete's a lorry driver. Producer Pete is an actual lorry driver. We are real people affected by Brexit, just like you. We are not big. It could be a fake lorry driver.
Could he?
Of course he could.
How?
He could. I don't know. Actually, I don't know how it would work. No, he's got a real lorry. I've seen his lorry. His lorry. He's got a fridge.
I saw a guy doing the grass with a remote control.
He's got a microwave in there. He lives in there, and he goes away all week.
Lorry?
He does. He's got a microwave in his lorry. He sleeps in there and everything. It's a proper lorry with a big winchy crane thing on the back. Anyway, the point being, Pete, Lee, myself, Dave, Claire, everybody involved with NRM do ordinary jobs. We're not the metropolitan elite like Jacob Rees-Mogg with funds and hedge funds in Ireland and God knows what. We're struggling to make a living just like you guys.
Not all of us.
Tory cost of living crisis. So we understand if you can't donate, but if you can, please do, because we've now raised over £9,000 of the £22,000 we need to raise to make sure the event can go ahead. We've already booked and paid deposits on the stage equipment, the amplification equipment, the big screens, the security, and lots of wonderful leaflets like this one, which you may have seen. But we need to pay the bills and we need to make sure that we promote this event far and wide. So please give if you can. DON8EU.com. That's the place to go. You'll also find on the website, if you haven't visited yet, a wonderful explainer from Lee and Femi on the route that we'll be taking, the accessibility points. If you have mobility needs and you only want to walk a certain portion of the march, you can do that too. This is a fully inclusive march. It's a family-friendly event. So bring your kids, bring your grannies, bring anybody that you want to this march. The more people there, the better. We had around 50,000 last year.
Yep, it was pretty wild.
This year's got to be bigger. It's as simple as that. We've got to keep getting bigger, and it will be. I've got no doubts and qualms about that at all. It's going to be huge. Park Lane, noon, 23rd of September. It's now just a month away. It's 4.5 weeks away. So get to the website, plan your day, get your transport sorted. If you're wondering how you're going to get there from your part of the country, depending on where you live, there might be a coach.
Yes.
There might be a bus. So you haven't got to walk if you live in, I don't know, Carlisle. There might well be a bus coming from your neck of the woods. There's buses coming from all over the shop. And you can find a map of the buses, on the website, marchforrejoin.co.uk. Lots of them are selling out very quickly. Now, obviously, some of the local groups providing these buses will put other buses on if they sell out. So
the more the merrier.
The more the merrier. Bring your placards. Bring your merch.
Yes, bring your merch.
Bring your attire. Now, we want to deck the halls with boughs of EU-ness. So if you've got anything that references Rejoin, not Remain, because we are a Rejoin campaign.
We've already left.
We've left. That debate is history. That's done and dusted. Bring your T-shirts, your hoodies, your bandanas, your caps, your visors, your tote bags. You'll find all that and more at 3 wonderful places that you may or may not have visited yet. Go to the March for Rejoin website, marchforrejoin.co.uk. There's a shop where you can buy hoodies, T-shirts, brilliant branded merch for the National Rejoin to March. Dog bandanas?
Yes.
Are you serious? That's a real thing. That is a thing.
Bandana,
That's a thing.
Yeah.
Right, bring your dog and make sure it's wearing an appropriate bandana. We hope it's going to be a warm and sunny day. So if you're looking for a visor or flags to wave, banners, also go
EU flags as well.
EU flags.
Everybody that's in the EU or wants to join
by that we
the
mean
bring it with
the
you.
countries in the EU's flags as well. Go to the Stay European shop. I think you'll find that at stayeuropean.shop. I think that's the address. Stayeuropean.co.uk or .com or .org. I'm not completely certain. Tom would have to educate me on that. Join the chat, tell me. Maybe producer Pete can pop that in. You'll find a wonderful shop there too with different merch. And if you want something homemade by a wonderful woman called Louise Taylor, who goes by the name of Still Disgusted on Etsy.com. We all are. You can get yourself a beautiful beret with hand-stitched EU gold stars on the blue beret. They are selling like hotcakes. And what's best about what Louise does is she donates 80% of the profits back to pro-EU, pro-Rejoin causes. We've just had some news come in. marchforrejoin.co.uk/family. To get 10% off flags.
Ooh.
So if you go to marchforrejoin.co.uk/family, right, you can get 10% off your flags.
Why are we doing a southern accent?
Because on the Mitchell brothers on EastEnders say family. It's about family. What? Sorry? You're a bit fat. What are you offended about?
Why?
I'm not a Northern Monkey. I was born and bred in Norfolk,
Southern American
which is
accent.
pretty much Midlands as we are here.
Yeah.
We're going to mention very briefly for those of you who've just joined in. Well done to the England ladies team, the Lionesses today, for getting the silver medal at the World Cup. Narrowly beaten. Let's face it, it was only 1-0 by Spain.
Yes.
And let's remember the goalkeeper actually saved a penalty, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it was as close could be, but well done to Spain for winning 2. The winners, of course, are, women's sports across the globe.
The women's team have absolutely nailed it for
haven't they?
quite a while now. They've done better than the blokes. And you know what? We need to fund them more too.
We do.
FIFA.
Well,
fucking pull your
yeah,
finger
okay,
out.
but don't contribute to them until you've contributed to the NRL
contribute
march.
to us first.
That first,
Yeah,
and then if there's
us
any left
first.
over, then I don't know, send
Actually,
a bit.
they don't need contribution. They pay for
don't.
tickets.
Well, you brought it
We'll
up.
be quiet.
Let's have a quick look at the chat
Contribute
before we
yours,
go
pay for
to
their
our
tickets.
next absolutely mega exclusive comedy act. Hello, Larry and Paul.
Woohoo!
I mean, if you don't watch Larry and Paul's amazing YouTube channel, where have you been? They have been making pro-EU, anti-Brexit comedy since the beginning, and they are damn funny lads. You may have also seen their Live from the North live podcast, live YouTubes. I think they do it, is it every couple of Thursdays? I can't remember, Wednesdays. You'll know if you're a fan. They are brilliant. Their daily briefings hit record numbers. Their, what do they call it? The true Brexit ad? Honest Brexit ad. Their
Oh.
Honest Brexit ad,
Honest Brexit
I think, has now
ad.
been viewed over 750,000
Have
times.
we ever had an honest Brexit
No,
ad?
theirs takes the initial leave.eu ad, but makes it honest.
Excellent.
It's brilliant. It's very, very funny.
I am looking forward to this.
Well,
I
no,
really
that's
am.
not what they're showing us tonight. What they're showing us
No!
tonight is a special edition of Broken News, which is their new feature, which we're going to show you in just a moment while Pete cues it up. Larry and Paul, absolutely fantastic. And then coming up very shortly after that, we'll be back first. We've got another musical act from the brilliant Rachel Ashley, who needs no introduction, so won't be getting one. But before that, we're gonna go to Larry and Paul now for some Broken News. You're gonna enjoy this. See you in a bit.
Welcome to Broken News. A surprising new report has confirmed that 100% of British people are now in favour of Brexit. The research has been published by an independent think tank called the Definitely Not Rich Old Men Who Hate Paying Tax Group. Our reporter has more.
Nearly a decade on from the Brexit vote, and according to this new research that Broken News will just repeat without any verification, the vast majority of British people not only think it was a great idea, but want to do it again. Harder, slower and deeper. This unbiased study, published across 30 pages of today's Daily Mail, Daily Telegraph, The Sun, Daily Express and the Beano, said Brexit was incredible and sexy. It goes on to say we've definitely taken back control. No immigrants come here anymore, everyone has a job, food is cheaper, and rivers and seas are definitely not overflowing with bubbling shit, hot piss and toxic chemicals. It consulted a wide sample of people, including patriotic multimillionaire MP Jacob Rees-Mogg, who tripped over once and dropped most of his money offshore. Patriotic billionaire Sir Jim Ratcliffe, who helped rid Britain of pesky environmental controls and who, due to an accounting error, pays minimal UK tax. And patriotic billionaire Sir James Dyson, who accidentally relocated his entire business to Asia. In a statement, the group, who called for British toddlers to be able to start work from the age of 2 in British factories, said, "We're aware it looks like we're willing to destroy our own country in order to make more money." And then that's the end of the statement. Back to you.
Lovely story. Makes you proud to be British. That's it from Broken News. You're up to date.
Wow, God, that is absolutely fantastic. I hadn't seen that until, neither had Lee, until tonight, and I love
brilliant.
them even more now. Larry and Paul, do check out their YouTube channel. Every week there's a brand new Broken News. They promised me they're going to bring back the Daily Briefing, which is my favourite sketch of theirs. But like I say, if you've not seen that Honest Brexit ad, that's the one to see. It's been all over social media for months.
Brilliant.
It's brilliant. That was fantastic. Guys, thank you so much for sending us that in. An absolute exclusive. Another exclusive on Music Sounds Better with EU2. It's 25 to 10 now, Lee.
It is.
And we are right in the throes of it. I think we are officially well over halfway through. So if you have just joined us, don't worry about the acts that you've missed. Well, you should be a little worried because they were bloody brilliant. But you can catch them all at any point after this show ends by simply scraping back to the beginning on YouTube, watching again. It will be there forever and ever and ever and every day. So go back tomorrow, next week, whenever you want, and have a look at the acts you've missed. You've missed Claudia Kate, Rodeo Terrorists, 3 Bites of the Cherry, Pete Farrugia, the Marsh Family. We love the Marsh Family. So does Pete Farrugia, who wants to be adopted by them.
To be
Seriously.
fair, we love everybody.
We love everybody.
The Marsh Family are just...
They are ace. Graham, Paul Kendrick, and The Grit are last act. We've got another one coming up in just a couple of minutes before we go to the wonderful Rachel Ashley, the writer of We're Not Gonna Brexit, which has been rewritten again and again and again. She's got a brand new version, I believe, for us tonight. Evelyn B, sorry if I've got that wrong, Evelyn says, that was great, they never disappoint. I'm assuming you're talking about Larry and Paul.
That was brilliant.
It was brilliant. We were both watching that for the first time in hysterics.
Everything that they said on there, we were actually bickering about earlier on.
And it's like, it's so true. And I've said this before, comedy is such a great vehicle for getting to people that otherwise because if you break down those barriers they've got by making them laugh, they're more receptive to the truth.
Plus, they just tell the truth anyway.
They do.
Like Dyson, I don't use Dyson products anymore. They can go fuck
Who
themselves.
accidentally relocated his entire
I won't
business
go to
Singapore.
Weatherspoons. He can fuck himself too.
Brilliant. Yeah. Well, why don't you say what you really think? This is Tim Martin, isn't it?
I'm actually being kind.
That's too kind. Pete, are we ready or very nearly ready to go to our next live set? We are.
Producer Pete, he didn't do this weird
No, he didn't.
motion.
Producer Pete, I've got to say, he's looking a bit pensive and a bit worried and a bit perturbed.
Did you have another glass of gin?
Is all well,
Producer
Peter?
Pete? Have we said anything?
He's looking a bit worried.
That could get us sued
I'm not sure.
Yet?
No, I don't think so.
Is a
Sorry. Right,
No.
we're going to go to our next act in just a few seconds now. Yeah, even it'll be Larry and Paul. I knew you were talking about Larry and Paul. It's Rachel Ashley. You're going to love her. She's from Cheshire. She wrote We're Not Gonna Brexit. She's here now with a whole bunch of songs. Enjoy.
Bring us back together.
We never wanted to Brexit, cause we always knew it would be shit. And we still don't want your Brexit anymore. Starmer says we'll get Brexit working. It's as likely as a winner comes working. Like an eggy Farrugia is still lurking. Where's the door? We never wanted to Brexit, cause we always knew it would be shit. And we still don't want your Brexit anymore. The economy's on the brink of collapsing. We were better with Theresa May's dancing. There's no sign of sanity returning anymore. Rejoin! 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 We never wanted to Brexit, cause we always knew it would be shit. And we still don't want your Brexit anymore. We never wanted to Brexit, cause we always knew it would be shit. And we still don't want your Brexit anymore. No, we never wanted to Brexit, cause we always knew it would be shit. And we still don't want your Brexit anymore. No, we never wanted to Brexit, cause we always knew it would be shit. And we still don't want your Brexit anymore. for self-reflection. Ripples ever spreading till the image falls apart into the clear view. Look inside the mirror. What do you really see? Is it self-deception? Or is there some distortion of a shattered shard of glass cutting through reality? Everything you think, everything you say, everything you do, it sends ripples. Everything you think, everything you say, everything you do, it sends ripples. So gaze into the distance, the future and the past, just endless repetition. Everything you think, everything you say, be a little thoughtful. What we put out there, it ripples through the heavens. Everything you think, everything you say, everything you do. Could you change the pattern? The ripples change futility to show real meaning. Everything you say, everything you do, and what we leave behind us, that will be our legacy. You know it's everlasting. Everything you think, everything you say, everything you do, everything you think, everything you say, everything you do, everything you think, everything you say, everything you do, everything you think, everything you say, everything you do. And if I didn't see before, the stars across the inky canopy, like diamonds shining up above me, I see them clearly now with you. And if I didn't hear before, sublime notes from the love song's melody, pouring straight out from the heart of me, I hear them clearly now with you. Up the souls of lovers everywhere around the world. Your love is proof that it's true. It's true. For you I'll be the same as Mr. Lowell Harris playing the piano. It's beautiful. It seems the last and only from the dawn. You're not really my heart's finest part, and if I didn't love before, I feel the extra thrill of touching you. 'Cause my world just comes alive with you. I feel the true love when I'm with you.
Who should we be this time? We need to introduce ourselves to somebody else. What? All right. Goodness me. I apologise again, Producer P, overreaching his remit again. There. That was who was that? Rachel Ashley.
Rachel Ashley.
Rachel Ashley.
Beautiful voice.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what a mixed set with the dynamism and power of we're not. What's it called this year? We're still not going to Brexit. We're definitely still maybe not going to Brexit. We're absolutely not going to Brexit. And then was that song called Ripples? Producer Pete, Ripples. Some beautiful stuff there from Rachel, from Cheshire. She's another who's been with us since day one, hasn't wavered.
I did a dog called Ripples.
You did a dog called Ripples.
I had a dog
called Ripples. I don't think this is the time to admit that. Let's maybe move very swiftly on.
Ripley, and it was a lovely
Oh, Ripley,
dog.
another alien reference.
Yes.
There's a real alien feel here, isn't there?
Nerd theme.
On the chat, it's about time. Now, listen, it's 10 to 10. If you know someone that's not watching this amazing fest marathon of pro-EU, anti-Brexit music, give them a call now. Get on the blower. Say, tune in to marchforrejoin.co.uk, where there's a screen that you can enlarge and watch the whole thing for free live with us now. We've got a couple more hours to go. There's plenty of music still to come, plenty of comedy, and a couple more surprises. But before we get to that, don't forget, you can find out everything you need to know about the march at marchforrejoin.co.uk. Plan your day, get your transport booked and sorted. You can also donate, so please do. Because thank you, actually, to everybody who has responded tonight to our call to donate and donated. Whether it's £5, £10, £25, £50, Jacob Rees-Mogg, £500,000, all right? Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's going to happen. Absolutely not. Oh, I'm sorry, did I make you retch again? Goodness me, and he's not the worst of them. Goodness me, we'll have a special charity night just for Tories, where we'll find them something better to do with their time. But no, if you have donated, thank you very, very much. It's much appreciated. The march won't happen without the money. So bills have got to be paid and the equipment's got to be paid for. It's been booked. Everything's sorted. All the licenses are in place. The police, the GLA, everyone that we need to work with loves us, don't they?
Yes,
they love us.
Absolutely
this
do.
is not.
We are genuine people.
For those of you worried about,
really
hang on, protesting in the UK is illegal now. No, it's not. It's not. This is not a protest against a specific thing. Like, we're not turning up outside someone's house and saying we hate you, down with that sort of thing. No. We are a direct action group saying Brexit has destroyed this country, is destroying this country.
It has destroyed it, and
we know the key, the secret, the solution to put it right. Which is, do you know what that is?
I could break into song.
It's not breaking into song. That wouldn't sort it all out, Lee. I wouldn't try that. No, please don't.
Okay, sorry.
That great song, but it's rejoining the EU. Not Keir Starmer making Brexit work. You numpty. It doesn't. We've established that through Graham's song earlier, which was titled "You Can't Make Brexit Work." Brackets for Keir. Right? That song was for Keir Starmer. It was originally written for him.
You can't, you won't.
If you are thinking about getting involved with our chat, please do. There's lots of time and lots of opportunities to do that. You can do it via a multitude of places. You can join us on YouTube. I've lost a bit of paper. Here it is. YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter. TikTok, you can still chat, but we won't see it. And
but we can do, but Producer Pete has got to pass it on to us. Interest forward. So say something interesting.
Do, and actually there's still time to win a prize. If you'd like to win literally any free merch from the March for Rejoin shop, go and have a look at it. Right? What's that mean? Two prizes left.
Two prizes left.
Right. Go and have a look at the shop. I don't know when can you do that and still listen? I don't know, but anyway, there's hoodies, there's t-shirts, there's flags, there's all sorts of great stuff to take you to the march and look cool, because you don't want to arrive looking ordinary. You've got to arrive in the right colours.
Fabulous.
Pick anything you like if you win. We've already had winners. Pete Farrugia has won. We've had a winner. Who did we have? Adriana Spellinki. With her doggy comment. And there was another one.
Another person as
Who was
well.
that?
And I didn't write it down because
No,
it was off the top of the bat, and it will still be on the chat
I
somewhere,
can't remember either.
someplace, but they were awesome. And
If you have missed any of tonight's show, you can go back and watch it all tomorrow because it ain't going anywhere. Obviously, it's more fun to watch it live. Because that's how these things roll.
Yeah,
one day we have a dream to do a real festival in a real field with real food, real toilets, real muddy boots and all that kind of thing. We're getting there. All we wanted this year was for the show to be bigger and better than last year. It was great last year.
Oh yeah, it was fantastic.
This year, we've gone from 7 acts to 20 plus.
Yeah.
Thank you to everyone that has sent something in. If we miss you out, it's because you sent it in a little bit too late and we haven't had time to sort of edit it into the programme. What producer Pete is doing behind the scenes is it's
Tapping on
totally
his keyboard.
alien. No, it's more than that. It's alien to
all
me.
we can hear is
He's literally got 4 screens all telling him stuff simultaneously. He's
Yeah.
working so damn hard.
Can't
So
be doing a lot.
I mean,
not right.
if you donate for no other reason than the fact that you just feel sorry for Pete, please do. None of us are being paid for doing this. None of our acts have been paid for providing exclusive sets, comedy, and political commentary.
Alcohol for
Just,
this
I think it's
either.
important to clarify that because some people think a lot of the leavers often level that one as, oh, you're being paid by George Soros. Yeah, right. Hello. I would love it if George Soros rang me up and said, here you are, Ben, here's £500,000 for your radio show. Yes, I'd accept it. Damn right I would. And I'd
Here's
tell
a
you I'd
couple
done
of
it.
£100 for your wine.
But that's not what's happening. This is grassroots. This is ordinary people experiencing Brexit big time. Not the elite that sold it to you as a lie and have run off while you're
We are
struggling
not
with the
all
detritus.
middle-aged,
God, we're not all Nigel Farage.
middle-class
No, we're not.
people. Some
We're
of
not.
us are grassroots.
She's an actual dinner lady.
I'm a dinner lady.
Yeah, producer Pete is a lorry
I am.
driver.
I'm a disabled dinner lady. Let's
All
get
right,
that
okay.
right.
Are you?
I am.
Goodness
actually,
me.
yeah.
Well, there you go.
I'm a disabled.
I have.
I'm not quite sure your new set of Nashers qualifies you as a disabled. On the chat, Roger Cracknell wants to correct me. It says 22:54 here. Well, it is now, yes. When I said it was 10:15 or whatever I said earlier, obviously that was earlier.
There's a slight
Time
delay,
has this
I'm afraid.
strange notion of constantly moving. Oh, it's an hour ahead.
Ah,
Roger Cracknell,
got you.
have you escaped Little England
Yes,
to
Little
foreign
England.
shores? Lucky
If
you.
you've
Good for
gone
you.
to
Rub it
better
in.
places.
Please do write in to tell us about your Irish passport that you've managed to get through
Sean
a tenuous
Thornton,
Irish relative.
I need
I'd
those
love to hear
Soros
about
checks. I could retire
God.
in Europe. Us first, if you don't
Yeah,
mind.
Sean
'cause we're
Thornton,
plugging
he's
this
great.
shit.
Sean's
Yes?
great. Sean is a member of Knots for Europe.
You're first in the queue.
He's great, and he actually airs the 60 Million Rising show on his website as well.
Oh, lovely.
He's great. What have we
still
got there?
getting
Izzy
it
has got my battery charged. Now I can take you to bed. What, both of us? Or
She's
just-
going to rub us up and down.
Okay,
under
it
the
is.
duvet.
Fortunately, it is well past 9 o'clock, so you are free to take us both to bed if that's what you so want to do. We will have to charge for that. I
Yeah.
don't think we can do that for free. At least a £25 donation, and we will both. Yeah, we'll do that. I'll do that. Got my very good. Sean Thornton, I need those Soros checks. Oh, we've mentioned that one. Yeah, we need a
I
few
can
more.
retire in Europe. We did mention that.
We need a few more people on the chat. So, and we also want people to say sensible things.
Where would you retire to?
I would retire to probably Dubrovnik, isn't it, in Croatia?
Dubrovnik.
Looks beautiful. I've always wanted to go to Dubrovnik.
It is actually really nice.
I've not been to Dubrovnik.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I do like Crete. I like the Greek islands.
No.
There's pretty much anywhere really. Scotland, actually. Scotland. I would move to Scotland. There was a song by Mitch Benn, I'm moving to Scotland, because when they get back into the EU, if they get independence, be a great place to live, apart from the haggis
I
and
have
the
family in
incessant drizzle.
Scotland. Haggis is lovely. I have
The incessant
family in
drizzle, isn't
Scotland, and I love them all, but it's way too cold.
It is a
I'm
bit.
going to disappear to the Med.
Are you?
Yeah.
Whereabouts in the Med?
Warm, I don't know, Greece, Crete, that kind of place.
I like Greece.
Scorching hot. I just want to
yeah.
snorkel every single day,
Do you?
preferably with nut sharks.
Preferably with not sharks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a given, wouldn't it? Oh, Producer Pete saying crack on.
Crack
And what's
on.
coming up next, I believe, is a special appearance from an actual celebrity.
Oh,
If you
yes.
ever watched The Word in, I think it was the early 90s, it might have even been late 80s, on, I think it was Channel 4, again, I can't be sure, music show with the wonderful Terry Christian. Here he is now
Terry Christian.
to give you his unedited, from the heart, off the cuff rant about Brexit.
Do it.
I feel right. The music sounds better with you. Love might bring us back together.
Hi, I'm Terry Christian, one-time star of TV and radio. I still pop up from time to time like a bad penny, and obviously very much hated by your average Brexiter. And I'm always sure to troll for various insults off them on all my social media sites, even the ones where I'm just talking about my stand-up tour. The Word is Terry Christian, the Naughty 90s and more, or football or anything else. It's like, oh, you're lefty, you're commie. Apparently, liking being in the EU and that freedom of movement and for everyone to be better off makes me a communist. I did read a bit of Karl Marx, and I was once in the Socialist Workers' Party once upon a time when I was 18, but I don't really recognise that part of it, really. So what is it all about, this fixation with the EU being some kind of villain for these people, these odd people? It's a bit like the thinking in the medieval times, isn't it? If they had the plague in town, yes, well, there's still a few of them around, it'd be like, let's go and burn a witch. The witch has caused the plague, and obviously they've been grifted by people like Rupert Murdoch, Lord Robespiere, all the various people on the Leave Means Leave campaign, Richard Tice. I always admire Richard Tice because of the way he pulled himself up by the bootstraps to inherit basically a £500 million property empire from his father. Self-made man, and if he is, it's nice of him to take the blame. The irony is, I remember doing a question time one time in Darlington, the North East. They were all they were so poor they'd be begging loose change off a church mouse up there. They'd all voted Brexit. And when I was sort of saying how stupid it was, how it was going to make them all poorer and worse off, and of course the North East of England was a big beneficiary of money from the EU, Richard Tice was like lying to them, and then one bloke in the said, well, people, the media elite like you, Terry. I was a media elite, me, the fourth of 6 kids, born just outside the Medals with a labourer father who was an Irish immigrant from Dublin, and a school dinner lady mum who, again, was an Irish immigrant from Dublin. Me, who was on free school dinners, I was the media elite. Not how I was described in the tabloids at the time when I was a regular in the media. Richard Tice, however, was a man of the people. And this is the kind of nonsense that we've had. There's a certain serf mentality in the UK where they will believe any old rubbish told to them by somebody posh. And it's an English thing. It's not an Irish thing or a Scottish thing. And I can apologise for that being the case. I'll switch that light back on again in a minute. I could easily apologise for that being the case, but the reality is there is a kind of an ingrained serfness out there. And not that it was a working class vote for Brexit. 60% of that Brexit vote was middle class. A1, B1, C1, and more A1, B1s than C1s too, but mainly old age pensioners. And certain old age pensioners, you just cannot get through to them. I think their lives, and listen, we've all got bitterness and resentment in our lives. Me too. I would actually describe that as my personality. That's why I've had like 4 years of therapy. But it's kind of, they blame everybody else. And the way they are about foreigners, especially anyone with a brown face. So if you tell them something is going to be done about people with brown faces, they'll vote for any old rubbish without checking up on it. The number of people that I met who voted to leave the EU because they thought it would stop Pakistanis coming in, you go, well, do you know what? Well, is Pakistan in the EU? what bad experience have you had, with Pakistani people? And it's this, the rivers of blood thing. So obviously, there were like some idiots, a lot of them mentally ill, I'd argue, who were involved in, extremist organisations. There's inner city gangster types, your grooming gangs, they're also drug dealers a lot of the time. They're hardly reflective of that community. But it's like the fear, it's the fear factory, the othering, and it's always areas, or mainly tends to be in areas where there weren't many of them, and it had nothing to do with the EU. Or anybody mainly people not born in this country. I mean, can you imagine it? If the Tories had wanted, as they promised when they won the election in 2010, they could have cut non-EU immigration by 100%. So you have to ask, why haven't they done it? Why is it in the last year we have had record numbers of non-EU immigrants? 1.2 million, and the majority of them from the Indian subcontinent or from Africa. And it's kind of, the Brexiters are just insane. They keep going, oh, look, there's a dinghy. I live in a posh bit of Cheshire for my sins, right? I was out chatting to this woman a few months ago, not in that way, just a casual about music, about, the old days of the 70s and 80s in Manchester and clubbing it, and Northern Soul and all that stuff. And then she started banging on about people in dinghies. And I went, where we live, there's an Indian restaurant and a Thai restaurant, and they are the only brown faces you'll see. I don't know, where are the people from dinghies landing around here, and how are they impinging on your life? And this is the kind of nonsense that they've been fed. It's like a cure-all, isn't it? It plays on their bigotry and their fears. Another thing that the Brexit vote did was because it was Cameron, a lot of people who were kind of Labour voters sort of voted out just to give him a slap in the face. Well, it's not really giving him a slap in the face, because I still think he fiddled it to make sure that referendum was won by the Leave campaign, because any true referendum is a 2/3 majority. And of course, it impoverishes poor people. It makes them poorer. Outside of the EU, no matter who is in government, Labour or Conservative, we are worse off, because there are going to be less jobs, less wages and less prospects until we rejoin. And as for taking back control, now the EU are more in control of us than they have ever been. We used to sit on the main table making the rules. It was the UK that pushed France and Germany into finally accepting all those Eastern European countries joining, because they didn't want to. But the UK thought it would give us a bit more power. They would side with us. We can carry on with all the kind of financial irregularities. We can carry on with low-waged economy for our people. We can carry on only having a half or a third of the state pensions of the rest of the EU. We can carry on with all that sort of nonsense once we've got them backing us up, because those Eastern Europeans won't want to do anything that seems a little bit socialist. You know what I mean? And this is what we've been up against for years and years, this kind of ignorance. And, it's a self-inflicted wound. Everybody knew that about leaving the EU. Anyone with half a brain. I mean, I didn't know an awful lot about the EU, but what I did know was none of the problems in the UK had anything to do with our EU membership. They were mainly caused by the Tories or by the Tories and what we couldn't fix from what the Tories had left us from Thatcher's legacy, where she basically sold off all our family silver. And then Labour had to try and rebuild stuff like the NHS and thought, well, the quickest way to do that is to adopt that kind of strange Tory PFI initiative type thing, which was brought in by John Major's government. So all of these things, the malaise, everything that's happened to this country comes down to the Tories. Since 1979, had we had a Labour government, we would have a society more like Germany, more like the Dutch, more like Belgium, more like France, more equal. In fact, up to 1975, the most equal country in Europe, Western Europe, was Sweden, and we were the second most equal country in Europe. Housing wasn't an issue. They'd moan, wouldn't they, about single mothers, you know, having council houses. Well, now we've got a falling birth rate. We should have had more single mothers back in the 70s. We should have found more council houses. We should have been building council houses, not selling them off. And all our ills, really, in this country stem from housing, bad housing policy. And that is a kind of British disease that we're spreading to other countries in Western Europe, especially Ireland. You know, and this causes resentment amongst people, and this causes insecurity and bad mental health and all the rest of it. And again, you can't blame that on the EU or people from the EU coming in, or other 1.2 million immigrants from outside the EU in the past year. How's that doing for our housing and our NHS? Although a lot of them have come over here to work in the NHS. There's a kind of insanity out there. I don't know what we do to engage with people. We've got to stop this implying that Brexit voters are actually from the north of England and working class, when in fact 52% of all the vote in Brexit, according to Lord Ashcroft's exit poll at the time of the referendum in 2016, 52% of the whole Leave vote in the UK came from the south of England. Even a place like Greater London that voted to remain had more Leave voters, and don't forget it was the numbers of voters, than the whole of the North East. You know, so it was kind of crazy to associate with working class people in the North when 60% of the vote was middle class, you know, and 52% was in the south of England. And what needs to happen, and this is my message to all the Lib Dem types out there who voted for a coalition government, who then voted with the Tories on every austerity measure at the time. Those austerity measures are what led to Brexit as a protest vote. So next time, don't support anything that impoverishes or makes life harder for people already having a hard life. You know, ridiculous things like the bedroom tax. You know, so if you're a single person with, like, you know, 2 bedrooms, but you're disabled or on the dole, you're being taxed for the extra room, when in fact we weren't building single room accommodation except for old age pensioners. And even then, you know, there was more 2-bedroom. It's just so ridiculous. And yet these various Lib Dem MPs, and this is why I worry a little bit about, you know, voting tactically, these Lib Dem MPs voted wholeheartedly for that kind of nonsense. So anyway, let's rejoin the EU, let's get proportional representation, let's get the Tories out and kick them back into the feudal age where they belong. They are not something that belongs in a modern society. They are a National Front fascist party. Get them out of politics. Let's get rid of the hate from politics, and let's get rid of the likes of Rupert Murdoch, Lord Robespiere, and all the other non-domicile, non-tax-paying foreign ownership in our media. Let's get rid of these poisonous TV and radio channels, and let's start having reasoned debates, and let's bring education back, and let's dave down the pub nonsense. Because hey, this is one of the issues, isn't it, with social media? It's given every pub idiot a loud hailer. And when you meet them in real life, you think, why even bother arguing with them on social media? And don't get me wrong, I'm one of the worst to get sucked in for that. So rejoin the EU, keep the faith. It's an inevitability, but sooner rather than later. See ya.
Wow. Strong words there from Terry Christian, and it's hard to disagree with any of that, isn't it?
No,
really? It really is. You know, a lot of people on the chat have been mentioning how, wow, I've never heard it said like that. Excellent stuff, Terry. With you all the way. Bravo, Terry, says Claire Hall. We've got I think it's Sarstedt and Moore saying, excellent stuff, Terry. You interviewed me back in '82 on Radio Derby when my band at the time released their first single. I think is that Sarstedt and Moore?
Sarstedt.
Sarstedt and Moore. Well, fantastic. I told you we had a celebrity on the show. Mark Welch, that might just beat I'm voting Tory because of all the food banks they created. Yeah. What do you think is the daftest? Oh, we were talking there. I think that's reasons people voted to leave. Reasons people voted for the Tories because they've created so many food banks.
There are more food banks in this country than there are McDonald's.
I've heard that.
But unlike McDonald's, where you can just walk in, you have to go through a screening process to get free food to feed your starving fucking children.
Terry Christian spoke with I think it was Tom Hingley and Badly Drawn Boy at one of the events we put on in Cathedral Square, Manchester in 2018. And I remember him saying there at that event, the first time I saw him speak about Brexit, was this wasn't an issue of left and right. It was simply an issue of sensible versus stupid. And what we did in 2016, the decision we made, was an incredibly stupid decision. And whether you're on the left or right, or you're a centrist, or wherever you fit politically, everybody ought to be able to recognise what Brexit has done because the evidence is now in front of us. A lot of the things he's saying there about people's reasons for voting for Brexit are spot on. Like I say, it's really hard to disagree with him. And it's great to hear someone speak with passion, from the heart, off the cuff. Yes. I know that he didn't script that. Because I remember him saying to Peter before he sent it in, it's just going to be a rant from the heart, off the cuff, which that clearly was.
Rants are the best.
And I advise you, actually, if you have just joined us, do go back and listen to that because it's packed full of quality reasons why people voted the way they did, why they shouldn't have done. Truths. Heartfelt truths. Terry Christian, thank you very, very much for sending that in to us. Absolutely brilliant. Plenty more music still to come. Jessie Grace, Teegarden B, Wayne Allen. But coming up in just a moment, we've got our next singer-songwriter from deepest Devon, Rosemary Schonfeld. Now, Rosemary, she's been working on various protest songs, I think, for as long. We've had Rachel Ashley. We had that one.
Did
we? We've had. Did you fall asleep? We swapped those around. We've moved that there.
Sorry.
Yeah. So there's a talky bit between every singy bit.
Scribble shit.
Exactly. Just leave that to me, love.
Sorry.
Rosemary Schonfeld is a singer-songwriter from deepest Devon. She's a protest singer-songwriter with a voice as passionate as her principles. You're going to love this. This I'll leave you in the capable hands now of Rosemary Schonfeld.
Rosemary Schonfeld.
Feel right, the music sounds better with you. Love might bring us back together. Back and let the feed their babies, while men sailed on their yachts in the sunny seas, and nobody thought they were to blame. They said it's always been the same. I can't believe all the things she said to me were happening back in 1983. She said, child, you do what you have to do, but don't sit back and let the world die. Do what you have to do, but don't sit back and let the world die. She said, don't sit back. She said, don't sit back. Don't sit back. She said, don't sit back. Don't sit back. She said, don't sit back. You do what you have to do. Do what you have to do. What you have to do. Do what you have to do. But don't sit back and let the world die. No, don't sit back. Don't sit back. Don't sit back. Don't sit back. She said, don't sit back and let the world die. A woman at the crossroads with very little time shakes her head and tries to move, but falls back with a sigh. There's a lover pulling east and her good sense pulling west. She's got to let one go. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. And there's no place to rest until she moves. I wonder if she knows that I would be there to comfort her and tell her it will be alright. I wonder if she can hear my voice in the wind singing, you got a friend in me. A woman at the crossroads looking left and looking right. The daytime that she knows, or the unfamiliar night, and she cries. These things are changing, and she wishes it wasn't so. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, and her thoughts go round and round until she moves. I wonder if she knows that I would be there to comfort her and to tell her it will be alright. I wonder if she can hear my voice in the wind saying, you got a friend in me. She heart. She's my friend till the end. She is always there to greet me. Her affection never ends. She's the one who will stand by me even when I am wrong. So I am gonna tell you all about her in this little song. She never really questions where I've been. She never asks why I'm late. No, I know she would prefer it if she did not have to wait. She's the one that I know will ride the storms and the waves. No matter if I lose, I know she'll love me all her days. And I take care to love her as she likes to be loved. I will sit with her for hours. She knows I'm not so tough. She's my darling. She's my sweetheart. She's my friend till the very end. She is always there to greet me. Her affection never ends. She's the one that I know will ride the storms and the waves. No matter what I do, I know she'll love me all her days. Oh, Ruby, oh, Ruby, do you know what you mean to me? My little darling, I will feed you all the fish that you please. My sweet little cat, you've outlasted all my long till the fairs. Why don't we settle down together in your box beneath the stairs? 'Cause I can think of no truer friend than you are, and your beauty is beyond compare. Ruby, oh Ruby, I love you, I swear. I went to see one rain-soaked night. I went to see, though I was warned, all bitter fates and endless nights drifting all alone forlorn. But I set sail, I took no heed of good advice, I had no need. The ocean roared its beckoning call to me. It roared its call to me. The thrill of terror seized my heart. I stepped onto a rolling sea, anxious that we fast apart. I cut the ties from land to sea. I'm sure there was a screeching gale, or was it my own fear and wail? I ran a ship to keep such speed racing headlong. Wicked blue, my lover's eyes. Wicked blue, my lover's eyes. In the thickest nebulous, in the driest wet, by the poor and fabulous, near the credit debt, there you'll find the seaside wine and brown and sandy air. When the helium balloon is too much weight to bear, you've traveled further, standing still at the plane high in the sky. But you wait for the thunder and all you hear is a sigh. But if you wait for yesterday, for a cry, for what's not said, you'll be there when nothing comes, standing on your head. Only one takes everything, only fear is pain. Holding on until the dawn, these things never change. Then one more time you remind it, one more time you think you might find it. Can't wait, run out the door saying, see you later. I want more than you're in the thickest nebulous again, in the driest wet again, bored by the fabulous again, thinking when will I ever learn when? And then you find the seaside wine and drown in sandy air, riding the helium balloon and sinking somewhere. Travel further, standing still, and you didn't even try. But you turn again, you stand in my hands dry. But if you wait for yesterday, or cry for what's not said, you'll be there when nothing comes, standing on your head. Sometimes when we're talking, the words seem so far away. If only by saying I love you, things could be alright at the end of the day. I know I hurt you like I have before. Somehow I understand how, although I love you more than ever before, right now I can't even touch your hand. Sometimes I don't know why you stay, and sometimes I don't know why you go. Sometimes I wish there was a language for lovers which made all the pain go. Most of all, I wish I could dry all the tears still inside you, and smile in the silence while our love licks our wounds well again. There's never been love without anger. I've never known love as a smooth ride. I never can quite put into words the feelings I cannot hide. If I could be you or you could be me, maybe we'd know how it goes. Right now we've gone beyond words, there's nothing more to show. Sometimes I don't know why you stay, and sometimes I don't know why you go. Sometimes I wish there was a language for lovers which made all the pain go. Most of all, I wish I could dry all the tears still inside you, and smile in the silence while our love licks our wounds well again.
Hi, it's Claire here from the National Rejoin March. We're here in Liverpool on a beautiful day, giving out flags, stickers, flyers, balloons to everybody that is here to attend Eurovision 2023.
Out these wonderful pro-European EU flags, and they're a snip, 50p each or 5 for a tenner. I'm making a fortune, mate. It's absolutely wonderful. I'm going to get that super yacht before you know it. I'll tell you. Actually, they're free. I should just qualify that with they're free. Wow, happy memories of Liverpool this year.
Oh,
wasn't it a great day?
amazing.
And
It was
actually,
absolutely fabulous.
after all that, we managed a trip on that big wheel thing, which I have to say was pretty bloody scary. It really
You
was.
freaked out
No, I
the
didn't freak
whole
out.
way through, you did.
Obviously, I didn't. I enjoyed it. It was
Especially
my
when they rocked
suggestion
it
to go on it.
slightly,
I
yes.
loved it. We didn't get it to do a 360, which is what we tried to do by flipping it. It didn't happen. But it was great. We gave out loads of flags, loads of flyers for the march.
Yeah, it was
at,
an amazing day.
Liverpool. What was it? The
Eurovision Song Contest.
Eurovision Song
was
Contest. It was
electric.
amazing. Absolutely amazing.
And I missed my friends several times in the queue. I was there
Wayne
handing out
Allen's just
leaflets.
appeared on the chat. European flags, 50p each. Can I have 5 for a tenner? I voted Brexit. Actually, that was my line, I think. Was that in that little promo there? I was trying to flog them for 50p each, 5 for a tenner. Something like that. I didn't make any money out of it. Never mind.
I think we literally
It
only
was-
had 2 people who were like, I didn't vote for it, and then went in to watch Eurovision Song Contest.
I mean, as I said at the time, I think Liverpool is Britain's Nashville. It's a musical city, and people in the creative arts naturally gravitate towards common sense and inclusivity and cooperation, and obviously think Brexit's a load of old crap.
Oh, yeah.
End
exactly.
of. Right, yeah, Wayne Allen still with us in the chat. If you're thinking about sending us a chat, please do, because there's still a couple of opportunities to win a prize from the March for Rejoin shop, so that you are kitted out for this year's March.
Say something funny.
Say something funny, witty, anything at all. Because it's got, I know it's a Sunday night. I know some of you have to go to work tomorrow, but hey, why not just ring in, pull a sickie, and enjoy the rest of this absolutely fantastic night. We've got 3 acts coming up for you, not in this order, in no particular order, as Ant and Dave might say. We have got Wayne Allen, we've got Teegarden B, and we've got Jessie Grace. Those 3 acts, well, they've all been great tonight, but I have to say, quality to end the show. Brilliant stuff. That was also Rosemary Schonfeld that you saw there from Devon. She appeared last year as well. And another stalwart who has given us a terrific set this year too, for the 2nd year running. We've just been handed another indecipherable message that I'll let my co-host read. We're going to go very shortly though to a clip from someone else we love very, very dearly. He spoke at last year's March. And his name is indeed Mike Cashman.
We're changing.
We're moving that around.
Yeah, we're going to play.
I see.
I see.
For some reason, there's been an altered schedule. Why have you altered the schedule, Pete? Don't tell me that, because you don't know yourself, do you?
Us. It's funny.
Right. We'll get to Mike Cashman in a wee while, but what's coming up just now, I don't know if she's on the chat. She was earlier, I did see her, is the wonderfully talented Jessie Grace. She's a singer-songwriter, currently living in Cardiff, playing plenty of gigs, and actually working as well for local radio. She has her own show on actual Radio Cardiff, which I think is pretty damn cool. So for those of you who don't know, she was voted by the listeners to SMR last year as the best song they heard in 2022, based on the audience feedback and comments we got. That was a track called The Kings of the Villains Part 2. She's just come back from Vienna, where she's recorded a whole bunch of songs. I know she's going to be playing one of those in her live set for us in a moment. But for those of you who are new to the brilliant singer-songwriter Jessie Grace, you're in for a real treat. So sit back. If you haven't got a glass of wine or a beer or something to drink, please do grab something, because you're in for some real treats as we come towards the sort of the final slopes now of this mammoth telethon. We'll be back in a moment, but for now, this is Jessie Grace.
Hello.
The Strange Mole Show!
Tell me where you draw the line. Tell me what's the number of care homes you see closing down or local shops go under. Schooling on a 3-day week, fishing with no orders, the NHS a sunken wreck in Brexit rising waters. Here comes Sunak, bold as brass, the Brexit bus still rumbling. Starmer grabs his Brexit pass and his principles go tumbling. We've no way to make it work, be it retail trade or banking clerk. Strong and stable, we went berserk. A big reception for no network. Restore our freedoms, they know they should. Money, service, people, goods. The Tories failed, we knew they would. Leaving Labour like doggers, not out of the woods.
I have a dream. My friends, I'm going to tell you what that dream is, and some of what has to happen to make that dream come true. But my dream is not that the Tories are replaced by a different government which, against bitter opposition, forms a view on rejoining and holds another referendum. My dream is not that that referendum results in a majority of 52-48 for rejoining. My dream is not that rejoiners can then retort to all who voted to stay out, "You lost, get over it." Because that is not a sensible way to conduct ourselves over a crucial national issue. Did you know that in 1975, 2 years after joining, there was a massive majority to stay in, followed by more than 40 years of stable membership, growing, learning and working things out together? We've now passed just about 2 years after leaving, and the vast majority see Brexit as a failure. Brexit is a mistake, has a double-digit lead and growing, and dissatisfaction with the Brexit deal extends right the way to the top of government and all through every political party. I have a dream. My dream is that rejoining the EU becomes a national consensus. My dream is that rejoining the EU becomes the objective of all the parties that have seats in Westminster. My dream is that we almost don't need to have a referendum, but we have one anyway, and a majority of at least 2-1 votes to rejoin. My dream is that our friends in the EU can see the new resolve of the UK and can see in that a stability that they can rely on. If we have that degree of consensus, then every one of the suggested routes to rejoin would work. But what do we have to do to achieve that dream? Demographics are on our side, but they're not enough. The never doubted the EU third of the electorate is with us. The never liked the EU third may not be persuaded, but we need the middle third. Some of them voted leave. Some of them were motivated to save the NHS. Here are my pleas. Please don't abuse them. No one ever got persuaded by being abused. Please let's not say to them, you were fooled. If we tell someone you were an idiot in 2016 and then ask for their support, we're trying to appeal to their intellect which we've just rubbished. That will not work. Let's make sure we don't abuse and we don't patronise. Those are my pleas. If we're obsessed with treating many of the population differently, then that could be a solid mass of the population that will not support this cause. That was 2016. Let me tell you something about 2016. We can't win the 2016 referendum. Stop fighting it. But we can win the referendum in the 2020s. We need to be an inclusive and forward-looking movement where everyone is welcome, however they have voted in the past. We need to work together to rejoin as a united kingdom, rejoining together. Thank you.
Hello, good evening and welcome to my living room. I'm Jessie Grace and I want to say thank you to 16 Million Rising. Thank you for having me. I've especially, you can't see it in the shop, but I've got my Brexit necklace on. And fuck the Tories every day. Make sure you say it loud and you say it proud. This next song is called Say Something, and it's not out, so you can't listen to it yet. It's out in October, guys. And this is just little me singing it, so it's exclusive. Very exclusive, very. What's going on with my accent? I've got remixes of this as well. It's gonna be really good when you hear it remixed as well. Super excited. Keep your distance. Do not disturb. There's no complaining here. You reap the reward when you take your eye off the ball. Why don't you say anything? pretending to be loved. I call you a heartbreaker, but I reserve that for nicer things. You're a crook obscene. You're a jawbreaker. Yeah, yeah. And you are so fragile, so fake, so broken, that I must be contained, sleepwalking unconsciously, living in a dream. The silence stamps me out, my mouth shut. I've given up initiation to myself, back to myself, I'm out. There's no doubt about it. You keep your distance. Do not disturb, 'cause there's no complaining here. That is the live version of Say Something, slightly longer than the recording, but anywho, I hope you're enjoying it, and I hope this recording works. So that is out in October 23, in a couple of months. Ooh, next is SMR favourite. Yeah, my piano is slightly out of tune. I do realise that when I play that chord. So sorry about that. But you know, cost of living crisis is another expense. Yeah, so I'm going to play King of Villains now. Attempt to. Hope this mic lead isn't in the way of my crazy piano playing. It possibly could be. OMG. That would be a disaster. 1 second. Okay, ready. This song is on this was a single, King of Villains 2, but it was also on my first album. Asleep on the Good Foot. Because we're all asleep on the good foot. Let's do it right.
can see everything I do touches you. Don't wanna live this life destroying you. 'Cause everything told me nothing, and everything I see devastates me. This is war. I must decide. Who I'm fighting for. I return. I return.
Oh, look at my microphone, it's well dodgy. It's flopping around. I can never get it right. Anywho, right, on to the last song I'm going to do actually. This is my latest single, and there's a new version of it coming out in October at the same time as the other one, which is just strings, vocals, piano. The one that's out now, it's the full shebang. Band, synths, everything. I love it. So check it out. So this song is about gaslighting, narcissism, basically. The bastards. And I went through it on a personal level, but at the same time, it opened my eyes to see that it's everywhere, and it's on a political level as well. So you will see constant gaslighting right now. Back in the day, I did actually write a whole song called Gaslight, but that's another story with my other band. So anywho, Living Room Legend, this is called. Maybe you've got a living room legend, someone who sits in their living room thinking they're a legend because they're narcissistic. It's not just a word, guys, it's real. It's a really, like if anyone's out there who's experienced it, my heart goes out to you, man.
Sitting in your glass house, you won't let your wife out. Up on your throne, you make me a victim as you shout, spit your anger into the wrong flame. How I've outgrown your living room legendary. Yeah, how I've outgrown your fantasy. How I've outgrown you. She sat and cried on my shoulder all alone inside. Took her some time to find the words, unsure it should be heard. Testing out my loyalty, the one that you had just set free and kindly kissed goodbye. How we've outgrown your living room legendary. Yeah, see sitting in your glass house, you won't let your wife out. You're a rock star for sure. Yeah, I've seen it all. I've heard it all before. Your gaslight, it burns so bright, it burns me inside out. It burns me. With lovers like you, we all need therapy. How I've grown your living room legendary. Yeah, how I've grown your fantasy. I cannot take no more. Lovers like you, we're all crazy. Yeah, this illusion, I'm ending it. Clarity, I'm having it. Simplicity, I won't say a word.
Lots of attention to
Wow,
lots of
Jessie Grace. I know I introduced her and then we had a couple of other clips, but that was just producer Pete fucking with me. Now, what a set. Actually, the chat got a little bit heated during that set, didn't it, Wayne? Now, I'm going to call you out on a couple of things you said there. First of all, offering your microphone services and sound man to Terry Christian. Well, we'll pass that on, Wayne, and hopefully Terry will take you up on that offer. Also offering your cameraman there to Jessie Grace, and then admitting that you only did that to win a prize. Well, Wayne, I can exclusively reveal that that is not the kind of comment that wins a prize on this show.
No, it really isn't.
You're going to have to do better than that, matey, because actually you are one of our final 3 headline acts. Yes. You have pride of place, Mr. Allen, and we'll get to you in just a moment. No, it's been lovely to hear the comments. Actually, I think a plethora of comments of positive nature from Wayne there for Jessie Grace, who then says, yeah, I know, lol, that she's brilliant. Loved it. Well done to Jessie. Well done to, who did we have before that? Mole Show 4 and Mike Cashman. Mike Cashman, the wonderful Mike Cashman,
amazing.
who
Has his
featured
own
last year at the
football
March.
team.
He does have his own
He
football
does.
team on his
He's
T-shirt.
He does on his T-shirt.
It's brilliant. He
Great.
was at the March last year, so thank you very much to Mike Cashman, to Jessie Grace for that brilliant set, and to the wonderful Strange Mole Show, who have been dotted throughout proceedings this evening. If you're still with us, it is 11:05. We have 2 more acts to go. And we are very, very near the end of this marathon, telethon, fundraising, pro-EU Music Festival 2023.
And we started an hour late.
We started an hour later at 5 o'clock, so we've been going for over 6 hours. And thank you if you stuck with us the whole time. That is ace. And actually, you can see from the comments, quite a few people have, because I think Wayne Allen was here very early doors. Wayne, sorry, I'll buy a T-shirt. That's what we want to hear, Wayne. You buy a hoodie, a T-shirt, a flag. Buy the whole shop, boy. Buy the whole shop. Wayne is coming along to our National Rejoin March 2 in London on the 23rd of September to premiere a brand new, exclusive studio version of the national song for Rejoin called, funny enough, Song for Rejoin.
Song for Rejoin. Nice.
It's one of those songs. It's how can I best describe it? It's I was going to say all lads together chorus, but it's all lads and ladesses together chorus. It's a sing-along song. It's a proper anthem that you can sing along to. Hopefully, there's a version of it in his set. So if you're not familiar with it, it's about to come up. But it's not the version that will be premiering at the March for Rejoin. That's going to feature a whole bunch of new artists, performers and musicians, plus I think between 10 and 15 brand new singer vocalists, including myself and a few other people. I know Rosemary Schonfeld's on it. I'm pretty certain, we'll get to that, I'm pretty certain that Rachel Ashley's on it as well. And a whole load of that. Pete Farrugia sent a vocal in. A whole bunch of people did. So really looking forward to that premiere at the March for Rejoin. If you're still not sure about what your plans are for March Day, get yourself to marchforrejoin.co.uk, where you can volunteer as a first aider, a marshal. You can donate. We'll mention that again before the end of the show. Before we get to that, Lee wants to award another prize.
We do.
Don't you? Who to?
But Mr. Sean Thornton.
Yay.
He absolutely brilliant. I'm so blinking furious and will happily drop kick my local Tory MPs into orbit so they can crash land next to the Russian Luna 25 wreckage on the dark side of the moon transformers, never to be seen again. 30p Lee Anderson and Ben Bradley in what are they called? What are they called?
What, the
little
oh,
windows.
Parenthesis, brackets.
Oh, there we go, brackets. That was the word I was
You're
looking
definitely
for.
a dinner lady.
And it's... I couldn't think of the word. And
Brackets. It's gone again. Honestly, producer P, put that back on the screen. This epic rant deserves to be heard in full. There it is. There it is. There it is. There we go. 30p Lee Anderson, Ben Bradley.
Then I'm going to use my large gob who needs a megaphone to shout out our message loud and clear until Brexit is a footnote in history, a warning about what not to do. Bollocks to them all.
Yeah, brilliant. And that is, he deserves a prize. So
he absolutely does. Sean Thornton, you need to go to info@marchforrejoin.co.uk to receive your prize, or to choose your prize.
Not to choose your prize, but go to the shop first of all at the March for Rejoin website, marchforrejoin.co.uk.
Pick what you want.
Pick whatever you want, and then email producer Pete at that email address, info@marchforrejoin.co.uk to win a prize. There's one more prize available if somebody wants it. Between now and the end of the show, we have got 2 more music acts to come, a couple of promos and a bit more comedy from the wonderful Strange Mole Show. A couple of things I think we probably ought to mention before our next act, which is coming up shortly. Where are we? Coming up very shortly. Only 2 more acts to go. Is that if you haven't visited the website yet, please do. And to donate quickly by bypassing the website, simply go to donateeu.com. That's DON 8 the number 8 EU.com. That takes you to the GoFundMe page where you can enter the amount you'd like to donate. I just want to say a big thank you to everybody that has donated, specifically this evening.
Yes, brilliant.
Thanks to you, those people watching this live stream, you have raised over £500 tonight of the £22,000 that we need to put this event on to the standard that we would like. So thank you hugely.
It's been amazing.
That's a really great response. To be quite honest, I wasn't expecting anything like that just in a few hours. So well done to all those who did. If you're joining us now and you're still up on a Sunday night and you haven't yet visited that site, donateeu.com, DON8, the number, EU.com. Enter the amount you'd like to give. Move the slider so that you don't tip the GoFundMe platform. They don't need to tip because they do take a commission, a very small amount, 2.5% from the amount you donate. All the rest of it, which is the vast majority, comes to the NRM campaign, where it is used as described on the website. Full transparency.
Full transparency.
It's used for the purposes of this march and this march alone, either putting it on or promoting it. So do go there, do give whatever you can afford to. We're about to go to our penultimate act of the evening. Our penultimate act. It's incredible. We've had some incredible. We'll say a big thank you at the end to everybody that sent an act in.
Yeah,
our penultimate act are returnees from last year. You may have caught the wonderful Teegarden B, who sent in an absolutely wonderful set last year. Hand on heart, I mean, it was one of my very favourite last year. A lot of people, my mum and dad loved it, and I've even sent them directions to one of your albums. So Teegarden B, thank you. James Wood specifically, thank you for getting this done and sending it in. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Teegarden B.
I am James Wood from the band Teegarden B. Last year, in support of the National Rejoin March, we made a video of a few of our songs from our latest album, Primrose Sky, which came out last year, and we made the video here in my back garden. This year we wanted to do the same because there's another National Rejoin March number 2, and we were all set to record, and then we had to cancel at the last minute, I'm afraid. And then it was too late afterwards. The other two guys, Luke and Phil, went on holiday, so not to let the side down, as they say, I thought I'd try and do it by myself. Of course, I'm totally anti-Brexit and pro-European, but our songs are not exclusively about that. I've chosen 4 songs to record, and I hope you enjoy them. The first song is called Voyager 1 by Rosemary and the Brainless Idols from their album Tales from the Bottom of Our Garden. Rosemary and the Brainless Idols was Teegarden before it became Teegarden. We changed the name, but I'll not go into that now. So Voyager 1 was a space probe which was launched in 1977, and in 1990, when it had just gone past Neptune, Carl Sagan persuaded NASA to turn the probe around so it could take photographs of the solar system. And these photographs became known as the family portrait, and one of those photographs is the pale blue dot, which is a picture of the Earth taken from beyond Neptune. It just shows how small we are, how insignificant we are. Voyager 1 is about that. Everybody you know, everybody you love, everybody you've ever known lives on that dot. Voyager 1.
$30,000 million miles from home, I am the Voyager 1. Transmissions on, traveling out at 30,000 miles per hour. I am the Voyager 1. Transmissions on. I've contemplated Jovian rings, volcanic life, Io sings. I've seen Saturnian bands in bloom, and the atmosphere of a Titan moon. But 26 years ago today, towards the sun I turned my gaze, and I took a family photograph of you. And I saw a pale blue world, and I saw a pale blue world. 13,000 million
I am the Voyager 1. Transmissions on. Traveling out at 30,000 miles per hour. I am the Voyager 1. Transmissions on. Let me take you by the hand and lead you out to no man's land, where the solar wind succumbs to interstellar space. If you could see what I have seen, you maybe shed that self-esteem. Throw away your coats of many colors. Different places, different faces, way beyond the sun. 40,000 years or more, my journey's just begun. Storing information to transmit to Mr. Sagan. I hope he is still here today. I wish him well. And I saw a pale blue world, and I saw a pale blue world, and that's here, and that's home, and that's us, and everyone you love. 13,000 million miles from home. I am the Voyager 1. Transmissions on. Traveling out at 30,000 miles per hour. I am the Voyager 1. Transmissions on. I am the Voyager 1. Transmissions on. I am the Voyager 1.
The next song is a song called Weightless, which comes from my solo album called The Last Journey, which I brought out a few years ago now. Weightless is a song about loss, about the feeling of being powerless, weightless, against the passage of time, against the events that happen all around us, and the struggle to rebuild. Weightless was also covered by the band Fairport Convention on their album Myths and Heroes.
High above the surface, buried in the ground, swallowed by the silence, fury in the sound, free falling no direction, but the world keeps spinning round. I'm weightless, I'm weightless. Suspended animation, tied to the floor, terrifying absence, an
absence to be born. I am losing all direction, and the world spins all the more, and I am weightless. I'm weightless against the mass of time, and I'm breathless in the wreckage of her life. But I am striving to rebuild. I will not bow down. Relatively moving, relatively still, opposite emotions, gravity, free will, small change in my direction, and the world is spinning still, but I'm weightless. I'm weightless against the mass of time, and I am breathless in the wreckage of her life. But I am striving to rebuild. I will not bow down. I will not bow down. And I'm weightless against the mass of time, and I'm breathless in the wreckage of her life. But I'm striving to rebuild. I'm weightless against the mass of time, and I'm breathless in the wreckage of her life. But I'm striving to rebuild.
The next song is a song called Islands, and it's from our album Primrose Sky, which we released last year. We are not islands, we're part of the main. Well, Britain is an island, and it's even more of an island now since bloody Brexit.
Merry as can be, cooking up the books with the fiddlers three. Crooked man has a crooked smile, counting out his money with crooked style. Hey ho, merry go round. Who will dig his grave? Who will carry the coffin? Who will toll the bell for poor Cock Robin? Lords are leaping, the stakes are high. Hey diddle diddles, got a thumb in the pie. Well, Jack, be nimble, but don't be rash. You steal your plums, quick as a flash. Simple Simon says, we are not islands, we're part of the main. When the church bells toll, we're one and the same. We are not islands, we're part of the main. When the church bells toll, we're one and the same. Ring a ring of roses, we all fall down. 10 little dicky birds fighting for the crown. Well, that's the way the money goes, hanging on the line with the emperor's clothes. Hey ho, merry-go-round. The Queen of Hearts is waking up the dead. Oh, she's hotter than a hot cross bun, whose jacket's lead. Peter Pumpkin, he could not keep her. She sliced him up and buried him deep, and the blood-red roses flow. We are not islands, we're part of the main. When the church bells toll, we're one and the same. We are not islands, we're part of the main. When the church bells toll, we're one and the same. We are not islands, we're part of the main. When the church bells toll, we're one and the same.
Okay, so the last song is called Blue Balloon. It's a new song by Teegarden B. We haven't finished recording it yet. It's about flying away in a hot air balloon. It's a special kind of balloon, I suppose. It's a bit like the TARDIS. Once you get into the basket, it's much bigger on the inside than it looks from the outside. Lots of rooms, lots of people singing songs, having fun. I suppose blue balloon could also be a metaphor for the earth. Blue balloon.
Velvet curtains touch the floor, wicker-work chairs and a room full of bangles, copper plate bars, marmalade jars, everybody singing to a sweet, sweet guitar. Ha-ha. We are sweeping along. Oh, well, it's hide and seek, smoke and mirrors, the fireplace burns and the mantelpiece shivers. Jokers in the garden, stacking up the cards. Spy by a world, we're heading for the green, green stars. There's always room in my blue balloon for you. There's always room in my blue balloon. More and more. Crimson carpets, purple in the rain, snowdrops sparkle in an afternoon of Ida dance, pockets of time, tappers and wine, everybody's happy and sweet, sweet recline. So fine. There's always room in my blue balloon for you. There's always room in my blue balloon. Fireflies and sparkles rain, climbing high into the sky. Above the clouds, it's still in tune. Here we go, racing to the moon. In my blue balloon. Left hand down a bit steady as she goes. The captain smiles and the quartermaster chuckles. Set the controls, we're gonna go far. Spy our world, we're heading for the green, green. There's always room in my blue balloon. Me and you and me. We're heading for the green, green. There's always room in my blue balloon. Me and you and me. We're heading for the green, green stars. Well, there you are. I hope you enjoyed the songs. I hope the march goes really, really well. I can't be there, unfortunately, but whatever, it seems to me that it's inevitable that Britain has to rejoin the European Union at some stage. Let's hope it's sooner rather than later, but I know it's going to be complicated and take quite a while. But, you know, bon courage. Cheers.
Did it die? What? Producer Pete is
Producer
fiddling
Pete
with
is
us.
fiddling. Apparently, we're not coming
Fiddling.
through. Can people hear me?
Do you hear me?
Is it working, Peter?
Testing.
It is working.
1, 2,
Never
3.
mind.
Thank you for the music.
Right. So everything I just said wasn't heard. So I'll start again. Thank you very, very much to Teegarden B, or 1/3 of Teegarden B, James Wood. Is it working now, Pete?
Yeah.
It is, great.
Fabulous.
Now, when Teegarden B, or James, sent that set in, I was under the impression it was just James playing his guitar on his own and singing. Pete reassured me that no, there's definitely 3 of them. And I thought, yeah, there are 3 people in Teegarden B, but I was assured it was only you, James. It took me a while to work out that actually what James appears to have done through the magic of AI and his computer system is clone himself and somehow overlay him performing each song 3 times, different harmonies, different guitar parts. Couldn't see an earpiece, so I'm not quite sure how he was keeping time there, and I conclude it has to be witchcraft.
Yeah.
It just must be wizardry. How he's done that, I don't know. We love Teegarden B. They were a lot of people's favourite act from last year. They were my favourite act from last year, and they haven't disappointed again. Thank you so much to
Really
James
good.
Wood for sending
Well
that in.
done.
Because I know it wasn't easy. There's been some difficulties this summer getting the band together. There's been some personal bereavements as well, but you managed to get that in, and my God, brilliant stuff.
Well done.
We've only got one act to go. Before we get to that, just a couple more reminders. We'll be back after us just to say goodbye and a few thank yous. But first of all, thank you for listening. Thank you for donating to National Rejoin March 2, taking place this September in London. If you're still not sure whether you're going to be there and you're dilly-dallying about that decision, make your mind up right now and decide to come. That would be great. And if you haven't donated yet, please do visit the website or visit donateeu.com, DON8. EU.com, where you can donate the amount of your choice, safe in the knowledge that it will be going to making the event even bigger and better than last year. More speakers, more people there with you marching, a fully inclusive family event, and there will be even more young people there this year. And we've got one of our own, Kira Casey Sargent from
Dark clouds rising, we're waiting for the coming storm. The summer's over, I saw the red sky at dawn. And in the distance I see flashes of what's to come. Time to make up your mind, do you tough it out or do you run? Well, I remember a time when you and I were like one. Now the dream is gone, baby, those days are done. On the horizon, the sky is oh so black tonight. And when we try to talk, all we ever do is fight. Some folks hope for the best, while others they run. Some try to believe the inevitable just won't come. As the wind picks up and the thundercloud starts to form, I'm just sitting here, waiting for the coming storm. The coming storm. right. We blame each other, we shout and scream and fight. And our history is something that we just can't rewrite. There's a big storm coming, I can feel it in the air tonight. Some folks hope for the best, while others they run. Some try to believe the inevitable just won't come. As the wind picks up and the thunderclouds start to form, I'm just sitting here, waiting for the coming storm. The coming storm. The coming storm. The coming storm. I'm just sitting here, waiting for the coming storm. I'm just sitting here, waiting for the coming storm. I'm just sitting here, waiting for the coming storm. It's 1 minute to midnight. We're all not lost. Witching hour's approaching. Time to pay the cost. Time to pay the devil, snapping at your heels. Time to look him in the eyes so he knows just how it feels. We're running out of patience, and patience is all we got. Flip into the fortune, time to try to fly. Break the steward first, put it behind the taxi cry. Got this, 1 minute to midnight. 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 Climate change getting worse. The children are on strike. Their future is dying. They tell the politicians to take a hike. When nature takes a revenge, the virus breaks loose. It's 1 minute to midnight, and our heads are in the news. Streets, where Rejoin, cause the faith they had in the leaders has faded away, it's gone. The hope they had in the futures has been entirely crushed, and their legacy for their children smashed and broken in the dust. God said, 1 minute to midnight. 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 Time is running out for you. Time is running out for me. Time is running out for us. And the politicians of today have front. This is where I will always be. This place is in my heart. I see it in my dreams when I'm walking by the sea. This is where I belong. Here I'm always free. Home is where the heart is. I see it in my dreams when I'm walking by the sea. This song is for the lonely in the world. We'll cry for the loved ones lost and gone, knowing it'll never be the same, knowing that their love is not in vain. Used to think the sea was oh so very cruel. Your love haunts me. A storm on the horizon, a hurricane in my head when I'm walking by the sea. This song is for the lonely in the world. To cry for the loved ones lost and gone, knowing it'll never be the same, knowing that their love is not in vain. This song is a celebration. It's about the gift of love and life and love and life. Learn to look back before it's too late. Life is short. This life is short. We need to grasp it in our hands. Live every moment while we can. This song is for the lonely in the world. We cry for the loved ones lost and gone, knowing it'll never be the same, knowing that their love is not in vain, knowing that the love was not in vain. the flag. Don't understand why, just wanna know when we'll get it back. Why did we leave? When will we rejoin again? And who will speak out? Who will stand up for our aim? This is a song for Rejoin. This is a song to take us back where we belong. This is a song for Rejoin. They talk of new deals where Ulster will be okay. They can trade with Europe, still trade with the UK. And that's the same deal that we all had yesterday. And that's the way it really should have stayed. This is a song for Rejoin. This is a song to take us back where we belong. This is a song for Rejoin. Today, thrown under a bus in the narrow majority's name, and we're told it's too late, told that nothing can change. But if we all woke up, we could claim back our star again. With a tear in my eye, I got a feeling that's so hard to hide. I think of what's lost and find an emptiness deep inside. It'll never be filled, we want it to remain. Now it's safe to rejoin and be part of Europe again. This is a song for Rejoin. This is a song to take us back where we belong. This is a song for Rejoin. Song to take us back, back where we belong, back, back. 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 Back where we belong. Sun going down by the riverside, big old moon coming up behind. Colors fade as the daylight dies tonight. I remember seeing in your eyes, life is short, there's nowhere to hide. Gonna live it while we can tonight. Try to hold on in our hearts to memories so clear and dear. Life is rough, it can tear you apart beneath the tough veneer.
I think back to when we were young. Life's journey only just begun. Dreaming we'd be forever young that night. The world has changed, the old days are gone. We must learn to carry on and live our lives through right and wrong tonight. Nothing I can say, nothing no one can do. We'll let the sun come shining through. Souvenirs of me and you tonight. Try to hold on in our hearts to memories so clear and dear. Life is rough, it can tear you apart beneath that tough veneer. Tonight at sundown, 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 sundown.
A song to take us back where we belong. This is a song for Rejoin. A song to take us back where we belong.
The beauty of live broadcasting, we have one mic that's still working. So I do apologise for before Wayne's set when we had a few microphone issues. You know, that's all that's gone wrong tonight. I think we've done pretty well, haven't we?
Oh, yeah.
We've got one mic that's working. A few things to say before we wrap things up. That was our headline act, Wayne Allen.
Love you. Rejoin the EU.
Hang on, you're back on.
Go to our website.
I'm using a webcam mic.
Okay, now apparently the webcam mic might be picking us up.
Is that
If
now?
anyone in the chat can confirm that it is, that would be great, because I'm not sure I trust producer Pete to give me an honest answer. Non-wireless mic, yeah, that would work. No, the mics that we were using apparently last 6 hours and need to be charged.
them.
We did miss one charge that we probably should have done, but are we being picked up now, Peter? Can you confirm that?
I'm asking the chat.
You're asking the chat.
Okay,
we
we're
have
back.
sound.
It says we
have
back.
sound. Right.
I do
Well, then it
apologise.
only remains for us to say thank you very, very much for joining us. We do
Yes.
apologise for the very few technical errors that we've experienced tonight. The final set that you were listening to there was the brilliant Wayne Allen and his band, who performed that and edited it beautifully from
lovely.
France in late 30-degree heat. I think probably last month. A fantastic job. Our headline act for the night, Wayne Allen and his band. You
Lovely
can catch
setting.
Wayne live in the flesh, and I'm really looking forward to meeting Wayne for the first time on September the 23rd March in London. He will be presenting on stage the world premiere video of a completely brand new version of Song for Remain, featuring a brand new choir of reprobates and various vocalists like my good self and Rosemary Schonfeld and Rachel Ashley and Wayne and others and Pete Farrugia and Graham Paul Kendrick is one of them too, and a brand new band produced this last month in France. So if you're still wondering what you're going to be doing on the 23rd of September, I'll tell you right now, you're going to be in London marching for Rejoin with us in the capital, 12 noon Park Lane. Before you arrive, please make sure that you've checked out the merch shops at marchforrejoin.co.uk, at Stay European, stayeuropean.shop, and go to etsy.com, where you can get some wonderful hand-stitched berets from Louise Taylor, who goes by the name Still Disgusted. Just search Still Disgusted, one word, over at Etsy. If you still haven't managed to find time tonight to donate, don't worry, there's still time. The GoFundMe will be open until the day of the march. We have raised, getting on for well over £500 tonight.
Amazing.
And obviously that number is going to increase, but we do need to reach our target of £22,000 to make the march a huge success. So please be part of contributing whatever you can, if you can afford it.
Thank you
if
very
you
much.
can't, no obligation, obviously. Please be there. That's the most important thing. Be there, turn up on the day. It's going to be fantastic.
Support us.
Thank you very much to all the acts that sent their sets into us, exclusive sets into us. Thank you to all those who've appeared in the past on 16 Million Rising, the UK's pro-European radio show and podcast. And Claudia Kate, who I hope will be joining us very, very soon. Izzy did ask in the chat, there's just a couple of things to wrap up, whether we'll be producing a set list. We do have a sort of a set list here in front of us as a running order. The reason we didn't release that before tonight's show is because we don't want to tell people when they're on, so they only watch that bit. We want it to be a surprise. Yeah. The entire event, Izzy, and others will remain on YouTube for you to fast forward and just find the bits that you're looking for. Every act, their name appears before in the coming up section, just before they appear. You have been listening to, in order of appearance tonight, Claudia Kate, Rodeo Terrorists, 3 Bites of the Cherry, Pete Farrugia, the Marsh Family, Graham Paul Kendrick, the Grit, Rachel Ashley, Rosemary Schonfeld, Jessie Grace, Teegarden B, and Wayne Allen. What a night it's been. So thank you,
Thank you.
and thank you, Lee. Thank you, me.
Thank you, me.
Thank you to Claire and to Dave for their support today, and thank you to producer Pete for pressing the buttons and making sure things were, I'd say, about 98.5% smoothly.
Yeah, that
which
worked,
was
didn't it?
definitely an improvement on last year when he was pissed out of his head on gin halfway through the evening, and it's a miracle things functioned at all. I can confirm he's had significantly less alcohol than Lee this evening. She's still functioning. Pete's still functioning. I've had enough Coke and coffee to keep me going for the evening. It's been absolutely wonderful.
Make sure you clarify
Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola.
Not lines of Coke. No, don't worry about that.
7
hours. 7 hours.
Just over.
So if you missed any of it, please do tell your friends that there is an incredible pro-EU, anti-Brexit, anti-Tory music festival called Music Sounds Better with EU2. It's on YouTube. You can also catch it at any point in the future on the website, marchforrejoin.co.uk. Go to, is it /replay?
Yeah.
If you go to marchforrejoin.co.uk from tomorrow /replay, you can watch the whole event or bits of the event. Probably best to go to YouTube because you can scroll quite easily through things there. Please do, and share it with everybody who may have missed it. Thanks once again to all our acts. Also to our speakers, Femi, Phil Moorhouse, the wonderful Kevin Moore, the wonderful Tim Wells with his Tory train clip, Max Robespiere, Liz Webster, James O'Brien, Terry Christian, Larry and Paul, Mike Cashman, and I think that's everybody.
Yeah.
That's everybody. So, thank you for joining us. We'll see you again next year, next August, for another Music Sounds Better with EU 3. We'll see you guys in London in a month's time. September 23rd. Thank you so much. Good night.
Hi, I'm Lee.
And I'm Femi, and we're here to tell you about the National Rejoin March 2.
We're going to meet behind the Achilles statue at Hyde Park from 12 noon.
And just before the march starts at 1 p.m, cross over the road and fan out across the pavement in front of the Park Lane Hilton Hotel.
Walk down Park Lane
and turn left on Piccadilly.
all the way down Piccadilly.
And then we turn off Piccadilly onto St James's Street. Then we walk down St James's Walk.
And left on Pall Mall. For those with accessibility needs and anybody who wants to take a shorter route, we will meet here at the Crimean War Memorial. Down Pall Mall,
past Trafalgar Square, and down to Big Ben.
Down Whitehall, past Brexit.
Past Downing Street. From Whitehall onto Parliament Square, where we'll be holding a rally, and this year we'll be going bigger.
Bigger stage, bigger screen, and a bigger sound system, where this legend is hosting again. Join us in London, Saturday the 23rd of September, 2023.
National Rejoin March.
We want our star back.
Bring us back together.